tell you what, come up to the tower and ask us about it. We'll get it. We'll get you with him. All right, everybody, check your back pocket, check your manufacturer, check everything. If you've got a set of 5-point belts, we need them. Mr. Morgan, Steve Morgan, his phone number is 618-246-4653. You can jot that down. If you got some 5-point belts at home that you could quickly get up here for him, he'd love to have them so he can go racing. Right now, his belts are out of date, and he needs some belts desperately. All right, for those of you who have your computers with you can watch the action live streaming. Right now, they can see the tractor in action on track. So tell you what, call your friends, let them know, go back to your pits. If you got your motorhome, you got your computer set up, D3 TV is live streaming all the action here on live right now. Go to NHRA D3 TV on YouTube, and you can watch it live as it happens right here. So check it out. Call your friends. Let them know. I see Ruben down there. Chassis builder extraordinaire. See him at all the major races. We're glad you could be here to Bowling Green and Beech Bend Raceway. My first time here, and I'll tell you what, I am not disappointed at all. I went through the pits yesterday, did a little bit through this morning, saw some great machines. You guys, hats off to the fact that you can keep these cars going and keep them fun. We've got some great groups out here. The 348-409 group is here. We've got the 70 and the 750 Pro cars here. Pro Comp are here. We've got gassers. We got the geezer gassers. We got some great cars, some great action going to be happening all weekend long right here at Beech Bend at the National Hot Rod Reunion presented by Holley. And we're glad you be here to be part of it. You are part of history. And then don't forget, this Friday night, under the lights, right here at the track, it's going to be the honorees presentations. It's going to be happening under the big top right here in the middle of the oval. You don't have to drive into town. You don't have to go back to the Holiday Inn. You get to stay right here, relax, and take it all in. Bob Fry, our Master of Ceremonies, will be here to tell you all about what's going to be happening with the honorees later on Friday. So don't leave, stick around. Lots for you to see, lots for you to do. You know, Hooker Header's the winningest header in racing history, celebrates over 50 years of performance power. Hooker Header featured tuned-length primary tubes, high-quality welds, long transition collectors, machined flanges, and much more. From stock Camaros to NHRA Pro Stockers, Hooker has the header to make your classic or late model vehicle quicker, faster, and lighter. Hooker, when only the best will do. I'm looking down the row of cars in the staging lanes, and I'll tell you what a variety. From Thriftmaster Chevrolet pickup trucks, Novas, Malibu wagon, AMX, fat-fendered Fords, to your typical Camaros, Mustangs, Chevelles. So out of the ordinary to what's expected, a big, heavy Chevy Impala. I'll tell you what, it is going to be a great day of racing action. Time trials are going to be just as exciting as the racing itself. And it'll be interesting to see, you know, you guys out there in the staging lanes getting ready for your qualifying run. Pair up with someone you know. Have some fun. All right, again, welcome to the National Hot Rod Reunion. You are part of history. Another year. All right, some more cars coming into the staging lanes as we get the sticky stuff sprayed down. I'll tell you what, we got a way of testing whether or not the track is sticky. If the driver of the tractor gets out and his shoe does not stay on track, we haven't sprayed enough. So we're working on it right now. It's getting sprayed real good. Track is going to be super sticky. We are hoping you guys are going to be able to pull those front wheels up in the sky, give the fans a show. We got some great cars out there. See a lot of Axle cars. That's neat. 55 Chevy Gasser style over there in the lane 3. I see a lot of cars out in the staging lanes. Some of the cars I've either wanted or had in my lifetime, and that's kind of neat. I see a nice 55 Chevy wagon back there. I just bought a 56 the other day, and we're thinking about what we're going to do with it. This may end up being what it is, but it's not it's open dream list for that because it needs everything. So we're gonna be working on that. Some great cars out here. Another Axle car. Got a Nova here in the front. The copper-coated machine looking great. Alongside it is a candy-striped Nova wagon. Mustangs, Chevelles. Big, heavy Chevy Impala's got an Impala and looks like a Biscayne right alongside. Fat-fendered Ford. Anglia's always fun to watch. An early fat-fendered Ford, about 1939-40 model back there. Some great races, some great cars, and it's from street easy to full race. Holley's EFI system covers everything from simple self-learning throttle body systems like Sniper EFI, Terminator Stealth, Terminator EFI, to all-out race systems like the Holley Dominator system. Breakthrough features include self-tuning strategies, handheld programmers. Tomorrow's fuel injection today from Holley EFI. Just a few minutes away from beginning our first round of Hot Rod Eliminator, so this is your final call to the lanes. Hot Rod Eliminator. You should be in the staging lanes, ready to go. Hot Rod Eliminator. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod Eliminator. Come on down. You are about to begin your first round of time trials, so come on down. Hot Rod Eliminator. You should be in lanes 2 through 6. Good morning, Bowling Green. We're getting ready for some great racing action here at Beech Bend Raceway. It's the National Hot Rod Reunion brought to you by the people at Holley. And we're going to begin with the Hot Rod in just a few moments. Remember, we've got a rule here at the Hot Rod Reunion. No car may go down the track without a driver, so please stay with your car. Yeah, the most important equation, put the pedal to the metal and enjoy the ride. Have fun this weekend here at Beech Bend. We're glad you could be here for the National Hot Rod Reunion brought to you by Holley. Now, everybody knows nitrous is the world's best power adder, and everybody knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers the most complete line of systems for street or race vehicles. When you're looking for that throttle in a bottle, go with NOS, the leader in nitrous technology. And again, go on to NHRA. YouTube or D3 TV on YouTube. And I'll get that right. You can see all the action right from your computer screen. And for those of you who left family at home or friends and you want to harass them that you're here having fun and they're stuck at home, tell them to watch it. It's live streaming. One of the more unique cars I've seen out here so far, how about a four-door Lincoln? Yeah, we got a hot rod Lincoln in the staging lanes getting ready to go. All right, Bill Meadows, or Mitters, with a 34 Ford, your car, your black 34. It is parked in the pit area in the wrong place. Bill Meadows from, well, you got a black 34 Ford. It's not a Woody, but you got to move it. Bill Meadows, 34 Ford. You're parked in the pit area. You need to move your vehicle. All right, gentlemen, please suit up, get ready. You're going to be coming out in just a moment. Racers, hot rod category drivers, please suit up. You're going to be coming out in just a moment. The good news is the photographers are in place. So when you pull those front wheels up on that great burnout or leaving the line, they're going to get you live on camera. And I know I've got to go back to the manufacturer's midway. I got some pictures I got to pick up. But, you know, head on through there, walk through the manufacturer's midway, check out all the goodies out there. It is the men's shopping mall this weekend. So, ladies, if you're looking for that gift for that guy that's always difficult to buy for on Father's Day, head on over. This stuff is there. I found something for Mother's Day, too. I mean, there's a great set of chrome valve covers out there. And so we're going to score them for next year. All right, the caution tape is going down. All caution being thrown to the wind as we get ready for the first round of Hot Rod Eliminator Time Trials. Glad you could be here. All right, the first car out, Bobby Turner. Tate's Hell, it's a Model A coming up here now. Bobby E. Turner out of Florida. He's going to be taking on Joe McGee out of Eastleton, Illinois. The aircraft mechanic taking on the 66-year-old retired guy. Camaro against Ford. Well, it's built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. There's a Chevy small block sitting in front of that Model A. 67 Camaro, the first Camaro built. Started in 1966, the 67 models. They came out headed after the Mustang. Mustang was introduced in 1964. Took Generous Motors a while to catch up with the Mustang, but they did it in style. Here we've got a Camaro 427 taking on a 383 small block Chevy powered Model A. Full staged in the right lane, the left lane, now inching forward. He's staged. Lights begin to drop. And they're gone. Whole shot, big time. 0.3 of a second lead for the Camaro in the left lane. At the stripe, the Camaro, he runs at 941, 132 miles an hour. The Model A at 1195 at 112 miles an hour. Candy striped Nova wagon coming up here. Jeremy Bennett out of Washington, Indiana. 37-year-old supervisor, 65 Nova with a 406 small block. He's going to be taking on Wayne Hardy out of Taylor, Mississippi. 66 Chevelle with a 468 big block. Chevelle was introduced in 1964 when Generous Motors decided to build mid-size cars to compete against the Ford Fairlane and the Mercury Meteor at the time. They did it with style. Wheels go up in the air on the wagon. He has an 036 red light. It heads on down track out in the lead. At the stripe, the wagon goes 1074 to an 1102 for the Chevelle. Two mighty Mustangs Got a Mach 1. Clyde Dunphy out of Pleasant Plains, Illinois. 72 Mach 1 against Wade McGee. 69-351 out of East Alton, Illinois. 2 Fords. Fully staged. Off they go. Wheels come up in the air. Mach 1 takes a little hot to the left. He straightens it back out. Gets in the groove, and he is cruising to the finish line out in front. He had a 001, near perfect reaction time. Runs 10.95, 113 miles an hour to a 13.37 and 100. Sonny Miller out of Washington, Indiana. Retired iron worker in the big Chevy. He's going to take on Patrick Simons out of Lake St. Louis, Missouri in the Camaro. 69 Camaro, the more popular of the first generation Camaros, actually was built longer when GM could not get the quality issues fixed on the 70. So the 69 ran a few extra months longer. That's why the sales numbers on a 69 Camaro are greater than the previous years. Although it did become the most popular with its little bit sharper lines. 62 Chevy with a 454, 400 cubic inches in the Camaro. Times are close as they head down track. It's a door handle. The door handle run for the stripe. Looks like the big heavy Chevy's backed out a bit, and the Camaro is going to get the win light. He runs 12.33 at 110 miles an hour. The Chevy backing out to a 14.97. Fat fendered Ford here in the right lane. Going to take on the Chevy Chevelle SS 396. Dave Lambert out of Sheridan, Illinois, the 67 Chevelle SS. He's got 548 cubic inches stuffed into that baby. The fat fendered Ford, we don't have his tech information in there yet, but it's a mid-40s vintage Ford post-war machine. Closer than that. Headed down track. It is the Chevelle. Leads the way. Left lane. He runs a 10.77, 126 to a 12.13, 109 miles an hour. 55 Chevy. First year of the Tri-5s. Taking on the Camaro here in the right lane. Larry Stewart out of Bland, Missouri in the 68 Camaro with a 327 small block. Rick Seba out of West Alton, Missouri. 55 Chevy with 511 inches worth of big block power. Camaro weighs in just over 3,000 pounds. The big on it right now looks like a 210. Weighs in at about 3,500. But he's got huge steamroller track tires to get in. Pulls the wheels up. 132, kind of looking at 55 Chevy Fly. He is going down track out in front. Cruises through the finish line. 9:34, 141 miles an hour to 12:31 at 108 miles an hour. Hot Rod here in the right lane taking on a Gremlin. The Hot Rod here in the right lane has made each and every one of the Holley National Reunions, all 14 years. And I'll tell you what, he's doing his best John Force imitation here. He has blanked out the tower with tire smoke. Taking on Dan Perrine out of Dexter, Michigan. Full stage. In the reds with 059 green. Grumpy Gremlin staying right there with the Model A. Model A's got a slight lead. He holds on. The Gremlin gets him at the lights. 1089 to an 1122. 121 to 116 miles an hour. MG here in the right lane taking on the Camaro over in the left lane. Dan Matthews out of Morrow, Illinois. 52 MG TD style car. 350 Chevy for power. Thomas Nichols Jr. out of Keble, Kentucky. 82 Camaro with a 350. Little bitty MG. MG stands for Morris Garages. 011 red light, but that MG is cooking. Look at him go. He's out there. Camaro trying to close in at the stripe. It's the MG 1166 to a quicker 1159, but couldn't catch him on reaction time. All right, one of my favorite 60s vintage cars, Comet in the left lane. Kurt Hopft out of Wright City, Missouri. 65 Comet with a 460. Brad Spires out of Avon, Indiana. 67 Camaro, 327. Comet flies away with a near-perfect 008 reaction. At the stripe, the Comet 1057. The Camaro, a leisurely 1493. Now remember, this is only time trials or qualifying sessions, so the red lights don't mean much, other than it tells you. Beautiful two-tone Mustang taking on the Chevy S10 pickup truck. Brian Dennis out of Clarksville, Tennessee. 66 Mustang with a 408. Chevy S10 here in the right lane. The Jeggy lane. Jegs speed equipment. The right lane. Budweiser, left lane. RPM's coming up, and the red light blinks. It's only time trials. The S10 through the lights, 1044 to a 1089, 126 to 120 miles an hour. Jeggy's lane taking the win light. Going to be some great racing. We've altered over in the left lane in the Budweiser lane. That's Brian. Well, let's see. We've got to get those up here. Brett Fay out of Harn, Kentucky. 23 altered with a 400-inch Chevy. All right, he digs in, 089 red line, 1.2 60 foot, 3.6 to the 330, 568 at the 8th, crosses the finish line lights, 903, 143 miles an hour. Copper-coated Nova. Going around the water box. He's got that axle car, the gasser style. Beautiful paint job and body work on that machine. Taking on the 69 Chevelle. Joe McGee out of East Tulton, Illinois. 69 Chevelle, 385 cubic inch motor. Says it's an SS 396. I'm not sure what he's got for power there. Bill Backus out of South Lyon, Michigan. 62 Nova with a 383. The gasser style car. Radius wheel wells, straight axle, RPMs coming up. Oh, and late on the lights, but he's spinning them hard. Joe McGee pulled away with a 140 light to a 238. And at the stripe, a 1359 to a 1447. All right, Thriftmaster Chevy pickup truck here in the right lane, taking on the big old Chevy Impala. Steve Houston from Westland, Michigan, 66 Impala. And Chuck Deaver out of Clarkson, Kentucky in the 55 Chevy pickup. Impala pulls away. Yes, the pickup is accelerating. Honestly is. Impala through the lights, 1171, 113 miles an hour to the pickup trucks. 8, new slow ET of the day. All right, big Malibu wagon taking on the Nova. Adam Klein out of Franklin, Kentucky, 78 Malibu 383, taking on Mike Boyce, Rootstown, Ohio, 64 Nova with a 391. All right, now look at the tree. Drag racing is the most festive racing sport around. We light the Christmas tree before every race. That goes green, and they're gone. 016 to a 216 light. Klein with the better reaction time, and he's got that baby moving. He had a 1.460 foot. He holds on, takes the win light, goes there quicker with a 1072 to an 1156. 69 Camaro taking on an Anglia. Anglia, product of Ford of Great Britain, although they did build them down in New Zealand or Australia as well. They had some variations. They had a Ute pickup down in Australia. A Ute was a utility vehicle, but it was a pickup truck based on a car. Camaro just leaps out in front, cruises through the lights. The Camaro 1053, 126. Bill Northrup out of Remington, Indiana, at 1240 with the Angley at 105. 40 Ford Coupe over in the left lane. AMX in the Jegs lane. So the Budweiser lane gets the old school car. Dean Cavisto out of Windsor, Ontario, the 69 AMX. Little two-seater, take a Javelin, cut 11 inches out of the body, you've got an AMX. Pulls the front wheels up, gets a little bit of a wiggle, heads towards the guardrail, brings it back into the groove. We're looking at the tire streaks. He is running strong down the middle of the track, and the AMX gets there first, 983, 135 miles an hour to a 1247 at 106 miles an hour. 55 Chevy Gasser style taking on that beautiful black Nova. Nova in the Budweiser lane. The 55 in the Jegs lane. Larry Bagwell out of Huntsville, Alabama. 55 Bel Air with a 406. And get onto the YouTube. Check the live stream of everything that's happening and hear everything I'm saying. If you're having trouble, get on your computer, your iPad, your phone. You can watch the drag racing here at Beech Bend all weekend long. It's live and in information yet on the Nova driver. Nova's popular. We got two more following. 55 Chevy inching forward. So's the Nova. Neither one's hit the beams yet. Full stage for the 55. Full stage for the Nova. Lights begin to drop, and they are gone. 179 to a 223 reaction time as they head down. Can he hold on, or is that 55 going to pick up the pace? Well, the Nova takes the win with an 1193 to a 1257. 109 to 105 miles an hour. Two nasty Novas getting ready to go. 66, 67 model over in the Budweiser lane. Bear Nichols out of Keville, Kentucky. Union Iron Worker in the 65 Nova with a 283, he says. Yeah, per bank. And there's Brad Glass out of Mason, Ohio. 66 Nova with a 385. Nova was first introduced in 1962. They were powered by a four-cylinder. It wasn't until 1964 that the V8 became an option in the Novas. American Hot Rod Ingenuity learned to put them in there before. Evansville, Indiana, with the big full-size Chevy. Take it on little Dodge Dart over in the Budweiser lane. We haven't got his tech card in yet, so we don't have information. We will. We're putting in tech cards as I speak. We'll get all that information in there by the end of racing. Andy doing her best getting that stuff listed. Dodge Dart smoking up a storm. Andrew Meredith out of Evansville, Indiana. No information on what he's got for power in that big, heavy Chevy, but keep an eye on it because they can be surprising, especially when those 409 cars come up later on. .076 reaction for Andrew Meredith. He pulls the front wheels up. He's got a better 60-foot mark at the stripe, though. Well, the Dart sticks it to him with a 10-16 to an 11-20, 127 to 109 miles an hour. 55 Chevy Gasser style over in the Budweiser lane right now. Craig Murray out of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. 55 Chevy with a 427. Now, there's no truth to the rumor that they have wrinkle wall snow tires up there. He digs in, takes a hop, hits second gear, front wheels come up in the air. 093 reaction, 1560 foot, cruises through the finish line with a 1029, 131 miles an hour. 38 special. How about a 38 Chevy pickup truck? This guy's also been here every year to have fun here at the National Hot Rod Reunion. He's got his cooling system mounted in the bed. Got a little lost, didn't make the turnout one year, found the cornfields. Gene Schwartz out of Euclid, Ohio with the 52 Bel Air. Taking on Rick Osborne out of Appomattox, Virginia. 38 Chevy pickup with a 383. Now, Gene says he's got 300 cubic inches in that 52 Chevy. Getting ready. Full stage. Both Chevys ready to go. Right goes three. Wheels come up high in the sky for Rick Osborne. Pickup truck comes up looking cool. 52 closes the gap. Is he going to get him? He does. 1074 to an 1102. But Rick Osborne had the better ride as far as I'm concerned. Wheels high in the sky. This is qualifying time. Front motor dragster. Getting ready to go. Joey Fay out of Webster, Kentucky. 66 Woody Gilmore chassis car with a little bitty 327 for power. Dragster in the beams, stages, gets the RPMs up, leaves the line. 028 reaction, great reaction time. 1,460 foot mark. 4.2 at the 330, 6.6 at the halfway point, and at the finish line, he runs a 10.67. Picks up 19 miles an hour from the 8th mile mark, 10.67 at 120 miles an hour. Ralph Beaver in the Mustang. 66 with a 289, taking on Gary DeWeese out of Glasgow, Kentucky with the 55 Chevy. 55 Chevy is staged, Mustang engine forward. Red light start for the Mustang. 55 Chevy chasing. Mustang is galloping to the finish line, pulling away as the 55 slows down. So we're going to leave it to Beaver, and the Mustang takes the win with a 12:39, 108 mile an hour gallop. The 55 slowing down. You've got a problem with your vehicle, you're losing parts and pieces. We do know drag racers are quite capable of disassembling their engines while in motion. Pull over to the guardrail as quickly and safely as you can on your side of the track. Come to a stop. We'll get a bit of the area cleaned up, and it's easier to clean up a small spot than the length of the track. So get it on over. All right, guys, now I want you to watch the guy on the starting line with the mop. He is a professional. Do not try this at home. If you do, your significant other is mopping. We're going to do a little bit of checking out there, make sure everything is clear. Want to make sure it's a safe day for both lanes and all drivers out there. Thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Don't forget, this Friday night, under the big top, we're going to have the honorees all roasted and toasted for you by Bob Fry. So don't go back to the hotel. Stay here at the track Friday, because Friday night, here under the big top, we'll be doing the presentations to the honorees at this National Holley Hot Rod Reunion. All right, we got a Barracuda and a Nova getting ready to go next. Barry Masterson out of Hardingsburg, Kentucky. The 77 Nova's got a 355 cubic inch motor. The Barracuda here on the right lane. Now, this is one of the rare notchbacks. In 1967-68, Chrysler products, or the Barracuda in particular, had three different models. They had a convertible, they had the notchback coupe, and they had the fastback. This is the notchback. It is the lighter of the three Barracudas for those years, 67 and 68. Still based on the Valiant, Plymouth led the way in the pony car for the Chrysler products. Dodge did not have a comparable to the Barracuda. It wasn't until 1970 when they introduced the Cuda, the Barracuda, and the Challenger that Dodge got into the fray of the pony car wars. And, well, for enthusiasts, the Plymouth went away, but the Dodges stayed. Now, the rumor is the next generation Challenger is actually going to be called a Cuda. And they've got some body changes, supposed to lighten it up a little bit, make it a little bit shorter. We'll see what happens when Chrysler decides to do that. Of course, we're dealing with Fiat, the Fix It Again Tony guys, so we're not sure what's going to happen from the Chrysler Corporation, which is now Fiat Chrysler America. All right, so we're checking it out. We got something down there at the finish line, some stuff. We're going to get it taken care of and get back to racing action in just a moment. Thanks for coming out to Beech Bend and some great racing action. You know why? And superchargers are the world's best bolt-on for full-time power. Wind. Superchargers deliver up to 50% more power every time you step on the gas. If you don't need something that radical but still want some more horsepower, check out Wyand's aluminum manifolds. They deliver low-end punch while maintaining top-end power. Wyand superchargers and manifolds, your horsepower headquarters. Now, if you got to do the plumbing on your car, Earl's Performance Plumbing brought aviation fluid transfer technology to the automotive performance market over 50 years ago. And today's top teams still rely on Earl's. With the most extensive line of plumbing products available, you can count on Earl's from start to finish, from every level of hose ends, adapters, and brake lines to coolers and accessories. Earl's has the highest quality plumbing selection that is still second to none. Diablo Sport Tuners makes power you can feel on late model Chrysler, Ford, and GM cars and trucks. Their InTune and Trinity Power programmers give you tons of performance options to take control of your vehicle like never before. You can adjust critical engine parameters like spark, fuel, rev limiters, transmission shift points, and dozens of other options through their easy-to-touch screen interfaces. With a simple plug-and-play tuner from Diablo Sport, you can add upwards of 20 horsepower and 30 foot-pounds of torque to your ride in just minutes. And that's without even popping the hood. So check them out. Check out one of our sponsors, Good Vibrations Motorsports. Now, for those of you guys that are pitted out on the grass, it's nice and comfortable on the grass, but as you step, you track it everywhere. The Good Vibration Motorsports, check out their pit mats. They've got them set up in their booth. You can see what they're like. They're very thick rubber vinyl used by hundreds of racers in their pits now. You lay it down, you don't sink in. You keep your car dry and high, and it doesn't mold. That's right, Jim puts them away after each race. Sometimes it rains, like it kind of did here last night. They don't mold. They don't stink up. You unroll them a couple of weeks later for the next race, they're clean. They're ready to go. Check it out at Good Vibrations Motorsports, your motorsports parts supplier. All right, still doing a little check down there. They found a little stuff out there on the track. We're going to get it cleaned up. We'll be back to racing action for you in just a moment. Install a Demon carburetor on your project car or race car and turn it into an absolute demon on the street or track. From our street-calibrated Street Demons, road and speed demon carburetors, all the way up to their race-ready Mighty Demons. Our carbs perform great right out of the box. Visit us online at demoncarburetors.com to view our full line of carburetors and carburetor tuning components. Demon Carbs, supernatural performance, wicked good looks. More cars coming up into the lanes. I see a neat-looking two-door Falcon wagon, gasser style, got a straight axle in it, big radius wheel wells, and tons of slick sticking outside of it. In front of that, another gasser style, this time a Falcon coupe. So we got some great cars still coming your way in the hot rod category. Thank you for coming out for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion at Beech Bend. We're glad you could make it out here. I'm Hot Rod Bob. Be working with Ron Weeks. We'll be telling you all of what will be here at Beech Bend this weekend. So far, the quickest car we've gotten out there in the hot rod category is 9:03. That is moving. All right, sweeping, putting down some rubber, getting things ready to go. Thanks for your patience as we get the track prepped, ready to go for more hot rod car action. And we got a ton of cars still in the lanes for you. And if you got the munchies, they got what cures it throughout the event area. Barbecue galore, take it out there. Check out the manufacturer's midway area. T-shirts, pictures. Get your event shirt. Prove that you were here for the Holley National Reunion. Going home with that sunburn just is not going to be enough. Get the event shirt. Prove that you were here. The Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Brought to you by the guys at AAA. All right, we got the track clear. We're ready to go. We're getting them, gonna back them up into the water box, get those tires wet. All right, Nasty Nova over in the left lane taking on the Barracuda. Now, many people refer to all the Barracudas as Cudas, but that's not true. If you go into the 70s, the Cuda was a special equipment vehicle. The Cuda was the high. Modified. We need modified to the lanes. Top stock. We need you. Final call to the lanes. Top stock to the lanes. Modified. Modified. You too. So it's top stock and modified. To the lanes, please. Top stock and modified. You should be in the lanes. All right, so the Barracuda getting ready to go here in the Jegs lane. Taking on Barry Masterson out of Hardingsburg, Kentucky in the 77 Nova. This body style was a 2-year or 3-year run, 67 through 69. The 70 ended up being the more pony car style. Full stage as they pull up to the line. Red light, 027 in the reds, and 080 for the Barracuda. And the Barracuda, man, he is swimming upstream like a fast salmon. Through the lights, runs a 962, 135 miles an hour to an 1183 at 107 miles an hour. 69 Camaro over in the Budweiser lane. The Jegs lane, a long roof racer. Kenny Pease, that's a Dyersburg, Tennessee, 62 Nova wagon. 434 cubic inches worth of motivational power. Taking on Johnny Brett out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. 69 Camaro, long distance driver. 350 Chevy for power. All right, 2 Chevys getting ready to go. The good light, but that wagon, he picks him up, puts him down, and heads on down to the finish line. He's there first in the Jaggies lane, 9:39 to a 12:17. Big old Ford Galaxy getting crossed up, coming out of the water box, taking on an Oldsmobile. Dead brands from Generous Motors. Terry Tyler out of Indianapolis, Indiana, 54-year-old maintenance man with the 85 Cutlass. Got a Chevy for power. Bob Westhoff out of big Ford Fastback. They called that a Fastback back in the day. Was more suited to the high banks of the NASCAR Oval. Congratulations, said, okay, so what? I'm racing. Oldsmobile just boogieing down the track. Budweiser Lane gets there first with a 9:47, 142 miles an hour. 006 reaction, though, for the Ford driver, and he runs at 12:94 at 104 miles an hour. Biscayne over in the Budweiser lane, taking on the Chevelle in the Jaggies lane. Always liked these 65 big Chevys. Buddy of mine had one when we were in high school. Yeah, he bought it new. At a 427 and a 4-speed. And this one's a 427. Ernest Boards out of Indianapolis, Indiana, 65 Chevy. Taking on Reggie Moore out of Hot Springs, Arkansas. Well, no, I don't think that it's him because it says he's got a Model A, and that is the biggest Model A I've ever seen, if that's it. We got a Chevelle here in the right lane. Ernest, red lights, 11 in the red. That big Chevy Biscayne is moving. Biscayne in the Budweiser lane, 11-11, 121 miles an hour, 213.73 at 98 miles an hour. A high rod Lincoln. Hey, baby, you got it right there. 4-door stinking Lincoln going to take on the Mustang. Another 14-year veteran of the Holley National Reunion, and he won the hot rod category one year. Let's begin the clock. 1:07.5 reaction time. The Mustang driver, that's John Westhoff out of Martinsville. He leads the way. The Mustang gallops to the finish line first with a 10:61 to a 12:15. Nasty Nova over in the left lane, and the Vega. Vega was Chevy's answer to the Pinto. The problem is that wasn't the question they were asking. Nova in the left lane, going to take on the Vega. Vegas originally came with an aluminum block and a cast iron cylinder head. Didn't quite work the way they wanted to, but hot rod ingenuity fixed the problem with it. Lifts his finger off the button, he is gone. 239 reaction. Vega flat booking down the track. He crosses the finish line lights with an 11:22 to a 12:57. Love the fat fended cars. We got an old Chevy taking on a Monte Carlo. Neither one of these guys have tech cards in the beam into the books yet, but we've got it. We're adding them. Little Chevy's got a picnic table attached to the trunk to keep it stable at speed. I'll tell you what, these cars do lift at speed. We found that out with the gassers when the guys started going to the Chevy-bodied cars. So they need that little bit of wing thing on the back. Chevelle picks the front wheels up and heads on down track. 019 and 037, both red lights, but look at that coupe fly. Coupe in the Budweiser lane. Way out there. Gets the win, 9:15, 150 miles an hour. That is the quickest door slammer so far. To a 1084 at 124. Another Comet and a 68 Camaro getting ready to go. Comet was Mercury's version of the Falcon. A lot more style, a lot more luxury for the 60s anyway. Dave Remus out of Bellevue, Michigan. 65 Comet with a little 302 Ford motor. In the Comets, there was no specific Mercury motor. In the big Mercs, they had a different motor than the Fords. 001 misses a perfect reaction time by 1,000th of a second. His competition in the Budweiser lane, though, drives on around him. 10:27, 132 to a 12:05 at 103. Two Nasty Novas, gasser style, getting ready to go. Bruce Sturdivant out of Louisville, Kentucky. 64 Nova, 434. Taking on Tom Ullman out of Tunica, Illinois, 64 Nova with a 400. And the right lane is gone. The left lane backed up. Uh-oh, that car wasn't track trained. He went tinkle on the starting line. We're going to get it cleaned up, get going. 1088 for Tom Ullman at 126 miles an hour. So looking underneath it right now, trying to see where the leak came from. They're getting it mopped up and getting it cleaned up right now. 57 Chevy Handyman, 61 Falcon. Modified to the lanes. We need modified to the lanes. Top stock. You should also be in the lanes. Follow hot rod. All right, we got it mopped up. We got it cleaned up. We're back and ready to go. 57 Chevy taking on the Ford Falcon. Adam Lohorn out of Palmyra, Indiana. 61 Falcon. Built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Got a Chevy 355 for power. Morris Wheatley out of Louisville. A Ford, semi-Ford matchup, and he's sending him back too. A little bit of fluid right there in the center of the track. We're getting it mopped up. Not sure if it's coming out of the Falcon or residual from the Nova that ran a moment ago. And he's being followed by a Surfer's Delight two-door Falcon wagon. We'll see how that works. All right, they're checking out the Falcon right now. They see it's clean, so he's ready to go. Ford Falcon taking on the 57 Chevy. Falcon is Chevy powered. Chevy powered. Never see anyone put a Ford in. Falcon leads the line with an 046 light for 524. 57 Chevy closes in. He's caught the Falcon. And he gets a win light, 1192 to a 1283. Again, time trials, red lights, win lights, don't really matter. Plastic Fantastic Corvette here in the right lane. Going to be taking on the Long Roof Racer, the Flying Falcon wagon over in the Budweiser lane. Russell Mudd out of Fairdale, Kentucky, 73 Corvette. 468 cubic inches of big block power in that plastic car. That car built in St. Louis, not here, the local Bowling Green factory. The local Bowling Green factory went online in 1981. Falcon moves away. 282 reaction to it. I was sleeping 770. But the Corvette, well, he's got the power to pass, and he gets it down the track first. Corvette in the Jegs lane runs at 11:03 to York World's Fair. And unfortunately, well, fortunately, I'm old enough to remember because I was there when they introduced it. It was cool. That was one radical machine. Don't have tech cards yet for either of these guys, but we'll watch them as they head on down the track. Oh, Malibu puts the wheels up in the air, drifts towards the center, pulls it back into the groove. Mustang just going straight right from the start. At the stripe, it's the Malibu, 1124 to a 1230. Camaro and Falcon. This is a 1964 Falcon over in the Budweiser lane. Camaro, can't see the sides on it yet. 67s, 68s were almost identical. The difference was 67s don't have wind wings on the door, and they've got side marker lights on the 68s. Gene Schwartz out of Euclid, Ohio. No, I don't think so. It says it's got a Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. .091 reaction to a 405. Camaro leads the way. He gets the win in the Jegs lane, 10:38 to an 11:65. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, modified to the lanes. Top stock, you should be ready to go. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck. I'm here with Ron Leake. Ron's going to be coming in here just a little bit. He's going to pick up with the Nostalgia Superstar, well, the gas Eliminator car is coming up in a little bit. All right, they fixed the leak on the Nova, he hopes. Bruce Sturdivant out of Louisville, 64 Nova with a 434. Gasser style axle car. Lots of slick sticking out the body on this machine. Digs in, 0.53 reaction, 1.4 seconds to travel the first 60 feet. Gets to the 8th mile, 6.5 seconds, 103 miles an hour. At the stripe, getting ready for top stock coming at you right now. These are the cars that best replicate the cars that were stocked right from the factory in the day. Stang Fastback pulling up here into the Jeggies lane. Daryl Nettles out of Max Welton, West Virginia, 66 Plymouth Satellite. Well, it says 66 Satellite. It's got a Dodge 440 for power. Don Fody, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. It's an unrestored real deal 68.5. It's got a 428 Cobra Jet Mustang power plant. It's the original motor, 42,000 miles. He bought it from the original owner in March of 1971. It was street-driven and raced regularly. The current owner, Don Fody, from Winnipeg, Canada, is driving the machine today. Double red, so they both leave early. Better red, I guess you could say, was Don Fody. He had an 0.67 to a deep 258. Plymouth getting passed by the Mustang. Mustang gallops to the finish line. Runs an 11.37 to a 12.47. Another Plymouth coming up. A pair of Plymouths. Now, you guys know what Mopar stands for, don't you? How many raise your hand if you know what Mopar stands for? It's move over. Plymouths are racing. And you got a pair of them right there on the starting line. Scott Taylor from Cincinnati, Ohio, 66 Belvedere with a 440. Taking on Les Thompson from Pinckney, Michigan with a 65 Belvedere. Red light start for Scott Taylor, 005, missed the perfect light by 5 thousandths of a second. The 440 cubic inch Plymouth here in the Jegs lane leads the way. Goes through the finish line lights, 12.62 to a 13.18. Camaro and Barracuda. Now the Barracuda, also part of the Pony Car Wars, got to market 2 weeks before the Mustang, and nobody noticed. Mike Clifford out of Daytona Beach, Florida, 66 Barracuda with a 416. Donnie Beeler out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky, 67 Camaro with a 327. Beeler gets out of shape coming off the start. He goes towards the wall, brings it back into the center of the track. It's a hard run to the stripe. The Camaro takes it with an 11.11 to an 11.18. Margin of victory, a mere 11 hundredths of a second. Camaro and Nova coming up here next. Rich Taylor out of Rockville, Tennessee, 67 Camaro SS, 383, small block. Mike Welfel out of Nashville, 66 Nova with a 327. Now, 327 of the Novas back in those days were the hot option. You can get the L79 option in a 4-speed, 360 horsepower, 327. Really got these babies moving. Although it was a small block, it was quicker than many, many big blocks. They just asked the guys that build Grumpy Jenkins because he ran one. All right, 2 Super Chevys, 66 Nova, 327, 67 Camaro, 383. Three-stage lights lit. Engine forward. Full stage for the Camaro, full stage for the Nova. Lights dropping. Camaro, wheels in the air. Nova banging the gears. 0.97 to an 0.36 reaction time. Nova had the better reaction time. Camaro's got the pony power to pass, and he does. Jegs lane, 10.91 to an 11.47. Duster here in the right lane. Nova left lane. Now, back in the day when the Duster was introduced, Dodge had the Demon version. They got so much hate mail that Chrysler dropped the Demon name. Larry Fleming out of Franklin, Kentucky with a 70 Duster with a 340. Chris Coles out of Bowling Green, 70 Nova, 350. Duster were lightweight, and with that 340, they were monster machines. Even though they weren't called muscle cars, they were powerhouses. Headed down track, better reaction time, 002 to the Budweiser lane and Chris Coles. Coles keeps the Nova out in front, runs a 1280 to a 1303. Challenger here in the right lane, going to take on the Camaro in the Budweiser lane. So the Jegs lane, the unknown driver, we're still putting in tech car. Full staged, both cars. Starting line, Camaro almost red lights, but he backs out of it, then goes late, 5:19 to a 2:20 reaction time. Mike Gore from Tennessee in Barracuda leads the big long roof racer Chevy wagon. 67 Barracuda with a 446 wedgie. The Jegs lane, 11:16 at 117 miles an hour to a 13:25 at 98 miles an hour. All right, the modified cars coming your way next. Best run of the top stocks was 1091. All right, we got some interesting cars, including a Kellison kit car. Man, that thing is rare, and it's sitting there. See a 57 wagon dressed up to look like one of the old junior stock cars of the day. But this is the modified category. Little rosin down, some gold dust down there. They're getting it mopped in, so these guys get all the traction they need. So far, traction hasn't seemed to have been a problem. We've had a bunch of cars pull the front wheels up in the air. As we get higher in the horsepower, we're going to see more and more of that. Now, a little sticky stuff being sprayed down on top of the gold dust. We're going to make this track beauteous for these guys. All right, with track prep is done, here comes up one wild pick-em-up truck. Looks like it's got a Chrysler wedge motor for power. It's a 46 Plymouth truck. Yes, Plymouth truck. Chrysler did have Plymouth pickup trucks back in the day. This is 1946, he says. Out of Highland, Illinois, Shane Gill, 440 Mopar power. Taking on that high-riding Nova of Troy Van Stone out of Springdale, Ohio. 64 Nova with a 406 for power. So a little bitty small block, punched out, taking on the Plymouth pickup with a big 440. Throttle and off they go. 101 reaction to a 109. The pickup is pulling away. Jegs Lane easily taking the win. 1022 to a 1266. 131 to 104 miles an hour. Corvette Plastic Fantastic here in the right lane. Taking on the Barracuda Fastback over in the left lane. How many of you watched the Jay Leno garage last night? Did you see him roll over in the old Bob Riggle car? Bob Riggle was driving that. That's at my home track at Irwindale. For some reason, they took the wheel stander, instead of running it on the drag strip, they ran it on the oval. Well, the oval's banked. Wheel standers don't do well on bank tracks. It rolled over with Jay inside. All right, we got Mel out of Crestview Hills, Kentucky with the 68 Barracuda, 500 inches for power. Billy Moffitt out of Clinton, Tennessee, 58 Corvette, 454. Advantage to the Corvette. Lighter in weight, more aerodynamic, but the Barracuda got the whole shot on the start. Barracuda staying out in front. He's got the power to stay there, and he gets it to the track. 1025 to an 1117, 131 to 117 miles an hour. All right, a Chevy sedan over in the left lane. Going to take on the Maverick. I got a soft spot in my head for Mavericks. I had one for quite a few years. Glenville, PA-based Sam Yeater and the 70 Maverick with a 501 Ford power. Jody Blackcock Jr. out of 47 Hudson, not a Chevy. That's a Hudson sedan. Oh man, coming looking from behind there, it's hard to tell, but we don't see that many Hudsons out on the West Coast. Maverick digs in 080 reaction time. 60 foots are nearly identical. Maverick had the better reaction time, but the Hudson drives around him. 10:05 to a 10:10. 131 to 130 miles an hour. Now I'm talking about a big Hudson. Here's a 49 Hudson with a Mopar. 493 for power. Jody Blaylock, senior out of Commerce, Georgia, taking on Dick Lazater out of Philadelphia, West Virginia. 61 Falcon, Ford powered. Hudson moving. Oh, baby, those things were terrors on the stock car tracks in the day with the Twin H6 in the 60s that loved sports cars. This baby was one of the early kit cars on the market. The first coupe, the Kellison, sits on a tube chassis or a Corvette chassis. Depends on which level of kit you bought. This is a 68 Kellison J6 Chevy 302. It's Bob Walker out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Taking on Daniel Wright out of Fayetteville, Tennessee in the 66 Nova 406. I've seen a few Kellisons. This one of the ones I've seen drive, and the others were pretty much undrivable. Not many got finished. Nova leads the way. Kellison chasing. Not going to catch him. 10:34 to an 11:27. 57 Chevy wagon looked like an old junior stocker. Taking on the Roadrunner. Roadrunner was Chrysler Corp's entry-level muscle car. 383,000 on the drag strips and on the streets. Dennis Breeden out of Plainville, Indiana. 68. Now, this one's not a Roadrunner. I'm sorry. This is the GTX. This one got pleated seats. Or cubic inch. Yeah, the GTX is the higher line Plymouth with belted gearbox. 55.7 Chevy pulls the wheels up in the air, as does Breeden. Shea Smith. Red lit with an 081. The Plymouth drives around them, though, but both wheel model style Coke model side vehicles because of the shape of the fenders. All right, Nova wagon and the Chevelle ready to go. Chevelle is fully staged. Nova's inching forward. Ryan Hanlon out of St. Louis. 67 wagon. Owned by Jim Hanlon, his dad. Malibu pulls away 078 to an 063 reaction. Better 60-foot mark by 0.2 of a second, and it shows as they head down track. Chevelle 1061 to an 1166. 63 Corvette Stingray. An amazing styled car. The owners complained so much about that center spine, they removed it for the 1964 model. It used to block out most of what you saw through the rear view mirror. But man, it was exciting when they came out. Camaro left lane. Derek Adams, 68 Camaro, 383. Ed Beaumont out of Batavia, Ohio, 63 Corvette with a 502. Red light start for Derek Adams, 001. Misses a perfect light by a thousandth of a second. Corvette drives right around him, take the win. 10-19 for Ed Beaumont in the Jegs lanes, with 11-16 for Adams. Henry J. and Camaro. Oh, I've had a Henry J. or two. Now, back in the day, the Henry J. was the economy car from Kaiser. Henry J's had two options back in those days. Well, three. You had a 6-cylinder or a 4-cylinder. The trunk lid was an option, as was the glove box. And you could buy it through your local Sears store as an Allstate. Greg Quinn out of Tupelo, Mississippi, in the 52 Henry J, 350 Chevy for power, and the Camaro chasing themselves down the track. Camaro, 10:45 to a 10:75 for the Henry J. Buick Special here in the right lane. Another Corvette over in the left lane. Bill Kuber out of Mount Vernon, Indiana. 61 Tempest, not a Buick, it's a Tempest. Sorry about that. 61 Tempest with a 455. Now, when these cars came out, the transmission was in the back. Everyone thinks the Corvette did that first. No, Pontiac Tempests did it first. They took a Corvair style unit, flipped it over, ran it in the back. The engine was up front. Bill Flake out of Hamilton, Ohio, 65 Corvette. Red light start for the Tempest driver. Misses a perfect light by 1,000th of a second for Bob Klink. Klink down at the finish line in the Corvette. 984 to an 1149. High riding fair lane. Here in the right lane, another Corvette coming up. Candy apple red Corvette. James Collins out of Seymour, Missouri, in the 63 Falcon. All right, James Collins out of Seymour, 63 Fairlane, no name on the Corvette yet. Corvette leaves the line with a bright red light. Ford stumbles. Corvette way out in front. A 1.5 second reaction time for the Fairlane driver. You do not want him behind you in a panic stop. 10:30 for the Corvette, 13:06 for the Fairlane. Heavy Chevy Chevelle here in the right lane now. Neil Poole out of Rochester, Kentucky. 70 Malibu. Anglia following behind him. Bell digs in with a red light start. He actually left before the tree could get activated. We'll get a 60-foot at 1.9 on him. And he shuts off early, headed down track. He runs a 1367 at 69 miles an hour. Little Anglia, the economy car out of Great Britain, going to take on the Oldsmobile. Gas Eliminator to the lanes, please. Gas Eliminator to the lanes. Kendall Gillespie in the 48 Anglia, the 18-year-old student, runs at 11:71 to an 11:01. Dart and Nova ready to go. Gas Eliminator to the lanes, please. Gas Eliminator to the lanes. Little Dodge Dart and the Nova getting ready to go. Jeff Gregory out of Franklin, Kentucky in the 68 Nova. Donnie Fuller out of Louisville in the Dart. Red light start, big one here for the Nova. And a very late reaction for Donnie Fuller, so the Dart gets stuck. 979 to 1167. Scott Tiffany out of Gosnell, Arkansas with the Chevy truck. 65 pickup with the 406. Pickup hits the loud pedal, and he is moving. 031 reaction, 1.5, 60-foot mark, comes across finish line lights. He runs at 1086, 121 miles an hour. Next up, these are the Nostalgia Super Stockers. We got Mopars galore. We got an interesting one, too, that just was restored, and the original driver is still inside. They never took him out. Looking over the field of the Nostalgia Stockers, there are majority of them being Mopars, which in the day was about right because Mopar used to dominate this category with the wedge motors and the early Hemis. We're going to see a good variety of all of those here as they come up. We do a little bit of track prep. We got some gold dust down because these guys are going to dig in. And we got a group of cars out here. We got someone here to help us to tell you a little bit about this category and about the cars that run, and then a lot of information about the Jim Hale car that'll be coming up shortly. And who do we have with us today?
Arvid Svensson, Muscle Car Review Magazine.
All right, so you get into this stuff real heavy, don't you?
We write articles covering vintage race cars and muscle cars, stock muscle cars as well, yes.
Where's your magazine available?
Walgreens, Walmart, anywhere you find the best magazines that you can find, right there. Muscle Car Review.
Muscle Car Review. If you want to find out all you need to know and then some on muscle cars, that is the magazine to pick up. Now, we're looking at some of the cars here in the staging lanes. In the first two, we've got the Teacher's Pet Plymouth. It's a Fury. Going to take on the Dodge. It's a low-level Dodge. I'm not sure what they call them, but it was the sedan version, so it was lighter in weight than the Polar hardtops. It's a 330 model, which was 64 330, which was the base model. Now, if you think back, you may see some earlier Dodges here that they called the Dart. It was a full-size car. The first Darts were full-size cars, not the compact. The first compact from Dodge was the Lancer. Now, that Lancer became a non-productive car, and it was replaced by the Dart when they shrunk the Dart to a compact in 1963. So before that, the Dart was just a stripped version. Then after that, Dodge went to a numbering system. There's a 330, the 440, and the Polara. And I had a 63 440. It was a lightweight. It had the wedge motor, dual quads, 4-speed, and those funny little bucket seats from the A100 van in them. And I didn't know what I had. So I traded it for a Topolino. And I traded it for a Topolino, and I was married at the time, and I got that thing all done. The wife says, "Why are you building a Topolino?" I said, "Because they're cool, and we can go to street rod runs." And she goes, "Where do you put the kid?" Well, the Topolino went away, and I went to work on a Studebaker, a Rockney, which went away, and I went to a Plymouth, and I've had that one ever since. All right, we're coming up here now with the Nostalgia Super Stocks, and we've got John Gray out of Horse Cave, Kentucky, 64. He says it's a Polara, but it's not. It's a 426 wedge motor car. Bob Durling out of Mooresville, Indiana, with the 63 Sport Fury, 426. Now, these are pretty close cars. The Plymouth weighs a little bit more because it's the hardtop. So they had to strengthen the chassis. These are the years when Chrysler products went to unibody construction. They don't have a frame. They dominated the stock Eliminator categories back in those days because of the 413s, the 426s, the wedge motor, the Hemi motor. Ford and Chevy had to do their big follow-up. I mean, Chevy's 409 was just a big lunk of iron. It was hard to get going, but we got a bunch of them here. They're gonna prove us wrong. Ford had the FE motors, another big heavy motor, but they had heavy cars as well. All right, after this car, we got Jim Hale coming up, and that is going to be an interesting run because this is a fully restored car. We'll talk about that. All right, fully staged, lights dropping. 061827. Gray with better of the red lights, but the Plymouth outpacing him to the finish line. He runs 1061. to a 12:23. All right, tell us a little bit about Jim Hale coming up over in the Budweiser lane.
A lot of people know Jim Hale from stock and super stock racing. He's been drag racing for 50 years. The car that he's driving today, the Hale Performance car, is a car that he bought in 1980. It was built by Fred Turner and Herb McCandless, and he brought it home, put it together, and he raced it, and he set the NHRA world record at 976, 140 miles an hour. That was on May 17, 1980. Jim Hale is 77 years young today, driving that car. Turns a 10-11 with an 8.
All right, Butch Cassidy, without the Sundance Kid, runs a 13:39. Next up, we've got a Plymouth long roof racer, big old wagon. Dennis Dreppenbrock out of St. Charles, Missouri, 64 Plymouth with a Chrysler 440. Donnie Wilson out of Cave City, Kentucky, 65 Coronet. Well, the Coronet was the top of the line back then. All right, they lead the line. Better reaction time. Good reaction times for both, but the Dodge with the better reaction time, an 0.12 to an 0.24 at the finish line stripe. The Plymouth, the big wagon, 10.98 to an 11.51. Advantage of the wagons, more weight over the rear wheels, and they get to launch a little bit better.
Of course, the tires are better, but the wagons are always a favorite among people. I just sold one of my wagons, but Jim Hale, as a matter of fact, is building a new 66 Belvedere 1 wagon project for Stock Eliminator. He's still going at it.
All right, now up we have Ted Weiss out of Pittsell, Mississippi, with a Ford. That's an unusual car to see in the category. By this time, Ford was running the fair lanes in the super stock. Reese Smith out of Greenville, Indiana, 64 for the Ford, 452 the red. 60 foot those better, and look at that Ford outpace the Mopar. The big, heavy Ford Galaxies were more popular on the ovals. He runs a 977, way out there in front of the 1132. Now we got a Dodge here in the right lane and a Plymouth convertible, not something you'd normally see in the racetracks.
I think that's a car with some history. I've seen that car before. That looks awesome. And that's Ron on the other side, and he's one of the points leaders in the series, doing a great job.
Ron Tiller, the points leader right now, 16 or one of the points leaders. 65 Coronet with a heavy 528. Picks the front wheels up as Larry Despain in the Elizabethtown, Kentucky Fury convertible tries to catch him. Better reaction time here for Tiller. He capped a second. Little Dodge to the Malibu.
He's running the 498.
396 was the biggest engine. They only made a handful of those.
201 Z16.
Yeah, he takes off the line. He's got a 037 red light, but his 60-foot 1.4, he is moving. The Dodge Dart not going to stick it to him this time. 1012 to a 1086. 63 Dodge here in the right lane. It's like the one I had. Bernie out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. He says it's a Polara. Dodge 426. Yeah, that probably is. It's 63. And then Bruce Samet out of Evansville, Indiana, 66 Biscayne. Those were more in the stock eliminator categories, not the super stock back in the day.
L72, they were always hot.
Pulls the front wheels up and leaves the line out in front. Now, he had to make up a difference with a red light, a big red light for the Dodge driver, but he had the horsepower to pass and runs a 10:01. The Dodge, a 14:14, probably backing out of it. Now we got a 63 Dodge here in the right lane. Clay Kasuth out of Katawa. We got Clay out of Mississippi. Out of Missouri, 26 Wedge. Rosie with the same last name over in the left lane, same city. They must be related. Two Dodge. Look at the front wheels come up for Clay. He pulls the wheels up. He gets out of the groove. He is working that machine. Getting it back in the center of the lane. He does get there first, though. 992 to a 1030. But Clay had a wild ride, using up a lot of real estate there. Chevy and Oldsmobile. Now, the Oldsmobile, not many people thought about these cars, but they were good. This is a sedan on the Cutlass line, taking on Mike Moss out of Paducah, Kentucky, in the 66 Biscayne. They're stopping the Oldsmobile for a second, running out on the track, checking about something. Oh, they found that contact lens they were looking for. Okay. Biscayne red lights. Headed down track. Chevy out in front. Biscayne runs 10-17 with Meg 427. Oldsmobile a 12 flat, 110 miles an hour. Your points leader right now in the big candy striped wagon, looking a lot like the old Ram Chargers cars. They always put the candy stripes on them back in the day.
Impressive car, very fast, lifting the wheels oftentimes. You see that car winning a lot of races here in Nostalgia Superstar.
A duel out of Newburgh, Indiana, 64 Fury wagon, 540 cubic inches. Taking on Tommy Sedlock out of Benton, Kentucky, 64 Sport Fury with a 540. Well, engine-wise, these guys are pretty closely matched. Wheels come up in the air on the wagon. Red light start for the coupe. The wagon is leading. He's got him right on the hit, and he takes the win. 944 to a 998. Now, I say win. It's just he got the stripe first. This is qualifying. Doesn't matter whether you're red light or you get the win light. It's all just to see what your times are. All right, now one of the cars that, and I talked to Gas Ronda about this when he ran the Bolt. He says if you could launch them, you went good. If you didn't launch it straight, forget about it. It wasn't worth it. That 427 in lightweight Fairlane, they were just handfuls. And D.W. Hopkins has got a 64 T-Bolt with a 528, taking on Jimmy Grohr out of Litchfield, Kentucky, in a Skylark. That's something you normally see out here.
And if you're a Chevy guy, Mopar, you love those 64 Thunderbolts with the 427 motor. Those cars are awesome, and it's great to see them out here racing this morning.
All right, good sticky track. Let's see how he does. He's going straight. He is right in the groove. 064 reaction, 1.360 foot mark. That baby was hooked. Through the lights, 933. The Buick, a 1274. 143 miles an hour for that Thunderbolt. That baby was moving. All right, another 66 Chevy. Got a bunch of those out here. Always like seeing those. Barry Camp out of Monroe, Georgia. 66 Biscayne, 572 big block. Taking on Neil Boyles, Beech Bluff, Tennessee. 69 Dart. Going to try and stick it to him. He's got a 499 wedge motor up against a 572 Rat motor. So let's see if the Dart can stick it to him and give him a wedgie. Let's see. Red light start. Chevy says he's not going to have anything to do with that. He's wiggling, he's wandering, he's down the track out in front. The Chevy, 915, 147 miles an hour, doing 1158, 115. Plymouth, going to be the last one in this category. All right, Plymouth, Wade Owens out of Cape Girardeau, Missouri, 64 Belvedere. He's got a heavy, and he knows how to use it. Well, he says 426 Hemi, then down lower it says max wedge motor, so not sure what he's got for power. Well, he takes a hop and a bop off the mark. 103 reaction, 1660 foot mark. At the 8th mile, he does a 706 at 101 miles an hour. At the finish line, a 1096 at 124. Now, Ron Leake's going to be telling you all about what's hot, what's not as we start the gassers.
With a 427 Chevy in the orange and I think it's silver. Gary Hensley, Cincinnati, Ohio, store manager, 598 Chevy, 68 Camaro, crew chief Ron Back, Dave and Donna Mullen, Lamont, Illinois with the Chevy Coupe, the 37 Chevy. These, ladies and gentlemen, are the gassers. And Mrs. Mullen is happy with the launch. He had the better reaction time in 050. He covers the quarter at 8.55, 157.28. 887 for Hensley at 153.81. Mike Spence, Humboldt, Illinois in the Budweiser lane. 350 Chevy. Pat Spence, the crew chief. Dan Mullen, Ruddock, Illinois. Dan and Shelley Mullen with a 69 Z28 Camaro. 525 Chevy. Big Chevy motor, 525 cubic inches, an 067 light on the Camaro, a 9 flat, at 135.88. 1170 on the Budweiser lane car at 117.06. Gary Wilde, Batavia, Illinois, 502 Chevy, 66 Nova. Bill Cole and Gary Wilde, the Copperhead Nova. No information just yet on the Camaro. The Camaro driver having problems. And wisely, get up against the wall if it is. Okay, he got it refired. Gary Wilde, 944, 143.49. Install a Demon carburetor on your project car or race car and turn it into an absolute demon on the street or track. From our street-calibrated Street Demons, road and speed Demon carburetors, all the way to our race-ready Mighty Demons, our carbs perform great out of the box. Visit us online at www.demoncarbs.com to view the full line of carburetors and carburetor tuning components. Demon Carbs, supernatural performance. Competition Eliminator to the lanes. Competition Eliminator on the line right now here in the Corvette, and the closest to the pit area, that is Tyler Allen, Manchester, Kentucky. Tyler and Ryan Holland with a 454 Chevy, big black, and a 63 Corvette. In the Chevelle, Mike Ryan, Cottage Hills, Illinois, 434 cubic inch. I believe that's a small block. 66 Chevelle. All right, there, stage. All right, no reaction time for either one of those guys, or no time because they left before the tree was activated. Bad deal for those guys. All right. All right, Chuckle on Aurora, Illinois, in the white Camaro with a black stripe. He is running a 572. Jeff Thomas, Columbia, Kentucky, Sheriff's Department, Barracuda, 440 Chrysler, very, very, very close. 910 for Owens of Aurora, Illinois, 148.90. 959 for the Sheriff at 138.56. All right, Bob Mitchell, Cincinnati, Ohio, with a 69 Dart and a 493 Chrysler. Bill Benkemper is his crew chief. Bob Perkins of Hornby, Ontario, Canada, with a 60 Dart and a 1.164 for Mitchell. Mitchell has a time for the quarter mile at 10.20, 133.30. Unfortunately, no time for the Canadian. Left too quick. All right, Charlie Butler, Batavia, Ohio, with a 69 Camaro, 496. Mitch Kelly is crew chief. Phil Stamps, Tipton, Indiana, body man, with a 70 Camaro, with a 468 Chevy. Phil and Beth Stamps. All right, and Phil is out of the gate with a .113 reaction time, a 3.898. 330, 956 for the quarter at 139.72. Chevy Coupe from Sandpoint, Michigan, 406 Chevy. Rex Stamps, Tipton, Indiana, in the Camaro, and in the Budweiser lane. Kerry Williams, Gosnell, Arkansas, with a 69 Camaro, 283 Chevy, a baby small block mouse motor. Roger McConnell, Mooresville, North Carolina, with a 427 Ford powered Angler, a 48 Angler. With a great reaction time, a .016. He needs to have that in elimination. 847 to an 844, two of the quickest cars thus far to come up for the class. 159.01 in the Budweiser lane for a top speed. 58 Ford Custom 300 with a gigantic 618 cubic inch Ford. That is Pete Phillip, Alpharetta, Georgia. Adam Klein, Franklin, Kentucky in the Malibu. It looks like the Ford is over the finish line first. 921, 148.38. 1036 for Klein, 123.50. All right, on the line right now, we have Mike Ballina, the Chicago policeman in the 56 Chevy. And if you look at the driver's side of that 5.6, you can see that it has made contact with the wall, and that took place right here at Beech Bend, Wharton, West Virginia, in a 67 Camaro with a 489 Chevy. All right, for those of you with cameras, well, you already know about the Chicago police officer, don't you? Look at the people lined up, Van Hook, with the cameras. They know who this guy is. Well, ooh. And so Mike Molina has got a problem, and he is shut off. Apparently leaking, and Kurt Duckworth goes through for the best time thus far. 8.20, 169.30, 169.30. Yeah, he was he's by far and away the quickest and fastest thus far. Mike Ballina with Ballina has got a problem. They're going to have to go back in the pits and go to work. All right, Ronnie Egner of Mayfield, Kentucky, 57 Chevy Bel Air with a 565 cubic inch big block. Scott Richardson of Barberville, Kentucky, 70 Corvette, 509 Chevy, 565 Chevy, under the hood of the 57 Bel Air. Mayfield, Kentucky, auto parts dealer Ronnie Egner. Competition Eliminator to the lanes. Competition Eliminator to the lanes, please. Chevy takes the lead. The 57 Chevy at 135 miles an hour in the 8th. He goes through at 822, 159.48, 874 on the Corvette at 153.42. 55 Chevy coming up. That is Tommy Hodge of Nashville, Tennessee, a building engineer. 55 Chevy with a big 540 for power. Mel Grace, Potosi, Missouri, a retired electrical lineman with a 358 Ford 71 Pinto, the 55 Chevy. Out of the gate first, the Pinto coming on strong, and the Pinto drives by to get over the finish line first at 10 flat, 134.44. 10:38 on Tommy Hodge at 127.73. All right, Camaro. That is Jason Messamar of Hanson, Kentucky, a 17-year-old student with a 412 cubic inch Chevy, small block Chevy, powered 70 Camaro. We have no information at this time on the wagon, but you can bet the next time around we will. All right. Wagon is staged, Camaro is staged. The 17-year-old is one of the figure, for the most part, is out of the gate with a .043. The wagon over the finish line first at 9:22, 144.26. 10:13, 134.34. And like Bob, Hot Rod Bob told you, a red light, anything like that, there is no such thing as breakout when you're qualifying. This is qualifying. You can't cross the center line. We don't need that. Roy Montgomery, Mantachi, Mississippi. He and Gary Quinn with the Henry J. Here in the closest to the pits, the Jegs lane. We do not have any information on, I believe it's a Ford Pinto at this time, but we will as the event wears on. Talk about a hole shot. That was ridiculous. All right, the Pinto goes through at 881. Whoa, 881, 146.19. The car in the Budweiser lane, 923, 141.40. On the line right now, we have Amber Phillips, Owensboro, Kentucky. Amber Phillips is in the 67 Camaro. We have no information at this moment on the Vega. An 068 on the Vega, an 088 on the Camaro. All right, the Vega over the finish line first, 9:45, 140, 69. Amber Phillips, 9:67, 137.55. Another Henry J, or perhaps an Allstate, if you will. James Reeves III of Eagleville, Tennessee, with a 1953 Sears Allstate with a 620 Chevy. And as Bob told you earlier, you could buy this yellow car right out of the Sears and Roebuck catalog back in '53. Rob Davis, Lawrenceburg, Indiana, 67 Nova, 540 Chevy. He's accompanied by Bubba Holmes, James Reeves Jr. with James Reeves III, and this is close. All right. 10:13, The Budweiser lane at 847, 159.80, 876, 145. Take, for example, the T-Bird, a 56 Thunderbird with a 575 cubic inch Ford engine, a 57-year-old sign painter from Haynesville, Kentucky, Dan Hobbs. Jack Small, Owensboro, Kentucky millwright, 67-year-old millwright, in a 509 cubic inch powered 65 Corvette. So we have a 56 T-Bird and a 65 Corvette. Bob Kumas accompanying Jack Small. T-Bird stage ready to go. Oh my goodness. T-Bird driver with an 081. Jack Small, .740. Jack just wasn't ready that time. 853 on the T-Bird at 157.93. 964 for Jack Small at 142.87. Chevy Deuce Wagon. The silver car, Robert Ecker, Canby, Indiana, 67 Nova, 565 Chevy, Aker, Robert Aker, and Ernie Bar, Tennessee, with a 67 Chevy Bel Air, 505 Chevy, Kenny Pease, Dyersburg, Tennessee. Okay, 923 for him at 138.74. Aker at 890, 150.28. A little bit of everything with the gassers. Butch Willie's Ford Falcon. Well, Van Hook, we got a 7-second run. 7:99, the quickest thus far. 167.34. 7:99 on the Willies. You're right. That is the quickest run of the day here at the Hot Rod Reunion. The quickest. Flowtech headers, the most affordable headers on the planet. The next time you're looking to add the right sound and performance to your ride, don't forget about Flowtech. Value, quality, and performance. Flowtech offers a full line of performance headers, manifolds, exhaust systems, universal X, Y, and H pipes, mufflers, and DIY builder components. From performance cars to trucks and SUVs, Flowtech has the right exhaust components for you. Visit us on the web at flowtech.com, or you can go right over to the Holley Performance tent right aside of the tower and check it out. They can give you any information you're looking for. NOS. Everybody knows that nitrous is the world's best power adder, and everybody knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers the most complete line of systems for street or race vehicles. When you are looking for a throttle in the bottle, go with NOS, the leader in nitrous technology. Man, that's a lot of work you're putting in there, pal. You already know that AAA offers great service. But did you know that they also offer great rates on auto insurance? With membership and insurance through AAA, You are not just a policyholder, you are a member, and members get more. Visit AAA.com and see how much you could save on insurance through AAA. AAA. So easy, so smart. So why not switch? So far today, we have ran a total of 178 cars, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who keep track of all the going-ons here at the Hot Rod Reunion, we have ran 178 cars. And one thing, I know several of you have just come in the last little bit watching the stand over here. Friday night's Hot Rod Reunion honoree reception is happening right here at the track this year, something new. So make sure at the conclusion of racing on Friday, you head over to the vendor oval across from Holley in the reception tent and get a seat for the VIP honoree reception. We'll keep you posted on the incredibly successful Norwalk racetrack in Norwalk, Ohio. You know, let me tell you while we got a minute here, something I experienced. I took my son on his 16th birthday to a national meet at Norwalk. Known Bill Bader forever, Don. And fly in, I asked the gentleman in the toll booth, what exit, how far are we from Norwalk, Ohio? He says, you going to the races? And I said, yes. And he gave me a brochure, and then he told me exactly where to get off and how far it was from the toll booth to the racetrack. I mean, I was dumbfounded. The Ohio Turnpike. And the guy hands me a pamphlet on Norwalk Raceway. And then, guess what? Bill Bader says, I'd like to introduce you to somebody. So Clay Mullican was racing for Werner at the time. So Werner's special guest for the weekend was, so I was blown away with the whole deal. And that racetrack is, in my opinion, in a class all by itself when it comes to $1 for a pint of ice cream. A pound ice cream. Absolutely unbelievable. Jerry Wilson, Indianapolis, Indiana, 63 Corvette. That's the blue car, 540 cubic and Chevy. John Tresh, Cicero, Indiana, in the silver Corvette with a 582, just a little bit bigger. So let's see how that works. John Tresh, Cicero, Indiana. Jerry Wilson, 68-year-old gentleman from Indianapolis, Indiana, 009 light. And couple that with a 909, a 150.36, 1141 at 79.90. All right, we got George Warren of Greenbrier, Tennessee, down in your country. He and Vicky with this 428 Ford 68 Mustang and an 033 light. The orange car had an 031, but then things didn't work out real well. 967, 135.65 for George Warren. George and Vicky Warren. All right. We're going to try it again, Don. We're going to try it again. Pair of Chevrolets. Something isn't working real well here. All right, no information on either one of these cars or drivers. And again, we'll tell you that they're probably here for the first time. That would be, oh, look at this, 50 olds. Boy, I can remember when the 50 olds came out with, what was it, about a 324, maybe? Boy, I'll tell you what, those things were, they, came out, they were the first overhead valve out. They were the Kens. All right, a 1248 on the Budweiser lane. All right, a 50 olds of all things. Mike Juke. Mike from Eureka Springs, Arkansas. to Coops. Actually, it's a 49 Oldsmobile. He is a 70-year-old iron worker with a 470 Olds for power. Jeff Cameron of Magnolia, Texas, a hot rod shop owner with a 48 Austin A40 and a 582 big block Chevy. Keith Payton and Jeff Cameron. It's the Austin, and the Austin top of the gate. Jeff Cameron, Magnolia, Texas, 877, 150.73, 959, 139.85 on the Oldsmobile. Daryl Gray, Martinsville, Indiana, 67 Nelba. He and Don Sutter, 632 cubic inch engine in the red car. Minter, Kentucky, a used car dealer with a 509 Chevy. Tyler and Mitch Allen, 69 Camaro. Geezer gassers to the lanes. Geezer gassers to the lanes. All right, Daryl. Gray, 819, 982 for Allen, 136.02. All right, John Boken, Belleville, Michigan, 65 GTL with a 540 Chevy. Terry and Brad on his crew. Nick Dishon of Logansport, Indiana, 25-year-old solutions engineer. He and Tina with the Chevy, don't say how many cubic inches, silver 69 Camaro. Geezer gassers to the lanes. Belleville, Michigan. An 044 light for Nick. Nick at 857, 157.39. 891 for John from Belleville, Michigan, 149.25. I haven't seen this many fastback Oldsmobiles in the last 30 years. Huh? Man. All right, Alex Jones of Wheatland, Indiana, with a small block coming up next. Alex Jones, 20 years of age, is over the line first. And right now we have a 50 Olds with a 500-inch Olds for power. It's Chris and Jack Musner of Irmo, South Carolina. Greg Hillier, Plainfield, Indiana, construction supervisor, 427 Ford Mustang, Windsor Motor, California. All right, the Ford, almost identical reaction times. 1/1000th of a second difference in reaction times. The Ford over the finish line first at 10:02. 10:02, 132.21. Of South Rockwood, Michigan, with a 74 Pontiac GTL 525 cubic inch. And the Pontiac driver is underway. George puts the pedal to the metal and turns a quarter-mile time of 8:63, 157.76. All right, Competition Eliminator will be next, ladies and gentlemen. Competition Eliminator. Beautiful cars, roadsters, dragsters, Alders, street roadsters. All right. Competition Eliminator. How many gassers did we have, Don? 52 gassers answered the call. Glenn Leader, Rochester, New York, in the green dragster, front engine dragster, a 462 Pontiac. Jeff Barrett Springville, New York. Both gentlemen racing at this time on the making their burnouts. Both are from New York. A 568 Chevy in the Bantam Roadster. One thing I would tell you is if you want to get a souvenir T-shirt of this event, do not wait till the last minute because that stuff sells out in a hurry. I went over by there this morning and people were 2-3 deep buying souvenir wear and memorabilia of this prestigious event. So don't wait too late or you might be out of luck. Glenn and Ann Lever with the dragster, the roadster with quite a bit more cubic inches. It is the dragster at 807, 165.94. 847, 157.91. Gary Williams of Mattoon, Illinois, with a 99 S&W front-engine dragster. He is going against Jameson and Jim, 32 Bantam, 31-year-old business owner in the green Bantam Roadster. The dragster driver from Mattoon, Illinois, Gary Williams. He's going to be over the finish line first, and his time is 9.60, 136.52. 10.53 for the Griffins at 125.38. A pair of roadsters. Stan Hunter, Nashville, Tennessee. Real estate appraiser. And how many people are moving into Nashville a year? 8,000 a month? You're kidding. All right. 32 Bantam, 388 Chevy. Stan Hunter and John Baker in the Budweiser. There he goes. Okay, what a, man, bad break. Joe Moore and Sonny Allen. They'll be back. Fortunately for them, there's more than one qualifying run that will. All right, Stan Hunter, real estate appraiser, Nashville, Tennessee. Are you inflating those figures? I know that you're a representative of the state of Tennessee. 8,000. How many are coming from Illinois? I'll tell you. All right, Stan Hunter, Nashville, Illinois. Do I sound like a disgruntled Illinois citizen? We all are from that state. The culture of corruption is caught up with itself. All right, Mike Oldham, Davie, Florida, a 64-year-old sales rep. He is in that beautiful purple Chevy Street Roadster with a 358 cubic inch small block Chevy. Gordon DiBasato Jr. of Waxahachie, Florida, with a front-engine dragster with a 350 Chevy. Gordon and Ed launching this car out of Waxahachie, Florida. Oh, good. Thank you. Good to see you. All right. The Gordy from Waxahachie Red Lights. The Street Roadster goes through at 840. Great run, straight run, 155.56. Another Street Roadster on the line right now, the green car. That is Brent Edwards of Lincoln, Illinois, with a 439 cubic inch Chevy, a wing over the top of the roll bar. 1929 Ford Roadster. Russell Schneider, Cordova, Tennessee, a 30-year-old tech analyst with a 23, the white car. T. Alder, Russell Schneider, and Jack Thompson, Cordova, Tennessee. You know, I appreciate that information you're passing along. The red Bantam over there, and this is the track, I don't want to call you a historian, the track fact man, Don Van Hook. That maroon Bantam is the 5th Bantam to come up for competition. Wow. All right, 918. Whoa, look at this. Hook, 795. That guy's in a class all by himself. 165 miles an hour. Scott Scheffler, Woodstock, Georgia, aircraft mechanic in the Fiat with a 355 Chevy. No information at this time on the 5th Bantam to appear in this class in this round. The 5th Bantam. Wow. Like the Bantam Nationals. A gathering of Bantams. Wow. This competition eliminator Van Hook is loaded. Man. Well, you know, anything with diversity. All right. A .118 on the unidentified red roadster, the 5th Bantam to come up. And he goes 852, 154.74, 10:15 for Scott from Woodstock, Georgia, and 131.19. All right, Bill Schiffler, Irwin, Pennsylvania, in a front-engine dragster in the Jegs lane with a 355 Chevy for power. Tim Reese, Cleves, Ohio. That's where the Cincinnati racetrack is. Cleves, Ohio, with a front-engine dragster with a 340 cubic inch Chrysler. Mike Osborne and Tim Rees. Cleves, Ohio, Edgewater Park. Announced there a lot of times over the years. I announced there when Phil Mingus owned the place. That beats Phil and myself both. All righty, 911 for Rees at 140.34, 19.74. Bill had that wasn't a good run for Bill. 122.48. Couple more front-engine dragsters ready to launch here, and the boss man Steve Gibbs out in front of the tower watching over things. Ken from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with a Bogey Scott dragster. He and Kim going against Clinton Ressler of Walcottville, Indiana, insurance agent, 38 years of age, with a dragster, a Hal Cano dragster, with a 355 Chevy. The Clinton Shane Ressler entry. And Mr. Ressler should be happy. Clinton should be happy. 849, 153.63 in the Jegs lane. 971 for Ken from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. 134.60. 409. Chuck 32, mama and real estate agent. A mother and a real estate agent. 434 cubic inch Chevy powered Bantam. Another Bantam. That's the 6th Bantam. And here's the 9th one. What the heck is going on here? All right, 860, 150.40 for Kelly. And Nick at 897, 146.64. All right, the purple Bantam is the one, the 9th one. Dale Fiddler, Aurora, Illinois, a carpenter with a 32 Bantam with a 379 Chevy. His crew chief is the dog. The dog. All right, the dragster, we don't have any information on at this time. It's pink. Yeah, all right. All All right, Hot Rod Bob will do the 409 Eliminator, the Sportsman Exhibition, Hot Rod, Top Stock, and Modified. Now, right now, we are calling to the lanes. This is the last call. Geezer Gassers. And look at all of them there. Look at all those Geezer Gassers. You got to... Hooker header is the winningest header in racing history. Celebrates over 50 years of performance power. Hooker headers feature tune-length primary tubes, high-quality welds, long transition collectors, machine flanges, and much more. From stock Camaros to NHRA Pro Stockers, Hooker has the header to make your classic or... All right, here comes the freight train, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Gob Teller used to drive one of those twin-engine cars, and he, Oh, he drove this one at one time. Oh, okay. And Gob Teller is one of the honorees this year. Yeah, Bob Moravas, alias Ford Lippincott Jr., took over after Tuller. I remember when Gob Teller drove this car. I think Gob was originally from Oklahoma, if I'm not, I think so. There was a lot of the Okies running in those days, a lot of guys out of Oklahoma. Kreitz and Carbone and all kinds of them. All righty. We'll be back with Comp Eliminator in just a second. D3 TV here in the tower, screening live. D3 TV screening live. Warren Evans up here in the tower with us. This is a first this year. Screening live from this phenomenal facility. Dallas Jones, the head of this phenomenal facility. This is so many things. I don't know about 2016, but I know in the past this was the largest camping facility in the world. In the world. It also is a amusement park that's second to none. And most of you have heard of Camping World. And Charlie Garvin was the guy that was had this place, built so much of this place in the beginning. His son David, right down the street at Freedom Press, that building that says Freedom Press, that's where Camping World, that's all over the world now, started. That's where it started. Yes, he did. He fell through a roof or something, or fell off a roof. All right. Well, Dale Fiddler's crew. Yeah, that's a good idea. Dale's a little, just a little bit of hair missing there on the top. That's a good idea that you're putting that umbrella over Dale's head. We want. Yeah, there's a guy over here with a beach towel over the, what is that, a little Fiat coupe or something? Oh, I thought it had a coupe. Yeah, right. Boy, that Chevy Street Roadster, isn't that beautiful? Skeeter somebody. Wow, nice. Oh, yeah, that's Bill Fusting of Waukegan, Illinois. That's a beautiful car, isn't it? Well, there's all kinds of them. I mean, look. There's a neat one. The what is he called? The Haymaker. That's a Geezer Gasser, I believe. And we've got the legendary Pat Lamont sitting behind the yellow and purple Fiat in a Roadster. Those guys come down here every year that I've been here. Yeah, you know, that's a good idea. And I get to go in a few minutes. As soon as the geezer gassers are done with, I'm going to head to one of the concessions. That one over there has been doing a good business. I've been watching them. You know, there's all kinds of, you know, if there is a lapse, you want to get into the area of the oval behind the tower here. There's everything imaginable. I mean, if you're a hot rodder, if you're a drag racing fan, if you're a muscle car fan, if you're whatever, if you're a gearhead, there's all kinds of neat stuff on sale at the various stands in that area. Then over just about straight through here, Van, is Big Daddy Don Garlitz. So make sure you stop by there, and he's got a new book out. I got the previous edition, so somewhere along this weekend I'm going to have to part with a little cash and pick up on the newest one. Skeeter Wayne with that beautiful Roadster. He's sitting in there. He's probably thinking to himself, yeah, look what I got, and look at he's got to be baking in that thing. Haven't you won it? You know what? Hot Rod Bob is behind me, and he and D3 TV talking about old school drag racing. And right now, in my opinion, Bob, you and I both do Bakersfield. This is your first year back east here.
Yep.
But these events are, you know, over the top and so incredibly well received, and with good reason.
And this is what drag racing started out as. This is the enthusiast drag racing, the grassroots, the basics for everything you see now at a regular NHRA national event. It started at tracks like this with people like these and cars like this. There weren't big buck sponsors. If you had a sponsor, it was a guy that gave you a couple of gallons of gas or a case of oil, and that was a sponsor. You put their name on your car. But today, I mean, you look at the cars that are out here, many of them replicate almost exactly what they were back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Yeah, and you know, of entries, field of entries.
Something they don't get on a national tour. I mean, the national tour is starving right now. You got just enough cars to make a full field and top fuel and funny car.
Just enough billionaires playing the game.
That's it. Yeah, without Force and Schumacher, what do you got? I mean, yeah, Coletta. Yeah, but you know, even he, you know, he's smart enough to only field 2 cars. So, but you look at the people. You talk to the people here. And it's a whole different situation. You guys are very laid back, relaxed. You're personal. This is not the cutthroat business that you see on the tour. So it is interesting, and it's great to see. Like I said yesterday, I drove through the pit area to see who was here, to see the cars that were here, and I'm totally amazed at the quality of vehicles. I didn't know what to expect coming back here. This is one of the first races I've done east of the Mississippi. Are we east of the Mississippi? Where are we?
Yeah,
we are. I forgot where we are. I was in a
Yeah.
plane. I was sleeping on the way here. I don't know. But this is one of the furthest east I've done a race. And it just amazes me. We were driving here from the hotel, and we're amazed of all the green. I mean, in Southern California, where I'm from, we have lots of growth. It's all brown because it doesn't get any rain. I mean, what we call a storm, you call heavy fog. I mean, it just amazes me, but it's beautiful.
Well, you know, Bob, both you and I, along with Gibbs and Frazier and Greg Sharp and Rosie and all the folks associated with the museum, we cordially invite all of you, if you can, to attend the Hot Rod Reunion. It'll be the 25th
Yes.
Hot Rod Reunion.
reunion events. There were 3 nostalgia events, or 3 reunion events. It was here, Bakersfield, and Epping. The California Hot Rod Reunion going into its 25th year. Now, we kid Steve Gibbs about that because he was only going to do it once. We're on our 25th anniversary. So we keep doing it.
October 21st through the 23rd. And in 2014, 83 cars participated in the Cackle Fest. This is the 25th, and even on funny cars, 40 funny cars.
Yeah. We had nostalgia funny cars, we had nostalgia stop fuel, and more.
Sportsman exhibition to the lanes, please. Sportsman exhibition to the lanes, please.
Yeah, the California Hot Rod Reunion is what set the standard and started this. And if you don't know the heritage or the reason for the reunions, Steve Gibbs, Greg Sharp, and the other Power to Bees at the time looked at the passing of a number of the pioneers of drag racing and said, let's get everyone together while we still can and put it on an event. The first Hot Rod Reunion did not include any racing. There were exhibition passes only. In the staging lanes, you saw everything and anything, much like you do here today. In the pit area, in the manufacturer's midway area, you had people like Don Garlitz, Gas Ronda.
Gas Ronda is 90 years old.
And he's still going strong. We had him at the Fabulous Ford show. We had his car. He was a little too under the weather to make it, but we had his car at the Fabulous Ford show at Knott's Berry Farm just a few weeks ago. He is still going strong. All the guys that made the history had come to Bakersfield for the first Hot Rod Reunion. And it is a reunion. It continues to be a reunion, as does this. Don Garlitz is here today just to show you what these events do and who it brings together at the events. So that's what the reunions are all about. We have come into the point where we do have racing as part of the event, but it's only the nostalgia cars, and that is even better.
Holley. And anything you want to know about Holley and their various products, they're here in full force. They got an army of representatives here at this event. From street easy to full race, Holley's EFI systems cover everything from simple self-learning throttle body systems, Sniper EFI, Terminator Stealth, and Terminator EFI to all-out race systems like the Holley Dominator system. Breakthrough features include self-tuning strategies, handheld programmers, and striking touch screens. Tomorrow's fuel injection today. Holley EFI. Holley EFI. Okay, we don't have any information on the dragster in the Budweiser lane, but we do know who is in the 9th Bantam to come up for Comp Eliminator. Dale Fiddler, Aurora, Illinois. Got a contingent of racers from Aurora, Illinois, 4 or 5 of them. The City of Lights, Aurora, Illinois. Skeeter Wayne, what a gorgeous car. What do you think of that car, man? Beautiful. That street race, yeah. Oh, there's some dandies here. Or the Illinois Outlaw. The Illinois Outlaw. What a beautiful car. All right, Dale Fiddler, Aurora, Illinois, and the unidentified dragster. And like both Hot Rod Bob and myself have said over the PA this morning, that by the time these guys come up for their second pass, we will know pretty much who everyone is. And of course, we want to pass along as many names as we can, because we so much appreciate the effort, the money, the travel that goes into these people showing up for the Hot Rod Reunion, for all of us to enjoy what it is they're representing. All right. All right. The dragster driver's skating around a little bit down there. And he goes through at 877, 138.97. Dale Fiddler in the Roadster. The ninth Bantam to appear, 961, 135.65. And this Roadster is just drop dead gorgeous. Skeeter Wayne of Robards, Kentucky, 63-year-old service advisor. Claudia and Lucas Wayne, 34 Chevy Roadster with a small block 355 Chevy for power. Rick Lawson, Brookville, Ohio, heavy truck technician in a 31 Vicky. He is also with a 355 Chevy for power. 49th anniversary for Elmer and Yvonne Jones of Clarkville, Tennessee. Do you know these folks? Are you related to them? 49th anniversary today. Well, the family that races together stays together. 958 at 132.27 for Skeeter Wayne. 1079 for Lawson. 112 miles an hour. The Illinois Outlaw Fiat, just a gorgeous piece of machinery. Bill Fusting, Waukegan, Illinois, hydraulic hose special, small block Chevy for power. All right, the dragster number 795. No information on that car, but it'll, like I say, it'll come. Fusting with an 065 light. The dragster driver was in park when the light went green, and Fusting goes through at 845, 154.70, and it just shows you what a whole shot will do. 843 on the machine, the dragster, but Fusting with the Fiat by virtue of a whole shot was over the finish line first. All right, Pat Lamont, Lake Villa, Illinois, 23 Chevy Alders with a 500-inch Chevy. Patrick and Mike Lamont, the Roadster here in the Jegs lane, the red car. Pat Lamont with an 062, a better reaction time over the 081, and Lamont goes through at 8 flat, 165.74. Right on the nose. Hit the nail on the head. 902, 141.82. When eliminations start, it will be an 8-0 class. Top will be an 8-0 index. Heads up. Gary Lieber, Kittering, Ohio. 23 Ford Roadster, the red car, with a 460 Chevy. Gary and Dan Lieber. Troy Wilson, Bloomington, Indiana, with a 37 Fiat, 372 cubic inch small block Chevy. You can hear the geezer gassers coming to life. The geezers have turned on the ignition. The fuel is flowing. The geezer gassers will be up in a minute. And several of these cars will really give you a show. So if you have a camera, have it ready. All right. Tommy Cook, Columbia, Kentucky. 34 Chevy Roadster. Eugene Morgan and Tommy Cook. Here again in the Jegs lane, pit lane. No information at this time, but it will be forthcoming. It will be forthcoming. Well, we got some neat stuff, ladies and gentlemen, coming your way. Geezer Gassers, and they will be followed by 409 Eliminator. The Roadster driver, Tommy Cook of Columbia, Kentucky, with an 023 light. Reaction time, Tommy Cook, 879 with a 9 and 154 02, 881 on the unidentified dragster at 148.35. And ladies and gentlemen, it is Geezer Gasser time. Greg Burge with the Flames. He is a 54-year-old diesel technician. 38 Chevy Coupe with a 292 Chevy. He is from Patel, Mississippi. Here in the Tower Lane, the primered car, number 255. No information on that car at this time. No info at this time, but again, it'll be forthcoming. All right, they're off. An 045 on the Budweiser lane. Greg Burge from Mississippi. He goes through at a time of 10:69, 119, 13, 11, 20 on car number 255, 121, 29. A Chevy Coupe and a Willys. The Willys. Guy's having a hard time trying to figure out what color he wants. Number 2005, no info on him. The little Chevy Coupe, the 37 Chevy Coupe with a 355 for power. John Schwick, Dayton, Indiana, 71 years of age. At 11:43 at 122. Wait a minute. Akron, Ohio, 48 Ford Coupe, 383 Chevy. Charlie and Donna Long. Wayne Stein, Vermontville, Michigan. A GM worker with a 40 Willys pickup. At 10:57 on Wayne Stein of Vermontville, Michigan. 124.73. Hey, look at this Willys. Look at that Willys in the Budweiser lane. Is that a sanitary piece or what? Look at that thing. Talk about eye candy. Here we go. Two beautiful Willys coupes. Wow. Wow. All right. A pair of beautiful Willys. And we have no information on either Willys. But, oh my God, all right, the blue car charges out into the lead with a .445. Reaction time of 10:05 of 132.86. And again, no information on either one of these cars. Obviously, a Chevy Coupe, the blue car, and the white car is a Henry J. That much we know. Other than that, we haven't got much we can offer at this time as far as information on these two. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just look at Big Willie. Just arriving, we thank you so much for attending the 14th annual Holley Hot Rod Reunion, presented by AAA Insurance. All right, we are now calling Hot Rod Eliminator to the lanes. Hot Rod Eliminator. Todd Parker, Marlow, Oklahoma, 48 England. 350 Chevy. No information on the silver Chevy. I think it's a 55. It's hard to tell sometimes from a rear view. All right, Todd Barker, Marlow, Oklahoma, with some kind of a problem. Man, look at that kid run. Wow. Whoa. To be young again. to be young again. Man, if I tried that, they'd have the paramedics. Yeah. Wow. Man, that kid was sprinting. He needs a bump in pay. Wow, that kid was on the stick. All right, a beautiful 48 angler from Marlow, Oklahoma. Oh, my God. Oh, he lost fire again. Oh, what a heartbreaker. Thank God. Thank God it's a qualifying pass and it's not elimination. How would you like to be that poor guy? Come all the way from Marlow, Oklahoma, and have a terrible time of it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're from, and we got people from all over the place. Haven't seen anybody yet from Wisconsin or Iowa, have you? Lots of entries from Illinois, of course from Ohio. Ohio's a hotbed of drag racing. Indiana. Yeah, several years ago, NHRA shared with me the information as to where the membership came from, and Ohio was in a class all by itself. Randy Stone of Westminster, South Carolina, 55 Chevy, the gold card. Randy and Debbie Stone. Bill Zeal, Santa Rosa Beach, Florida, 41 Willies. Bill and Kathy Zeal, a 351 Ford under the hood of the Black Willys Coupe. These are, ladies and gentlemen, the Geezer Gassers. Geezer Gassers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Hot Rod Bob Beck is in the will be coming up. He's in the bullpen warming up, Dan. All righty. 1075 on the 55 Chevy, Randy and Debbie Stone. 100.66, obviously back on. 1116 at 80.99. Greg Porter, Greenville, South Carolina with the green 55 Chevy, 434 Chevy. Max Porter and Greg Porter and their young lady assistant, Chuck Lipka. Eureka, Missouri, a retired police, the class you're watching right now. The retired police officer with the better light. But that guy with that 55 Chevy, Greg Porter, with more horsepower. And Greg goes through at 911, 148.44. 10.27 for Lipka at 128.01. All right. Gary Raver, Royal Palm Beach, Florida. He's a dental technician. You know, you've been going to Isaac Yankum all these years, Mr. Van Hook. You might want to try Gary Raver. He could perhaps, if you need care, he could take care of you right in the pits. He's in the 40 Ford Coupe with a 406 Chevy. The car in the judge lane that red lighted, at this time, we have no information. The 67-year-old dental technician has an 064 late in that Ford, and he goes 1131 at 115.68. 1022 on the red lighter at 120.84. Again, no information on these two. It looks to me to be an Austin in the Jegs lane and a Willys pickup in the Budweiser lane. And you may know the story here, but I understand this guy leaving this race a year or two ago had a real bad highway accident, Addington. Yeah. So obviously we're so happy to see him back, and he has put together another Chevy coupe, but he had a really bad highway accident. But he's back, and we're glad to see that, of course. Now, while I have a second here, happy 49th anniversary for Elmer and Yvonne Jones, excuse me. Elmer and Yvonne Jones of Clarksville, Tennessee. Happy anniversary. You couldn't have spent your anniversary at a better place. 988 on the sedan in the Jegs lane at 131.45, 1604 at 79.14, having problems. All right, Frankie Allen, Covington, Louisiana, 33 Willys, 355 for power. Shane Bowman, Albany, Indiana, 37 Chevy Coupe with a 355 small block for power. 355 Chevy in both cars for power. All right, well, this just about puts me pretty close to being out of business, Mr. Van Hook. Up next will be Hot Rod Bob Beck from the West Coast, all the way from California. A touring pro, Mr. Beck. What is? Oh, no, okay. Frankie Allen with a 33 Willys out of Covington, Louisiana. Both cars are powered. All right, the Addington 37 Chevy. And Frankie Allen with an 087 light goes through at 943, 132.11. 10 flat, 127.37. Shane Bowman. All right, well, they got that baby fired, and they're ready for action. Hopefully this time it works out a little better for Todd Barker from Marlow, Oklahoma, car builder. 48 angling. 350 Chevy. I think it's got a blower on it, don't it, Van Hook? Pretty sure. I believe so. Beautiful little car. He is a car builder, a professional car builder. He's 48 years of age from Marlow, Oklahoma. Yeah, it's got a blower. It does have a blower. And he goes through the quarter mile at 897, shoots out 153.49, and it's been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Hot Rod Bob Beck from the West Coast.
Thanks, Rod. All right, we're ready to go with 409s and 348s. I'll tell you what, she's so fine, my 409. And we've got some great examples. A Biscayne pulling up here in the right lane. In the Jegs lane, that is Al Loy out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, driving a 62 Chevy Biscayne. It's got a 409 with 409 factory horsepower. It's running a Jericho 4-speed. He's up against Dick McKenzie out of Bear, Delaware. A 62 Bel Air hardtop, 448 cubic inches worth of 409. He's got a G-Force transmission in that machine. So you got two 409s, the bubble back over in the left lane, taking on the sedan here in the right lane. It's going to be an interesting race. The bubble back's designed to compete at the NASCAR Super Speedways. That didn't stop hot rodders from bringing them to the drag strip, though. The sedan lighter in weight, but a little bit more aerodynamics on that bubble back as they get ready to go. 409s a pair. The W Motors, the infamous first big block from Chevrolet. Like to get the drop. Next call. 283 to a 124 reaction time. The bubble back leads the charge down the track. He runs a 10-17, 132 to a 13:46 at the century mark. Or 50 cubic inches worth of 409. He's got two 4-barrels feeding this motor. Runs through a turbo 400 transmission to a 10-bolt rear assembly with 48 gears. He digs in, but it looks like Mark Steele waiting for a different color green. I'm not sure. He's out of Falconer, New York, near Buffalo. It's a 62 Biscayne. The Impala runs an 1144 at 116. Looks like they're going to give Mark another shot at it. 62 Biscayne with a 340 horsepower 409. So Muncie Rock Crusher tranny, factory posi rear end. Zeke and Muggy Racing, named after the grandparents who bought the car new. They had a 283 back in those days. This time he goes 263 reaction with a 2.160 foot mark. Now his drag racing started in 2011 as part of his bucket list, and he takes this heavy Chevy through the lights with a 1529. 63 Chevy, the last of the 409s. No, 65 was the last four. The 396 came out mid-year. Paul Stensland out of Sergeant Bluff, Iowa. Now he has got the 62 Impala SS, 482 cubic inches worth. Bo Martin actually out there with the 63 SS Impala taking on, and he is banging the gears on that thing. Jericho 4-speed, 409, 63. You can see the back end hop when he hits the gears. Pickup trucks also, but he can't compete here. 11 flat at 121 miles an hour. The pickup goes 1576. Now we've got Paul in the blue machine here in the Jegs lane. Tom Gabe. 62 Impala. You got two Impala hardtops, 409s, ready to go. Clarence Center, New York. You talk about long distance drives in Iowa for the blue Chevy, New York for the red. And they come a long way. The red car was drag racing, 62 to 409, 8th mile racing. And twice recently downtown Sioux City, it looks like Gibb is way out in front. He's going to get the win light with an 11:36, 117 miles an hour. Jegs Lane, a 15:06 at 96 miles an hour. Impala over in the left lane. Gene Fulton out of Inman, South Carolina. So it looks like we got a Biscayne here in the right lane, Impala left lane ready to go. W Motors, 409 348, special cylinder head, unique to the motors. Very heavy heads, hand blocks, 348s and 409 heads, not interchangeable. 1109 to an 1132 as they get ready to go. All right, now which one of the heads had the combustion chamber in it, or had the valves in the head but no combustion chamber, but in the pistons was the combustion chamber?
The combustion chambers on 348s and 409s are all in the cylinder. The heads are perfectly flat, and it has a 74-degree deck angle, not a 90 like all the others.
All right, look at these two go. 62 and a 61 Chevy. The 61 is Brian Lombard out of Rochester, New York. He runs 962 with a 409. Races the car in super stock classes. The car has a stock X-frame suspension, which those may have been good for getting seats down low, but those things flex. A Nova, David Mills, Chevy 2 with a 409. Not exactly the way the factory designed them. It's a straight axle gasser style car, but look at the long roof car right alongside him. Timothy Tasmer out of Wallingford, Connecticut. 62 Chevy wagon with a 409. That is one heavy car, but the torque of that 409 is perfect. Nova picks the front wheels up, gets a little crossed up, he straightens it back out. He's in the groove, headed down track. The Nova leads the way with a very respectable 1062, 95 miles an hour. The wagon at 1311 at 103. Biscayne and Impala getting ready to go. Rick Inman out of Willoughby, Ohio. 61 Biscayne, 380 cubic inch, stroked 348. He's got the little motor. He's going to take on Lonnie Hall. The mechanic is his son Scott out of Dayton, Ohio. 62 Impala, 409. He's got a turbo 400 transmission. Rick Ingman out of Willoughby, Ohio, 61 Biscayne, 348. Now, back in 1958, the 348 was introduced with the introduction of the Impala. Chevrolet had a habit of kind of doing that. The cars got introduced with new motors. He dumps the clutch, he leaves the line, it kind of bogs a bit. He paddles it, gets back in it again, but the Impala is long gone in the Budweiser lane. Runs at 1192, 111 miles an hour. The Biscayne, a 1696 at 96 miles an hour. Another Biscayne over in the Budweiser lane, a 409 with T10 4-speed. Going to be manually shifting this baby. It's got dug headers and a Ford rear end with 457 gears, so he's going to dump the clutch hard. Hope that rear end holds up. Brian Lambert had a 62 in a 62 Impala. The stroked 409 T10, also a 4-speed. So you got two 4-speed manually shifted cars getting ready to head down track. Left lane dumps the clutch first, right lane smokes him. Leaves the line, spinning the tires. The 60-foot mark is a 2.0, whereas his competition, Sean Day, 60-foot. Chevy here in the right lane, Ray Barnhart out of Canute, Ohio. 60 Impala, 409 dual quad. He runs a 700R transmission. So for those of you guys who don't think those 700Rs are very strong, he's holding down the torque of this 409. The car was a barn find, and it was street driven. Cruises at 2,800 RPM at 70 miles an hour. Ray built his own engine, and he's going to get this wing thing being. 409s were amazing, and those were the cars. If you had a 409, you were tough. You can see the 700R shifting hard, but the Nova drives around it, a lot less weight. He gets there first with a 1016 big Chevy, runs a 1207. Brian Fugate out of Norwalk, Ohio. 474 cubic inches worth of 409 and a turbo 400 transmission. Now, he bought the car as a junior in high school when he was just 17 years old. He's 16 now. No, painted it 6 months later. It still has the same paint job. He's owned the car for 27 years. So you can do the math on that one. So Brian Fugate coming back with the bubble window. It's a bubble top car in the right lane, 63.
Right lane is a 62 bubble top that has been a race car its entire life. It's currently owned by Gary Jesperson of Colorado Springs, Colorado. It's got a brand new Lamar Walden all aluminum 409 engine in it, and I think that car's qualified for 1070s.
And he runs 907. So he runs a little bit quicker than a 1070. An 11-second run for Fugate. All right, now this is the oddball in the group. This is a 1931 up against the Caroline Gavin. Her father owns the car out of Danbury, Connecticut. The Gravy Train, as they call this, is a 30 over 409 Power Glide transmission, which is the way to kind of do it with these lightweight cars. You got enough torque to pull those. The Union really started to race at 745 miles an hour to 1079 at 118. All right, bubble top over in the left lane. All right, the bubble top heads down track, 914 reaction, 2.9 the first 60 feet. Gets a little bit of a wiggle as it goes into the next gear. At the 8th mile, a 12.29 at 54 miles an hour. Taking a leisurely run down track with a 1972 at 70 miles an hour. Just barely fast enough to get a speeding ticket on the freeway. We have one more 409 car, but apparently it's having some issues. They finally got it fired, but don't know if it's coming out or not. And looks like they're just pulling it off to the side, so they're not going to make a run. We need... All right, Sportsman Exhibition run from line. Spins him just a little bit. 0-14 reaction, though. See him shifting it as he heads down track. Following his exhibition run is going to be an altered, and then we're going back into the second round of Hot Rod. A little bit of Ford, altered, getting ready to go. Got a big bad blown Chevy up in front. Gets a little bit of a wiggle and gets out of the groove on the burnout. This could be a wild ride. Keep your eye on this car. All right, little Ford altered getting ready to go. In the early days, the hot rod cars are coming back. '71 hot rods ran last time. Let's see if they all come back or we gathered up a few more. We get ready for the hot rods out here, although many of them straight axle and such. Greg Denton, we need you to come to the tower, please. Car number 1003. Greg Denton, please come to the tower. We need you at the tower, please, Greg Denton. Do a little track prep. Good opportunity for you to get yourself something to drink, munch on. Keep yourself hydrated. I know the humidity's high in the air, but still sucks the moisture out of you. Get yourself something to drink, some water or something, and come on back. We'll be racing again in just a couple of minutes. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We have Hot Rod in the lanes right now. They are going to be followed by Top Stock. So Top Stock, get ready. Top Stock, you'll be following Hot Rod. However, we have a change in schedule. A change in schedule. Modified, stand by. Modified, stand by. At this point, you will follow the Jets. Modified, you have been pushed back to follow the Jets. The 7.5 Pro Eliminator and 7.0 Pro. We still plan on running your qualifying sessions beginning at 1:30. So 7.5 Pro and 7.0 Pro, we still plan on running your qualifying at 1:30. Rod is on the staging lanes right now. We'll be on track in just a moment. Modified, you will be pushed back to behind the Jet cars. Top Stock, you will follow Hot Rod. Top Stock, you will follow Hot Rod. A lot of great racing action going to be still happening. We got hundreds of cars to bring out for you today. Thank you for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Great place to be. You are in Beech Bend, if you didn't already know that. I had to be reminded, but you guys know. Walk through the manufacturer's Midway area, check it out. Go over to Good Vibrations Racing Racers, check it out. They've got the pit mat. This is a huge, huge specially designed mat to put in your pits. Instead of putting carpeting down or phony grass and such, put down the pit mat. Keeps it nice and clean in your pit area. All right, we got the track cleaned up. We're ready to go with more hot rod action. 44 getting ready to come up here in the right lane, in the Jegs lane. It's Gary Van Hart out of Nobleville, Indiana. 40 Ford with a 460 Ford for power. His last 109. Fully staged for the Ford. The Mustang, he's there now. It doesn't matter. Red lights, wind lights, it's all just part of the game. Nothing to lose. Just run your times and get your car dialed in. The Beaver gets there first. 12:45 to a 12:93. Mustang gallops on by. Comet taking on the Nova Wagon. Jeremy Bennett out of Washington, Indiana. 65 Chevy 2 with a 406. Dave Remus out of Bellevue, Michigan. 65 Comet with a little 302 small car. Better reaction time for the Comet. The Nova, he's got the power to the pavement, and he is passing. Nova Wagon in the Budweiser lane runs a 1097 to a 1214. 124 miles an hour to 109. Little Bitty Vega, did not see him come up last time out. And Bobby Turner Jr. in the Model A. 31 Ford two-door with a 383 Chevy for power. Little Vega over in the left lane, still getting the tech cards entered. Right shot to green, Vega off the mark with an 055 light to a 137 for the Model A. The Vega scooting to the finish line. Budweiser Lane leads the charge. He gets there with a 987, 137 miles an hour. The Model A, well, off the mark at a 14:03. Lost 3 seconds over his last run. Fat fendered Ford here in the right lane, taking on the 63 Fastback. Don Oglesby Jr. out of Frankton, Indiana. 48 Ford Coupe with a 429 Ford power. Bob Westhoff out of Martinsville, Missouri. 63 Ford with a 460. Big Ford, more at home on the super speedways. That was when Ford started using aerodynamics. 48 Ford with 199 reaction time in the Jegs lane, 137 in the Budweiser lane. The old fat fendered Ford runs down track out in front, leads the way to the finish line, runs a 12:18 to a 12:86, 109 to 104 miles an hour. 57 Chevy Handyman taking on the Ford Mustang Mach 1. And we got some issues on track. We're going to do a safety check before we send any more cars down track. So bear with us here for just a few moments. Welcome to the 14th running, or the 15th running, 14th running of the Holley National Reunion here at Beech Bend. Glad you could make it. All right, tell your friends to tune in, if they're not here, to the YouTube channel, NHRA D3 TV, Division 3 on TV on your YouTube channel. And you can see all the action and hear it live. Ford Chevy matchup here. Morris Wheatley out of Louisville, Kentucky. 57 Chevy Handyman wagon. He ran 11.92 his last pass. He's taking on Clyde Dunphy out of Pleasant Plains, Illinois. Driving the 72 Mach 1. 514 cubic inches worth of mountain motor in the Mustang. Chevy engine forward. Fully staged now. Right goes green and they are gone. Clyde with the Mustang gets the better reaction time, and that pony car is galloping to the finish line. Mustang in the Budweiser lane, 10:55. Much better than his last run to a 12:01. Morris slowed down just a bit. Model A Ford Coupe. Brian Todd out of Hazel Green, Alabama. 31 Ford with a Chevy 383. Bruce Sturdivant out of Louisville. 10:54 is what that big tired Nova ran last time out. 434 cubic inches worth of Chevy power. Red light start 055, 1460 foot mark, and that Nova is boogieing down the track. The Chevy 2 cruising to the finish line here in the Jegs lane first, 10:36 to an 11:14. MG TD here in the right lane. Old TD replica. Taking on the Nova. Bear Nichols out of Keble, Kentucky. 283 is what he says is in that 65 Nova. He ran 11:62. Yeah, that's one heck of a 283. Don Matthews out of Morrow, Illinois in the MG. 350 Chevy for power. Nova pulls away with an 065 light to a 201 for the MG. 1.5, 60 foot to a 1.7. The Nova is leading. The MG closing in, getting closer. Doesn't catch him. 1169 to a 1215. 109 miles an hour for the Nova. 110 for the MG. Camaro taking on the bubble top. Sonny Miller, Washington, Indiana. 62 Impala with a 454 Chevy. Tom Nichols Jr. out of Cable, Kentucky. 350 Chevy powered Camaro. He has a better reaction time of 054. Sonny Redlit with an 098. 1171 to a 1271. Camaro quicker by a second. Chevelle and a big old heavy Chevy. Wayne Hardy out of Taylor, Mississippi. 11:02 is what he ran last time out. The metallic beige Chevy here on the right lane. Looks like an old 409 type car. Don't have information on him yet. But they're getting themselves staged, ready to go. Red light for the Chevelle. Chevy late on the lights with a 567 reaction time. At the stripe, the Chevelle is there way out in front, 1114, 119. The big Chevy, a 1489 at 91. All right, two Ford products. You got a Mustang here in the right lane, the Jegs lane, taking on an old Comet. Kurt Hoft out of Wright City, Missouri. 460 big block in that Comet. Jeff Westhoff out of Martinsville. Double reds. They both leave early. Both have 1.460 foot marks. Mustang starts to pull away just a little bit, but I'll tell you what, not by much. They are door handle to door handle. The Comet pulls out the victory. 1063 to a 1070. 126 to 124. Margin of victory, 12 hundredths of a second at the finish line. Nova wagon of Kenny Pease out of Dyersburg, Tennessee. 434 cubic inches worth of big block power. Adam Klein out of Franklin, Kentucky. 78 Malibu with a 383 small block. Two long roof racers getting ready to go. Green light and the wheels go up in the air. there on the Malibu wagon. But the Nova, he is just scooting. Nova wagon ran a 9:39 last time, runs a 9:48 this time. 10:75 at 116 for Klein. He ran 10:72 his last pass. 55 Chevy taking on the copper-coated Nova. Bill Bankus, South Lyon, Michigan, 62 Nova. Rick Seba, West Alton, Missouri, 55 Chevy. Big block in Chevy, small block in Nova. Chevy pulls the wheels up high. Nova just spinning them. 55 Chevy going to take the win light with a 934, 141. The Nova, well, his first run out spinning the tires. He runs 16-19 at 63 miles an hour. Little Vega in the Jeggy lane. Charlie Jackson out of Jolton, Tennessee. 73 Vega with a 327 small block. David Long out of Germantown, Tennessee. 67 Camaro with the 355 small block. In 1967, the only way to get a 350 was you had to buy an SS. That was the engine for the 350. The other Chevys got 327, so they got the V8. An 029 reaction for Long in the Camaro. He's out in front of the Vega. Vega trying to close in. Can't do it. 1035 to a 1088. Camaro holds on. Chevy S10 and Nova get rut. Haven't seen the S10 up before. Brad Glass in the Nova. 66 Nova with a 385 cubic inch engine, he says. Ran 11:57 last time out. Chevy S10 definitely heavily reworked. Lights drop and they're gone. The S10 was taking the extra 526. Both with 1.660 foot marks. Nova's moving strong though. And the S10 still holds on. He runs an 11.74 to an 11.71. The Nova was quicker, but couldn't make up the difference of the reaction time. It was 0.3 difference. Tom Allman out of Tonica, Illinois, here with a Nova. He ran 10.88 last time. Nick Fields, first run for him in the 77 Vega. Right start for Allman, 0.44 red. The Vega drives right past him, though. He's 0.3 quicker the first 3:30. At the halfway point, he's 0.3. At the finish line, he's 0.05 ahead. 1076 to a 1090. Model A here in the right lane. That has got every bit of original factory rust on the car. In rust we trust. Mustang over in the Budweiser lane. Reggie Moore out of Hot Springs, Arkansas. The Model A with a 454 Chevy big block. Shop top Model A, 454 Chevy for power. Wade McGee in the 69 Mustang with a 351 red lights. Smokes the tires. The Model A just digs in and goes. All that rust lightened the body. He runs at 1140, 110 miles an hour. The Mustang, a 1591 at 83. Big Monte Carlo here in the right lane. If you ever looked under the hood of one of those Monte Carlos, there's about 2 feet between the grill and the engine. They sat on the Chevelle chassis, but they had a very long front end on them. Barracuda, Ted Wood out of Mooresville, Mississippi. Chris Ryder out of Monroe, Michigan with the Monte Carlo. The mighty Monty ran 10.84. 962 for the Barracuda. Barracuda is out there in front again. Better reaction time by 0.4 of a second. And at the stripe, he runs a 971 to an 1112. So both cars slowed down a little bit in the heat of the day. Nova in the Budweiser lane. Camaro in the Jegs lane. Larry Stewart out of Bland, Missouri. 68 Camaro. He ran 12:31 last time out. Mike Boyce out of Rootstown, Ohio. He ran 11:56 last time out. Full stage for the Nova. Camaro pulls up. He's staged. Lights begin to drop. Red light start for the Camaro. 001 misses a perfect light by 1,000th of a second. Headed down track, though, the Nova pulls away from the Camaro. The Budweiser lane, 11:57 to a 12:25. So actually, the Boyce, he runs within 300ths of a second of what he ran last time out. Nova and Chevelle. Dave Lambert out of Sheridan, Illinois with the Chevelle in the Jigs lane. Rich Towles out of Norton, Ohio in the Budweiser lane, driving the Nova. 355 cubic inches worth of the Nova. The red light Soto, Chevelle driver. 548 cubic inches worth of motivational power. And at the stripe, the Chevelle's moving 1084 to a 1214. So both cars slow down just a little bit. Little Dodge Dart and the Anglia ready to go. Bill Northrup out of Remington, Indiana, 1954. In Great Britain, they didn't call these a Anglia at the time. They called them a pop or a poplar. Popular. 350 Chevy for power. Mike Goodwin out of Jefferson, Georgia, 70 Dart. So the Popular was actually the later version of the Anglia. Anglia was first introduced in the late 1930s. They were powered by a little four-cylinder flathead. American Hot Rod Ingenuity fixed all that. V8s fit in there real nice. 031 reaction, Mike Goodwin's Dart, sticking it to the Anglia. Jegs Lane way out in front. The little Dart ran 10:16 last time, runs 10:25 this time. 12:25, a little bit quicker for Bill Northrup's little Anglia. Plastic Fantastic Corvette taking on the 69 Chevelle. Russell Mudd out of Fairdale, Kentucky with the 73 Vet, 468 Big Block. Joe McGee out of Eastleton, Illinois, 385 cubic inches worth of small block. And the Corvette leads the way, runs through the lights. Gene Schwartz out of Euclid, Ohio, and Patrick Simons ready to go. Schwartz, but it says he's driving a 52 Bel Air. I don't think so. Falcon flies down track, runs an 11:05 to a 12:32. Harry Sternman out of St. Louis, Missouri, 37 Chevy with the little wing thing on the back. Brad Spires out of Avon, Indiana with the Camaro. Camaro's got a 327. Sternman's 292. And don't know if he's waiting for a different shade of green. Well, he's having a little bit of a problem, just kind of motoring down there slowly. Camaro heads down track on its solo almost. He runs 1495 at 92 miles an hour. The 37 Chevy having some issues. He's just kind of cruising down track. If you've got a problem, it's easier at the starting line if you're just going to back off, and we could send you back to the pits rather than driving down track. If you've got a problem, we'll gladly help you off track, but you're taking a lot of time now. I think we're going for an all-time slow ET of the meet, and looks like he's not going to make it. I believe he just came to a stop. All right, so the turbocharged six-cylinder has a bit of a problem. He comes to a stop on track. He gets it fired up again, and now he's pulling away. All right, the Hot Rod Lincoln here in the Jegs lane. Out of Mineral Point, Missouri, Larry Runnels. 67 Lincoln Continental. Got a 460 for power. He's taking on the big Chevy of Steve Houston out of Westland, Michigan. The Chevy ran at 1171 last time out. It's got a 468 big block. The Lincoln ran at 1215 at 108 miles an hour. So a high rod Lincoln. Could this be the world's fastest Lincoln? Let's see. No clean, 160 to 151. Close in the reaction time as they head down track. Chevy's got a little bit of an edge at the halfway point. Halfway at 735 to a 771. The Chevy's going to hold on to the victory. He does with an 1166 to a 1220. Lincoln slows down a bit. Chevy picks up the speed. Grumpy Gremlin here in the right lane. Going to take on the Malibu. Paul Jones in the Malibu. 406 small block. Dan Perrine out of Dexter, Michigan in the 72 Gremlin. 401 cubic inches worth of AMC motor. Now, those motors were not something to sneeze at. Those were pretty good motors. Wally Booth ran a Pro Stock with one and was reasonably successful. Just couldn't get support from the factory. Gremlin pulls the front wheels up off the ground. 064 reaction to a 324. Malibu sees nothing but the short back end of a Gremlin going down track. The little Gremlin in the Jegs lane. 1082, 122 miles an hour to a 1279 at 108. Pair of Camaros getting ready to go. Terry Lindsay in the 67 Camaro with a 427 taking on Johnny Britt in the 69 Camaro with a 350 small block. Camaro introduced late 1966 as a 67 model. It was GM's answer to the Mustang. It took them 2 years to catch up with Ford. They did a pretty good job. During the marketing presentation, the execs at Chevrolet were asked, what does Camaro mean? What does the word Camaro mean? The marketing exec said Mustang killer. 69 Camaros were built longer than the other Camaros because the 70 Camaro wasn't ready for introduction. Due to quality issues, GM pushed back the introduction of the 70, and it ended up being called the 70 and a half. So the 69 Camaro actually had a longer production time, about 2 months over what they normally would. So the sales of the 69 Camaro are greater than that of the 67 or the 68. Little bit of cleanup here on the starting line. Apparently the last car going down track was not totally track trained. Went tinkle, and we're getting going. All right, 7.5 Pro Eliminator and 7.0 Pro. We need you to the lanes. 7.5 and 7.0 Pro. We need you to the lanes. Top stock, you should be there. Modified, attention, modified. Your round has been pushed back. You will follow the jet cars. But right now, top stock, you should be ready to go. 7.5 Pro and 7.0 Pro. You will follow. Yeah, you don't have to drift behind or draft behind the jet car. It's not advisable. They tend to melt the grills a little bit. So your round will be after the jet car round. All right, a little bit of mopping up. We'll be back to racing action in just a moment. A little bit of fluid down there. They're pouring some alcohol down because that'll cut whatever it is that's down there. They'll get it cleaned up. We'll be back to racing action in just a minute. And that alcohol in this heat will be gone in a matter of moments. Thank you for coming out to the Holley National Reunion. We want to welcome you here. It's also presented by AAA, the Automobile Club of America. Support our sponsors, Holley Performance, AAA Insurance, Axalta Coating, Dynamat, Good Vibrations Motorsports, and Hot Heads Research and Racing by stopping by their displays inside the vendor oval booth area. Now shop the Reunion vendors and support your local Bowling Green community during your stay here in the beautiful city. The 2016 event souvenirs sold exclusively by the NHRA Motorsports Museum. Pick them up this year. Get your hat, your T-shirt, your pin, your decals, so much more at the large event souvenir tent located inside the oval track. Now, those of you who purchase in advance can come by all weekend and redeem your voucher for your goodie bag. We're glad you could be here. Thank you for coming to the National Hot Rod Reunion. And don't forget, the Hot Rod Reunion is a national event. We have two of them. We got one in California, one here at Beech Bend, the one at Bakersfield, Formosa Raceway, going to be late October. It's the 25th anniversary of We Were Only Going to Do It Once. And we are going to try and bring back all the honorees from 25 years. We'll get as many of them back together as we can, and they will be the honorees at the 20 Hot Rod Reunion. It all. We are here. We got you ready. Friday night's Hot Rod Reunion honoree reception is right here under the big top. It's happening here. You don't have to leave. Now make sure at the conclusion of racing on Friday, you head on over to the vendor oval track area across from the Holley booth in the reception tent. Get your seat for the VIP honoree reception. Bob Fry is going to MC that. He's coming in from New Jersey for that. All right, two Camaros getting ready to go. All right, two Camaros, 427 cubic inch motor in the red Camaro. 350 cubic inches in the blue, 69. Full stage, lights begin to drop, and off they go. Wheels go up in the air for Terry Lindsay. 009 reaction here in the Jegs lane. And Lindsay runs down track 942. He ran 941 last time out. He's got this car dialed in. 12:15 on a 12:17, and Johnny Britt does the same. Mustang and Camaro ready to go. Brian Dennis out of Clarksville, Tennessee, small block, taking on Greg Wentz. 68 Camaro, 468 big block. The Mustang ran a 1089 last time out at 120 miles an hour, 1027 at 132 miles an hour here in the Jegs lane for Wentz. All right, full stage, lights drop, and off they go. 023, 025, these guys are guns on the tree, but the Camaro's got the power to pass, and he does. Greg Wentz through the lights, 1027 on it. Hey, he ran 1027 last time. He's definitely got that thing ready to go. 1101 against the 1089. Tom McCreary out of Louisville, Kentucky with a 61 Falcon long roof racer. The wagon with a 408 cubic inch motor. Taking on Rick Osborne, Appomattox, Virginia. This truck has been here for all 14 events. He ran an 11:02 last time out. 38 Chevy pickup with a 383 small block. He puts it in gear. Wheels go high. He pulls it back on the wheelie bars. That baby lifted high as he heads down track. Rapid Rick Osborne through the lights. 11:01. He ran an 11:02 last time. He's got that thing set. 12:47 for the Mustang. Tom McCreary. Another Mustang, a 2+2. Taking on a Comet. Barb Hillier out of Plainville, Indiana, 66 Mustang. Comet Mustang ready to Pro and 7.0 Pro. You need to be in the lanes. Full stage, both Ford products. 111 to 052. Comet with the better reaction time. better 60-foot time. They are door handle, the door handle up to the stripe. Oh, and the Mustang pulls out an 1180 to an 1197. Andrew Meredith out of Evansville, Indiana. Got the Chevy bubble top. Reggie Moore out of Hot Springs, Arkansas with the Malibu. Come up just a little bit as a 61 Chevy bubble top heads down track. Moving strong. He ran 11:20 last time out. This time he runs an 11:14, so he goes quicker. Reggie Moore, 13.99 at 96 miles an hour in the Jegs lane. Suede, Chevelle, and the Flying Falcon. Adam Lowhorn out of Palmyra, Indiana. The 19-year-old college student, 355 Chevy-powered Falcon. Banging the gears. Chevy-powered Falcon flying down track. He's in the groove, heads to the finish line lights first, runs a 12.84, sponsored by his dad, Mike Lowhorn, at 100 miles an hour. 15.26 for James Britt in the Chevelle. 55 Chevy taking on 69 Camaro. Craig Murray out of Mississauga, Ontario. 55 Chevy with a 427, ran 10.92 or 10.29 last time out. Gary Whitefoot out of Hebron, Kentucky. 69 Camaro with a 406 small block. Right start for the Camaro, but he goes straight. 55 Chevy takes a little hop and a bop and heads down track. He's quicker at the halfway point. Oh, the Camaro holds on. A 10.58 to a 10.45. He left earlier, and it kept him out in front. 65 Chevy taking on the Oldsmobile next. Ernest Boards out of Indianapolis, Indiana with the 65 Chevy with a 427. Taking on Terry Tyler out of Indianapolis, also with the 85 Oldsmobile Cutlass Chevy powered. Now, at this point in time, the Oldsmobiles were using General Motors motors, which ended up being Chevys, so it makes an easy swap now. The Olds ran a 9.47 last time out. The Chevy ran an 11.11. Reaction advantage to the 65 Chevy, but the 60-foot and the incremental, see that Olds is moving. He runs a 9.57 to a 10.74. So Ernest Brooks in the Chevy picks up the pace a bit, runs a 10.74. All right, putting down some gold dust as we prep the starting line as we get ready for more racer action. Moving into the top stock category. On track or on the straight, the number one brand in performance is Holley with over 110 years of carburetor performance excellence. Have you heard about the Ultra Street Avengers, Ultra Double Pumpers, Ultra XP, and Ultra Dominator carburetors? They're ultra light, ultra cool, and ultra fast. Holley carbs are the most powerful carbs money can buy with no further modifications. Holley, the winningest company in racing history. All right, here we go. Top stock coming your way. 7.5 Pro and 7.0 Pro. You should be in the lanes. 7.5 and 7.0 Pro. You should be in the lanes. Rich Taylor out of Rockville, Tennessee, 67 Camaro SS with a 383. The Barracuda is Mike Gore out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee, 67 Cuda with a 446. Full stage, lights begin to drop. Wheels come up on the Camaro as he heads down track out in front of the Barracuda in an 015 reaction to an 059, but the 015 was on the red side. Camaro leads the way. Barracuda cannot catch him. 10:48 to an 11:21. 124 to 116. 64 Fairlane taking on the Plymouth now. Daryl Nettles out of Max Welton, West Virginia. 66 Plymouth Satellite with a 440. Dennis White out of Bardstown, Kentucky. 64 Fairlane's got a 289. A small block motor. 139 to 133, close on reaction times. They head down track. They're looking for 12 flat ETs. This looks like it's a index category for these guys. And we got a 1237 and 1267, so the Plymouth does a little bit better job of it. Les Thompson out of Pinckney, Michigan. 65 Bel Air, 383. Scott Taylor out of Cincinnati, Ohio. 66 Belvedere, Plymouth. So you got a 66 and a 65 Belvederes. You can see the change. 440 against a 383. Now the Plymouth in the Budweiser lane is an F stock, as they both are, and a 1250 index. 055 to a 178 reaction, looking for the elusive 1250 number as they head down track. Who's going to get it? It's close. It's tight at the stripe. 1258 for Scott Taylor. 1285 for Les Thompson. So it is the Budweiser lane closer to the number. Larry Fleming out of Franklin, Kentucky. 70 Duster over in the Budweiser lane. He is a G-Stock car. His index 13 flat. Donnie Bought out of Milton, Tennessee. C-Stock. His index is 11 flat. See how close they can get to their indexes. Qualifying reaction times really not an issue. Red lights not a problem. Camaro way out in front looking for an 11. He runs an 11:25. Fleming in the Duster looks for a 13 flat. He runs a 13:12. Camaro against Nova now. Mike Weffel out of Nashville, Tennessee. 66 Nova. A D-Stock has an 1150 index. Donnie Beeler out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. A C-Stock. He has got an 11 flat index. So the Camaro should be quicker, should run closer to 11. Mike Weffel should run 1150. Nope, pulls the front wheels up in the air and digs in. We're walking the streaks as he goes down track. Gets a little bit of a wiggle. Uses up some extra real estate. Looking forward, the 1150. 1109 to an 1144. So Weffel, a little too quick. 1109, good for Donnie Beeler. Challenger here in the right lane and the Nova left lane. Brandon Smith out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. 70 Challenger, got a 440. He's an E-Stock looking for 12 flat. Chris Coles out of Bowling Green. It's a F-Stock. He's looking for 1250. Pre-stage lights lit. Remember, drag racing, a very festive sport. We always light the Christmas tree before every race. Red light start, not a problem. 005 misses a green. A perfect light by 5 thousandths. Chris Coles in the Nova looking for a 1250. Brandon Smith in the Dodge looking for a 12 flat. He runs a 1217 and a 1263, so both close to the number. All right, this little Mustang has been with Don Fody for decades. It's unrestored. It's a real 68.5 Mustang 428 Cobra Jet. He's out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. 68 Mustang's got a 428 Cobra Jet motor. He's looking for a 10 flat. He digs in with an 0.70 reaction, 1.560 foot mark. Comes up on the 8th mile with a 7:17 at 94 miles an hour at the finish line stripe. 11:38 at 116 miles an hour. Almost a second and a half off the index he needs to run. From street easy to full race, Holley's EFI systems cover everything from simple self-learning throttle body systems like Sniper EFI, Terminator Stealth, or Terminator EFI to all-out race systems like Holley Dominator System. Breakthrough features including self-tuning strategies, handheld programmers, and striking touchscreens. Tomorrow's fuel injection today at Holley EFI. All right, 750 Pro, and Ron Week's going to be telling you all about the Pro categories, the 750 and the 70 Pro, coming up right now.
Rick Burdine, Marsville, Indiana. School teacher in the Mustang, 598 cubic inch Mustang. Rick and Todd Gamber in the Budweiser Lane. David Schaefer, Lincoln, Illinois. My son went to college there. Lincoln, Illinois, 53-year-old technician, automotive technician. He and John Milham with a 37 Fiat and a 412 cubic inch Chevrolet. Bardine a little bit slow. The Fiat with a good light, an 041, 766 for the Fiat at 167.14. 765, just a tad bit quicker. 161.71 for Rick Burdine. All right, Chris Nowak, Robertsville, Missouri, in the Budweiser lane, a 351 Ford sitting in front of that FED. And again, in the Jegs lane, jegs.com, no information at this moment. They are qualifying for their ladder. 750 is the mark. 750 heads-up index. I think it is. I think it is. Yeah, judging by the looks of things. All right. 750. Let's see what he does. 7.99. 165.09. Chris Nowak, Robertsville, Missouri, with a 351 Ford at a .055. Better shut him off here. Al Hanna, Jet Car Hanna. If you are here on the grounds anywhere, would you send a representative to the tower? Al Hanna, Jet Car Al. Send a representative to the tower if you are here. Why and? Supercharger are the world's best bolt-on for full-time power. Y-end superchargers deliver up to 50% more power every time you step on the gas. If you don't need something that radical, but still 1 horsepower, check out Wyand's aluminum manifolds. They deliver low-end punch while maintaining top-end power. Wyand superchargers and manifolds, your horsepower headquarters. I can remember Phil Wyand, what a nice guy he was. And guys from back east, I was with the Greek for a number of years, Karamessinas, the great Chris Karamessinas and Don Maynard. And Phil Wyand would have Garlitz and his crew and Seto Pastorian, and all of us would meet at Wyand's house, which was adjacent to the manufacturing company, and Mrs., his mother, would serve us dinner. They were really nice people. Garlitz, he'll remember that. All right, Bob Buckley, Moni, Illinois, with a front engine car. He is, his tuner is the legendary Larry Walnick. Now, where does Larry Walnick come from? He was the former crew chief for Miller, the Miller Top Fuel car. He's also the guy that invented that gizmo that you check the traction at a track with. The guy that's standing by the dragster down here, Larry Walnick and Bob Buckley, Moni, Illinois. Then we have Mike Murphy of Palm Bay, Florida, with a 57 Chevy and a 528 Chevy motor. Buckley has a 417 Chevy. I was thinking he had a Donovan, but apparently I was wrong. All right. A restroom close? Oh, Bob, you don't need to go that far. Bob, this is a VIP restroom facility right next door. They all right. Bill Miller Engineering was who Walnick. Walnick was tutored by the very famous Austin Coyle. That's where Walnick became so well educated. Yeah. Bob Buckley, Moni, Illinois. All right, Buckley from Moni, Illinois. Buckley from Moni, Illinois. That 57 Chevy's coming on strong. Moni, Illinois at 765, 175, 64, 806 on Murphy. Palm Bay, Florida, 57 Chevy, 806, 127.33. Bob Buckley, Moni, Illinois, and I think that's just about low ET and top speed of the day thus far. Al Hanna, Jet Car Al. If you're on the grounds, report to the tower, please. Or one of your field representatives, either way. Well, 750 Eliminator, ladies and gentlemen, and Buckley, 7.65. They're going to have to hop it up a bit. 3D Eliminator, 3D TV. All right, 7.50 Eliminator, all run field, heads up competition intended for front engine dragsters, center and left steer Aldards, 79 and older funny car and full body door cars, 750 index with a brake 400 Pro Tree, laddered pairings based on qualifying runs at your job in relation to the 750 index. Payouts start when field is reduced to 8 cars. You got to be in the final 8 to get some of the cheese. All right, on the line right now, Steve Matthews, Marietta, Oklahoma, and a Woody Gilmore car. Steve and Gary Matthews, Oklahoma. Wayne Sears, Middletown, Ohio, along with Todd Gullett, with a 99 Spitzer chassis Roadster. Another Bantam Roadster. Man, this is like a Bantam man. All right. The Bantam Roadster driver with an 065 light, 139 in the 8th, 777, 170, 147. Looking good. 815 for Matthews, 166.48. He's going to have to step it up. He is going to have to step it up. Oh, listen to this. Don't you love that? Oh-hoom, oh-hoom, oh-hoom. All right. That's that Alder. That is the Alder talking. We have no information on either one of these entries. Mark Slade, the certified NHRA tech director from Byron Dragway up north, stumbling into the tower. Van Hook, am I seeing things? Is that another Bantam? What the heck is going on here? That's what, they're like, they must be breeding them in the pits or something, huh? My God, there's more Bantams here today than ever were produced. Wow. Justin Schaefer, Lincoln, Illinois, with a Bantam Alder. Jerry Conaway and Justin Schaefer, Lincoln, Illinois. Home of Lincoln College, 400 cubic inch Chevrolet. Jerry Conaway, the crew chief. Justin Schaefer, 32-year-old truck driver from Lincoln, Illinois. He's got a good reaction time, as you can see. The dragster is probably going to have to run 2/10 quicker to get him, and he couldn't do it. Wow. 782 on the Roadster, 163.10, 774 on the car in the Jegs lane. Okay, Bo Bowles, Slatters, Kentucky, 23 Ford T Roadster. Bo Bowles and Pat Friels, 598 cubic inch Chevrolet for power. Shorty Raider, Martinsville, Indiana, along with Gary again, with a 67 Chevy 2, a 540 cubic inch Chevrolet for power. All right, And once again, it's a door slammer versus a roadster, my friend. Neither one seems over anxious to stage. Oh. Yep, I see it. All right, he's about to get off down there. So there was a car on the track down in the shut-up area. There's still, yeah, you're right, there is. Now he's off. Okay, we are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Fasten your seat belts and be ready. Whoa, easy there. All right, and the roadster driver keeps it going straight. 761, 176.79, and right off the top of my head, I think that's the closest to the sub. All right, a stunning look at these Willies. Where else are you going to see this? You must attend an NHRA Hot Rod reunion event to see this kind of action. Daryl Wadman of Utica, Kentucky, a business owner. He and Sandy are fielding this gorgeous Willys with a 565 big block, 41 Willys coupe. Kerry Mellett of Pacoima, Ohio, 41 Willys with a 506 cubic inch Pontiac. Kerry and Art with the orange and yellow car with a dash of blue. And all right, Willys a pair. All right, just as straight as could be. Daryl, just as straight as could be. 768, 176.77. 995 on the yellow car out of Ohio at 89.48. Here comes a good-looking dragster, my friends. Scary Thought. Scary Thought with a blower, a lot of chrome. Kentucky, Michelle and Skip Lewis. 377 cubic inch small block Chevy with a blower. Gerard Bradshaw, Utica, Kentucky, a truck technician with the front engine dragster in the Budweiser lane. Jared and Leslie Bradshaw with a two. Steve Gibbs, if you're anywhere near the tower, could you call? There's a representative of Al Hanna in the tower. Michelle Lewis, Louisville, Kentucky. Bookkeeper. Were you ever a bookkeeper? You're a highway project manager, aren't you? Do you have any soft walls along the interstate in Tennessee? If I happen to lose control going down to Nashville, am I gonna? Oh God! Take your head off. To contain. All right. Neither one had a reaction time that they'd be proud of. All right, the Jags lane a little too quick for 7.5. 7.36, he's got the suds. 186.02, 769 at 183.92. That guy's looking pretty good. Looking good. All right, we got more to go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the coveted 7.50 class. And coming up next, another rail with injectors. I'm not sure, I didn't get a good look at it as to what kind of injectors. Enderley injection on a Todd Campbell, Hamilton, Ohio. An 03 front engine dragster with a 396 injected Chevy. It is Todd and Dana Campbell in the Budweiser lane. Don Moore, Hamilton, Ohio. They're both from Hamilton, Ohio. Look at this. They're both from Hamilton, Ohio. Don Moore and Nikki Taylor with the dragster in the Jegs lane. 406 Chevy for power, 197-inch wheelbase. Actually, it's a four. All right, Don Moore, an 057 Light 750. There's the guy. That's the guy to watch out for. Moore, first run out of the box, 7.51 on a 750 index. If I was a betting man, Hook, that's who I'd have to put the money on. 170.99, 774 for Campbell at 172.98. 172.98. All right, what do we got next? All right. Gap and Roush made these things famous, except they had a four-door. This is Rich Kent of Aurora, Illinois, chassis and fabrication man. Used to be the one of the head tech guys with IHRA. Rich and Colleen Kent, Aurora, Illinois. A huge monster 645 cubic inch Ford in a 72 Comet. And he's in the 7.5 class. He goes 773 at 178.31. 178.30. Rich Kent, chassis builder, Aurora, Illinois. All right, coming up next, a Willys. A Willys with a good sized wing to stabilize that Willys at speed. All right, the Willys. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having as much fun as we are, and I know you are. Oh, that was unnecessary, that remark. Dave Waters, Wildwood, Missouri, 41 511 cubic inch Chrysler, a Keith Black Hemi under the foot of that Willys. Wildwood, Missouri, Dave Waters. They come from all over. A lot of these guys and ladies make the yearly pilgrimage. What a nice straight run. Dave Waters of Missouri, 785, 172.39. 172.39. All right. All right, Warren Evans is streaming live 3D TV. That's an easy one, you know. D3, excuse me. David 3. And the 3 is a numeral 3. D3 TV. I had it screwed up. Jeffrey Ferguson. Valhalla, Mississippi. Here in the tower, or in the Jegs lane. Bailey Ferguson. I hope I did that right. Jeffrey and Bailey Ferguson of Mississippi, a 29-year-old fabricator with a Spitzer chassis and a 408 Chevrolet. We have no information on the car in the Budweiser lane. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Earl's Performance Plumbing brought aviation fluid transfer technology to the automotive performance market over 50 years ago. And today's top teams still rely on Earl's for their plumbing, with the most extensive line of plumbing products available. You can count on Earl's from start to finish. From every level of hose ends, adapters, brake lines, to coolers and accessories, Earl's has the highest quality plumbing selection that is still second to none. All right. Both cars have completed their burnouts. Both cars are in the midst of staging, my friends. And of course, something just wow. All right. And the Budweiser lane shuts down. 7:57 for Ferguson. 176.79. And of course, I'm the most unofficial official here. And I would have to think that that would be the number 2 qualifier thus far in the prestigious 7.5 class. Don, am I correct with that assumption? Right on the money. My God. Well, I'm not saying anything further because I know I'll screw up. You know what I mean? I did. Diablo Sport Tuners. Are you familiar with the product? Diablo Sport Tuners make power you can feel on late model Chrysler, Ford, and GM cars and trucks. Their InTune and Trinity power programmers give you tons of performance options to take control of your vehicle like never before. You can adjust critical engine parameters like spark, fuel, rev limiters, transmission, shift points, and dozens of other options through their easy-to-use touchscreen interfaces. With a simple plug-and-play tuner from Diablo Sport, you could add upwards of 20 horsepower and 30 foot-pounds of torque to your ride in just minutes. And that's without ever popping the hood. You can sit in your nice seat and just go 20 more horsepower. Now, how much easier can it be? You can feel it in your rear end. Power you can feel on late model Chrysler, Ford, and GM cars and trucks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, 7-0 will be coming up shortly. 7-0 will be coming up shortly, I'm told. 7-0, heads-up index. It is what it says, 7-0 index. Don't forget, there's all kinds of things to get yourselves involved in around here. One of which is a visit to Big Daddy Don Garlitz over there. Latest book. I don't know if it's on the New York bestseller list just yet, but I'm sure it's climbing in sales. And right next to Big Daddy is Ohio George Montgomery, who is recovered and is here. He recovered from heart surgery and is here on the grounds and has models of the very famous Melco Gasser. I do too. I bought one about 3 years ago when I met up with George down here. I mean, if you're into a man cave or, you know, you're collecting stuff, he has got two of the best models that you could ever buy. The Malco Gasser, the Ford Mustang, flip-top Ford Mustang that kind of changed the dynamics of gas coupe, and also the legendary powder blue 33 Willys that first started out, I recall, with a Cadillac engine, right? Then he switched to a small block Chevy. And then out came the Ford Mustang with a Hemi Cammer Ford, right? Ohio George Montgomery. If you were to walk straight back from the tower, you'd bump right into Ohio George. Pertinent information. I was over there. He's a good guy. I like all those guys. Oh, you know who else I was hanging with? Adam Sorokin. He's here. The champion speed shot. The most foremost nitro-burning Chevy in the world is here. That whole bunch from the San Francisco Bay Area. All right, this is a 57 Chevy, obviously. Randall Bowles, Slaughters, Kentucky. Slaughters, Kentucky. All right, Randall. Outstanding. We're still in the 7.5 class, ladies and gentlemen. This is Randall Bowles, 65-year-old business owner from Slaughters, Kentucky. How far is that from here? About 40 miles? Which way? South? North? East. Okay, thank you very much. West. Okay. Are you sure about that? I've given people north, south, east, now west. All right. I hope they're not as confused as I am. Randall Bowles, Slaughters, Kentucky, 65-year-old business owner. And you can hear it. There's no mistake about that unique sound. It indicates a blower, right? What is that, an Enderley on top there? A bug catcher. No, the Hilburn was the bug catcher, wasn't it? Yeah. An Enderley, Kent Enderley. Steve Gibbs probably knows that guy well. Who is? Blackie, Genuine, Eggenian is 97 years old. Whoa, that did not go the way that Randall had planned. Not at all. Hits the loud pedal and bam, instant brake loose. Boy, they got some work to do. All right, what have we got here? Is this still 7.5 or 7.0? All right, it's still 7.5. Steve Walzak, Lake Havasu City, Arizona. I was just out in that area last week. Holy smokers, was it hot. Aries engine, A gas to the lanes. A gas, and it truly is. A gas to the lanes, please. A gas. Okay. Steve and Sally Walzak. Lake Havasu City, Arizona. They are in the Jegs lane, jegs.com lane. John Slagle, Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. with a front-engine dragster. John and Don Slagle. 7-0s, thank you. 7-0s, these are 7-0s, ladies and gentlemen. We're stepping it up by half a second. You could see one of these guys very easily turn in the 190 area. We'll have to wait and see. 7-0, all the way from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, here in the Jegs Lane in the umpteenth Bantam Roadster. John and Don Slagle, Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Brad Anderson Hemi in the dragster. Brad Anderson Hemi in the dragster. The dragster goes through it. 703. It's going to be hard to beat. 187.81. 703 with a 009 light. If I was a betting man, I think I'd have to put it on him. Steve Walzak, 734, a bit faster at 188.96. A 009 light for Slagle and a 703 on a 7 flat, a 7.00 index. Man, that is outstanding. Old school, Steve Knopp, Salem, Indiana, with a 392 Hemi. Steve and Debbie Knott, Salem, Indiana, with a 392 Hemi in the Jegs Lane. In the Budweiser Lane, we have Chris O'Reilly of Genoa City, Wisconsin, a 31-year-old carpenter, along with Steve Cohn, presenting a 540 cubic inch Chevrolet nestled in a 2005 dragster chassis. 7.0 index. 7.0 class is what we're doing right now. Did we wish these people happy anniversary? I think we did, didn't we? Okay. All right. Well, anybody that's together for 49 years deserves a salute. Well, maybe the cake will come later, or a pardon. What with Elmer and Yvonne Jones of Clarksville, Tennessee. They're celebrating their 49th wedding anniversary here today. And Don, fine gesture on your part, Mr. Hook. Steve Knopp, Salem, Indiana, Jegs Lane. Chris O'Reilly, Genoa City, Wisconsin, right outside of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Gene Snow was going to build a drag strip there at one time. All right, Genoa City, Wisconsin, 719 at 190.78. Well, the guy Knopp wasn't too close to 7.0, 768, but he had a top-end charge of 194.49. And again, according to my stats, that's the fastest speed of the weekend. That is the fastest speed of the event thus far. All right, a Corvette and another, tell me it isn't happening, another Bantam Roadster. Steve Haller of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, with a 540-inch Chevrolet in the frame rails of that 32 Bantam. Gordon Horn, like you would blow if you wanted to get somebody out of your way. Gordon Horn, Rockport, Indiana, 63 Corvette. Mike Wilkerson is the crew chief with a 532 Oldsmobile with a blower. Wow. All right, Warren. Just you stick with D3 TV, will you? Oh, Division 3 TV. D3 TV. Rockport, Indiana. He is involved in the construction industry. And that Roadster driver with an 0.34 out of the gate. And he, whoa, getting close to that center line. 697, little too quick at 194.21. 753 for Gordon Horn and Mike Wilkerson. 753, 184.70. Southern Pride. Southern Pride. Preston Davis, Bartlett, Tennessee. And I believe this is the same Preston Davis that was honored this past winter with the induction into the Drag Racing Hall of Fame in Florida. It is him, I'm told. 74-year-old contractor, Preston Davis, Bartlett, Tennessee in the Jegs lane. Billy Smith of Pickerton, Ohio, a 56-year-old accomplished pilot. Well, I guess you'd have to be an accomplished pilot or you'd be a dead pilot, I guess. A John Holt chassis car with a 400 cubic inch Chevy. Flying is not the problem, it's the unscheduled landings. Oh, wow, you're gonna get me in trouble. Jay Hollinger's kind of a dry individual. Talk about a hole shot. An 0.36 compared to Preston. Preston's going to have to go back in the pits and get himself one of those trees, practice trees. 7.04 per Preston. All he's got to do now is cut a light, and he's going to be up for an award. 176.03, 713 on Billy Smith. Billy over the finish line first, 188.65. Oh, listen to that. Have you got any roll aids? When I hear those blowers, I get so turned on, I get heartburn. Have you? Wow. 23T Roadster. Here comes another one. Oh, I love this. Oh. Oh, look at this beauty. Wow, nice. Hey, Whitley, Indiana. Rich Kreider is the crew chief. A 496 Chevy powered dragster in the Jegs lane with a blower. Phil Martino of Murphysville, Pennsylvania, with a 327 Chevy, also with a blower, in a 23 Ford T Roadster. All right. How's what? Rich Kreider? I have no idea. Are you related to him, or why are you asking these questions? Oh, from Ohio? You know, it might well be. Francis Kreider had a street roadster, an A street roadster, right? Mr. Ed Trailer, that was, wow, he was ahead of his. All right, 2 red lights. All right, Don Nave. 713, that's strong. 190.89, and let me remind you, we are into the 7.0 index class. And of course, per Phil Martino, shut off. 10:58, 65 miles an hour. Probably just as soon forget that. 7.0, I believe, is an all run. Let me get the Let me get the official information here. 7-0 Pro Eliminator all-run field heads-up competition intended for front-engine dragsters, center steer Aldards, 79 and older funny cars, and full-body door cars. 7-0 index with breakout. 400 Pro Tree, laddered pairings. That's your job. Laddered pairings based on qualifying runs in relation to the 7-0 index. Payouts start when the field is reduced to 8 cars. 8. Good Lord, there looks like there's a heck of a turnout of 7-0 cars, I'll tell you that. That I'll tell you. You hear what? A Bantam. All right. Another Bantam. They must be spawning in the pits. God. Unbelievable. I don't think anybody's ever seen so many Bantams in their life. Can't somebody come up with a Bantam coupe? Where's Gabby Bleeker? Where's Bleeker when you need him? Yeah, right. Where are we at with Bantams? What are we into triple-digit figures? Or God, it seems like it, don't it? Tim Steed, Valerico, Maine, all the way from Maine, ladies and gentlemen, with the front-engine dragster, Tim and Tom Steed. 427 Chevy with a blower, all the way from Maine. Corey Millette, Chevy and a blower in a 32 Bantam Roadster. Oh, how do you know that? Who were you? Which one? The Roadster? Oh, the guys from Maine with the dragster. You were talking to them at the McDonald's this morning? What did you have at the McDonald's that you had for sausage biscuit? Now, you know, to dive into this story a little further, how many of them did you have? No, I said, how many did you have? Okay, all right. All right. Well, in case Mrs. Van Hook calls me and wants to know if you're, you know, operating out of bounds with your diet, I'll know, you know, I'll know what to say. Tim Steed and Tom Steed of Maine, all the way from Maine. Can we have a nice hand for these folks all the way from Maine? Just think of the money and the dedication and, you know, to be here in front of all of you at the Hot Rod Reunion, just a special thing for that family. Father and son, Tim and Tom, and Corey Millette of Ohio with the Orange Bantam Roadster. Lots of fun. 7-0 class is what we're involved in at this moment. And the Roadster is long gone. Whoa, getting pretty close to the wall down there. 698. 698. 174 miles an hour. And I got to think that the speed, he probably aborted a bit on the speed there. 698 with a 9. So theoretically, he's off by 1,000. Yeah, all the way from Maine. The park and covered wagons. So you've been around a long time. Have you ever, honestly, in all that time you've been at the racetracks, have you ever been at an event that there were this many Bantams? I don't even. Hot Rod Bob, how about you?
You know, the Bantams are out in popularity, but I've never counted them as well as you have, so I don't know. But you know what's coming up soon?
What?
Top Fuel.
Woo!
We need Top Fuel into the staging lane. Stop Top Fuel. This is your call to the lanes, Top Fuel. Now, one of the things we talk about, you talk about all the Bantams. A lot of people may know that was actually a production car. The Bantam in 1932, the Bantam Roadster was the whole company was American Bantam, and they were licensed to build Austin vehicles of Great Britain. And
Yeah.
they built the sedan, they built the pickup truck, and the Roadster. The Roadster, though, was unique to the U.S. market.
Well, I'll give you one. Everybody in the world knows about the Winged Express, right?
You bet.
You know who took them out in '89 at the Nationals, don't you?
No. I didn't
Bleecker with a Bantam coupe
I didn't even know they
from
were racing.
Chicago.
I didn't even know they were dating, and he took them out, huh?
Yeah. Gabby Bleecker. All right, these are the fellas from Maine, ladies and gentlemen, and they got this thing refired, and they're up to the line, and they mean business. Wow, listen to that. Top Fuel to the lanes. Top Fuel to the lanes. AA gas, final call. AA gas, final call. Pretty soon it should clear out. No. 8:03. 1 second off. 166.01. Here comes something that Napa Auto Parts. Is this a 7.0 car? Or yeah, wow. That thing looks like it could run in the fives. Yeah, right. Yep, smart move. Couldn't afford Top Fuel, so they backed them off and running the equipment now in a mode that extends life, engine life.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, Ryan. The 7.0 Pro class formed a few years ago, and it was a lot of the guys that could no longer afford the rigors or the money of a Top Fuel category, or the guys that were in A Fuel. Again, situation is cost. So they came up with a 7.0 Pro class, and a lot of the cars that used to be Top Fuel cars are now running in that, and they're very capable of running those ETs, and it's an effective, cost-effective class for them.
Robbie Friel's Island, Kentucky with a Canode front engine car, 481 Chevy. Robbie doing his burnout right now in the Jags.com lane. Michael Sexton, Bloomington, Indiana, 35-year-old business owner. Michael Sexton and Al Robbins fielding this car. It's a Neal and Parks front engine car with a 470 cubic inch Hemi with a blow. So that used to be a Bantam Roadster. You left the body at home this weekend? Oh. Well, how did you know that? Oh, okay. .70. So far, the best is a 703. Took me by surprise. 718 in the Budweiser lane at 183.52. 729 for Sexton. Bit slower with the ET, but 6 miles an hour faster. But it's ET that for Michael Sexton and Hal Robbins. What? A stretched angle. Larry Harlan of Rockport, Indiana. Leroy Lester with the sedan. 48. Here in the tower, in the Jags lane, is a front engine dragster, and we do not have the information on that car. No information on 706J, other than the fact that it is indeed a legitimate 7-0 contender. AA gas supercharged and Nostalgia Top Fuel. Nostalgia Top Fuel. Larry Harlan, an 082 light, and he goes a 727 at 189.90. 782 for the unidentified dragster in the Jegs.com lane at 168.89. There we go. Some heart-pounding music. Top 20 hits. Seven zero class about, who's this? Sue Christofferson, Clarkston, Michigan. She is a sales coordinator. Her and her husband, Steve, fielding this 528 Chevy with a blower in a 57 Chevy, which is really a flip-top funny car, an early model type funny car. Sue is a sales coordinator, Clarkston, Michigan. In the Jegs.com lane, it'll be Tony Lombardi of Niles, Ohio, a custom engine builder. He and Tony and Ross Lombardi of Niles, Ohio, with a 371 Oldsmobile in a 2015 Horton front engine dragster chassis. Tony Lombardi, and of course, for the 7.0 and the 7.5 class, this happens to be the 7.0 class, all run, and pay starts with the final 8 entries. Final 8 entries in both classes, 7.0 and 7.5. Sue Christofferson, Clarkston, Michigan, 57 Chevy, and Tony Lombardi of Niles, Ohio. this Fiat. Looks like a spaceship coming up. AA gas supercharged. Should all be ready to go. They will be followed by Nostalgia Top Gear. Okay, somebody's having trouble. All right, Sue. All right. Sue having a little trouble hanging on to that horsepower that time. 9.95 with a mile per hour of 121.35. All right, looks like we got, Bob, it looks like we got one more 7-0. Or perhaps two, I can't. All right. Final pair in the 7-0 index heads-up class coming out next.
You know, Ron, you got the Bruiser out here. It's a Fiat Topolino. It's going to take on a traditional Model T altered that are coming up in the final pair of the 7.0 Pro. If you look at the Fiat, if somebody's missing their picnic table, I think I found it. It's on the back of this Fiat, using it as a spoiler. The benefit of it is when you're in the pits, it's got some place to put your cups. All right, so we're going to continue on with the final pair in 7.0 Pro and then move into AA gas. This is the class that was the most exciting next to the fuel cars back in the early days of racing, when it wasn't nostalgia, when they were the new things. When drag racing began, the gassers were one of the exciting classes, and we're recreating it here. The AA gas category is coming up following the final two pair in 7.0 Pro. We're glad you could make it out here to Beech Bend and the 14th running of the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck with Rod. We're doing all the announcing for you, keeping you informed of what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the day.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ron Hope. Hoping for 30 more. Ron Hope, happy birthday. Wow. I'm sure you're probably right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's two or three stumbling around that. No. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final pair of the 7.0 class coming up. 7.0. And they'll be followed by the gassers. AA gas supercharged will be coming up following this pair. Okay, the Bruiser. Man, the Bruiser. Yeah, Ronnie Robertson is the son of the legendary Marty Robbins. He is in the Roadster out of Franklin, Tennessee. That's your home. Franklin, Tennessee, with a 557 Hemi 23 4T Roadster. He is a music publisher. He's going against Jeff Sanborn of Shelbyville, Tennessee, who's in the paper industry with a 38 Fiat. Jeff Sanborn and Jeremy Spence, Shelbyville, Tennessee. A 496 Hemi. So we got a couple of Hemis. There show horses or walking horses? Why would anybody want a walking horse? Take you days and days just to go 15 miles. Huh? Well, all right, a 7:05. That's a great run. 7:05. That is, I believe, second low qualifier. 7:05, a 191.73. And Ronnie Robinson is going to take another shot at it. Ronnie Robinson. Music publisher, Franklin, Tennessee. AA Gas Supercharged will be next with Hot Rod Bob Beck at the microphone. All righty. Ronnie Robinson, the music publisher, 799, 168.01. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Beck.
All right, thank you, Juan. Here we go into the AA gas, one of my favorite classes back in the day, and it is still an exciting class to watch. These guys sit mile high in the front, no low down current size style gassers. These are the real deal old school cars of the past. Bob Cook out of Chargent Falls, Ohio, will be in the 57 Corvette. He'll be in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 454 Chevy for power. Mark Benjamin out of Chargent Falls, Ohio as well. 33 Willys. And that is looking just like they did back in the day. 33 Willys has a 400 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant. Both do a great burn. John Force should be proud of that burnout. Now these guys run 8th mile. They don't run the full quarter. They are wild machines, but the 8th mile will be what they run. You're at the 14th running of the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad you could be part of this. Top fuel, you should be in the lanes. Top fuel, you should be in the top fuel. You should be in the lanes, ready to go. Glad you're here. National Hot Where else will you find that but at a nostalgia event? The reunions always have them. Mark Benjamin, Bob Cook getting ready to go. 560 is the slightly better reaction time, and they run 590 and 592. 117 miles an hour for the Willys, 120 for the Corvette. Again, they run 8th mile, not the full quarter. Beautiful Willys here on the right lane, and Anglia over in the left. In the Jegs lane. Beautiful green machine, and another wonderful burnout by Brian Spots, Polk, Ohio. All right, Willys does a dry hop as he gets ready to move up. Another one. You can look at the streaks behind him where he just dug in. This car's going to get some traction. He's got the wheelie bar set down low. Doesn't want to pull the front end up too high. Anglia, shorter wheelbase, narrower car. Much more of a handful to drive than the Willys. The Willys AmeriCar, when they first came out, when they were built, they were an economy car. Only powered by a 4-cylinder engine. Same 4-cylinder that powered the Jeeps. Oh my, double red lights. He's wiggling, using up a lot of real estate. The Anglia drives on around him. The Phenomenon, 33 Willies, Ed Kasiski. Look at the metal flank paint job on the Anglia. Alan Borowski out of Winch. 5'6". Beautiful Willies. If you take a look at this car back in the pit, you'll see some amazing pinstripe work. Attention to detail on these cars is as good in the looks department as it is in the mechanicals. Anglia, it's got a beautiful metal flake green paint job. The index for these guys, 560. Willies pulls up to the line. Ladies and gentlemen, grab your kids, get to your seats, because Top Fuel is following these cars. Full stage, both cars. Lights begin to drop. Come up on the Willies. He's out in front. He's got a better reaction time. But the Anglia drives around him, 570 to a 593. The final AA gas machine is an Austin. Unfinished business in black suede. Chopped, topped, A40 Austin. This was an economy car in Great Britain. Few of them made their way to the States back in the day. Most of them were in Great Britain. It was an economy car, one of the Austin sedans. Austin, as we talked earlier, had a lot of cars all over the world, including the Bantam Roadsters. Now, back in the day, in the 30s, Austin was a major manufacturer out of Great Britain and licensed the building of their vehicles to many other manufacturers. Austin, American Austin, built the sedans and the Roadster. BMW built the sedan, and Japan built the Datsun sedan, which was an Austin. They were all on license back in the day. So they helped foster the international automotive business. Many people think that's something new in these days, but really it's not. All right, the Austin coming up into the line right now. Mike Kalinsowski. Orchard Park, New York, 56-year-old. 225 reaction, 1360 foot mark. He's looking for a 560. He runs a 572 at 122 miles an hour. All right, Top Fuel coming your way right now. Get to your seats. Get ready. Hold your ears, because it's going to be fun and loud as they pull up here. We've got cars from all over the country coming here. Two that I can see that I know for sure came out of California. Adam Sorokin in the Champion Speed Shop car. Brendan Murray is here with Running Wild. So you've got a very varied field of Top Fuel cars. Murphy's here from California. Team Craig's here. We've got a lot of heavy hitters in the Nostalgia Top Fuel ranks. They've come from all over the country to be part of the National Hot Rod Reunion. Okay. Rick White, another driver here that always competes on the left coast. All right, doing a little track prep, getting things ready. We're glad you could be here for the National Hot Rod Reunion. Now, if you're down on power and need a boost, your car, of course, then Good Vibration Motorsports has the cure. They specialize in superchargers for blown alcohol and nitro engines. It doesn't matter if you're muscling a funny, skimming across the lake, or cruising the boulevard. Good Vibrations has a blower for you. Supercharging is one of the most consistent and reliable forms of bolt-on power available, and is actually very affordable. Good Vibrations is also your injection connection, being the largest dealer in the world of Enderley fuel injection hats, fuel pumps, drives, and linkage. Good Vibrations has a racer-friendly website filled with technical articles and how-to videos. They also offer a toll-free tech line and same-day shipping. Now, if you're looking at going fast, and we mean really fast, you want Good Vibrations feeling when you cross the stripe. The Good Vibrations Motorsports would like to hear from you. Visit them across the event souvenir tent area, in the vendor oval area. Sharpen your skills on the full-size reaction time simulator. They've got it set up in the booth. And check out their new pit mat. For those of you pitted out on the grass and sometimes in dirt areas, the pit mat covers your pit floor, big enough for your car and crew, and you don't get all messed up and sink into the moist ground or dust. It keeps the dust down off your vehicle. Stop by Good Vibrations Racing. Now, for those of you who haven't looked closely at your programs, our Grand Marshal today is Bill Bader. Our honorees are the Boggs brothers, Austin Myers, Roy Goob Tuller, Ed Chesky, and Chip Woodhall. We'll be talking about them Friday night right here on the track. You don't have to go into town. You don't have to go anyplace. It's all going to be here right before your eyes under the big top in the center of the oval. So plan on being here Friday night. Bob Fry, the NHRA noted announcer from ESPN, is going to be here emceeing the whole deal. So come on back here. Stay here Friday after the racing is done, and we will get into the reunion festivities and the honorees of this year's event. A little track prep as we get ready for the top fuel cars. Nitromethane, the fuel of choice for these guys. Now, back in the day, they tried a whole bunch of different fuels, and finally there was a fuel ban for a couple of years. Of course, that got lifted, and the fuel got limited to the nitro, and it has expanded and grown. Today, a nitro car runs 300-plus miles an hour. Today, well, we're down into the 5-second zone with these cars, and in the days of the last front motor top fuel cars, 7-second ETs were the norm. Today, it's a 5-second or go home. We welcome you and thank you for being here for the 14th Annual Holley Hot Rod Reunion presented by AAA Insurance. Support our sponsors, Holley Performance, AAA Insurance, Axalta Coatings, Dynamat, Good Vibrations Motorsports, and Hotheads Research and Racing by stopping by their displays inside the vendor oval area. Shop the reunion vendors and support your local Bowling Green community during the stay here in this beautiful city. 2016 event souvenirs are sold exclusively by the NHRA Motorsports Museum booth. Pick up this year's hat, t-shirt, pin, decal, and so much more at the large event souvenir tent located inside the oval track. Now, those of you that want to purchase in advance or did purchase in advance, come by and make sure you got your goodie bag for the weekend. Prove that you were here. The sunburn alone won't do it, guys. Head on over to the concession stand, the good booth, and get your T-shirts. Prove that you were here. Be the first one on your block to have an event T-shirt. Wear it proudly because you are here making history at the 14th National Holley Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad to be here with you, and we hope the racing action you see is something you will tell your friends about because it is going to be back again next year. But if you need a fix on nostalgia racing, in October, we're going to have the California Hot Rod Reunion, and we're going to be in Bakersfield at the famous Auto Club Famoso Raceway. The California Hot Rod Reunion, the one that started it all, will be October 21st through 23rd at famous Auto Club Famoso Raceway, celebrating 25 years of nostalgia, drag racing action, and the history of NHRA in motorsports. Drag racing still one of the younger motorsports around. And the drivers in the top fuel category are suiting up. They're climbing into their vehicles. They're getting ready to go. For those of you who love the smell and the sound of nitro cars, get ready because they are coming out at you in just a couple of moments. Drivers are getting strapped in place. They're ready to go. Nitromethane fueled, most of them Hemi powered. The underdog, engine-wise, I guess you could say in this category, is Adam Sorokin, a small block Chevrolet-powered top fuel car. Some of your heavy hitters in the top fuel ranks are here. They travel with the reunion circuit and the NHRA Nostalgia or Heritage Series races. Now, one of the drivers, Brendan Murray, switched to a Hemi head engine. In his early years at Top Fuel Racing, he ran the big block Chevys and was the last inductee into the 5-second club with a Chevrolet-powered car. The last couple of years, he has spent trying to hone his skills on the Hemi. He is here with a running wild car. We'll tell you more about the drivers as we bring them up. We're glad you could be here for the 14th National Hot Rod Reunion, brought to you by Holley, AAA, and Good Vibrations Racing, along with Dynamat, Hotheads, and Axalta Coatings. Greg Denton from Marion, Illinois. Greg Denton, we have your tech card and we know how to use it, but we need you to come up to the tower. Greg Denton from Marion, Illinois. We need you to come to the tower, please, and see Andy. All right, the top fuel crews are coming up. Nitromethane fueling these Hemi-powered machines, or most of them are Hemi-powered. 5-second ETs, the norm. We'll see who qualifies the best. Usually what we see is low 6s, high 5-second runs for these front-motored cars. Back in the day when the front-motored cars were the mainstay of the category, 5:17 was the record. That has long since been eclipsed. And the last person to run those 5:17s was a guy named Dan Horan, who also ran those numbers back in the 60s. Dan still got his old car. It's kind of retired now, as is he, but he ran the last race he won was at Pomona with that car. All right, check your back pockets, everybody. Check your back pockets or your purses or what have you. If you want to call home, but you can't find your phone, you might want to come up here to the tower. If you can tell me what the passcode is, I'll give you back the phone. All right, your first pair of Top Fuel cars, Jimmy Young out of Salem, Wisconsin. This car was built in 2007. It's got a Chrysler 408. Jason Greenwood out of Racine, Wisconsin. A 2010 Sterling chassis. He's got 413 cubic inches worth of Hemi power. So you've got two Hemi-powered front-motored cars here getting ready to go as we start off the first round of qualifying for Top Fuel. And we've got lots more action happening for you throughout the day. This will be the first and only round of qualifying for Top Fuel, though. Following Top Fuel will be modified. Following Top Fuel will be modified. So modified, please stand by. You will follow Top Fuel. Modified, you will follow Top Fuel. Lots more racing action happening. We plan on running through till 6 p.m. this evening. So you're going to see the best of the best out here this afternoon. Top Fuel cars are getting ready. Drivers are ready. Crews are ready. They're going to fire up in unison here for you right behind the water box. First car to fire up over in the Jegs lane. Now they're both fired. Nostalgia, Top Fuel, fire in the hole. Hold your ears, hold on to the kids. Nostalgia Top Fuel is fired up, and these guys are doing it right. Look at that side-by-side burnouts to the 330 mark. We'll get them back, getting ready to go. This is the first passes for Nostalgia Top Fuel. Track conditions seem to be pretty good. A minor amount of prepping was necessary on the track. We haven't had any big oil downs or anything to harm the track, and traction has been good for almost every car out here. A couple of cars overpower the track, but nothing serious. World famous tuner Roland Leong down here at the water box. Your first pair of Nostalgia Top Fuel, Jason Greenwood in the Jegs lane. Jimmy Young in the Budweiser lane. These two cars may set the tone for the rest of the qualifying. We're looking for an 8-car field. There are more Nostalgia Top Fuel cars in the house. So we're going to pare it down to 8. The RPMs come down as they stage up. Oh, 125 to 519. Jimmy Young way out in front. He runs a 613 to a 677. 244 miles an hour for Jimmy Young. He is the man to beat right now. 613 is the mark. 244 miles an hour in the heat of the day. Not too bad, but there is more to come. More Top Fuel coming around the bend right now. All right, there goes the crews. Put your hands together and let you know you enjoyed the runs they did. Traction was not a problem. 60-foot marks were 1.0 for Jimmy Young, 1.1 for Jason Green. So they stuck it to the pavement. The 330 marks, 2.8 seconds for Young, 2.9 for Greenwood. At the 8th mile, 420 and 426 miles an hour for Jim Young at the 8th mile mark, 191 for Jason Greenwood. These guys were on a run, and at the 1,000-foot mark, they were in the 5-second zones, low 5 seconds. Young came out with a 6:13 at 244 miles an hour, picking up nearly 50 miles an hour between the 8th and the quarter mile. The next pair, Paul Schultz out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, 58 electrical contractor, a 1996 Sterling chassis car with a Chrysler 417. Paul Noby Schultz, it's got a Donovan engine, Larry Rogers involved. Rick White out of San Diego, California. The 65-year-old safety manufacturer's an 06 Hanson chassis car. Chuck Neal involved with this machine. 417 Chryslers in both vehicles. And that seems to be the engine of choice so far among those that have run. Jimmy White always competing in the nostalgia races regardless of where they are. These guys travel all over the country. They fire up with a little bit of alcohol, switch it over to the nitro, and you get the cackling. Both cars now fired up, ready to go. Paul Schultz out of he was a top runner in the nostalgia fuel category. Here's a past champion. Chuck Neal guiding Rick White back. Paul Schultz doing it all by his lonesome here. Now he's trying to get to help. Somehow I think the backup gals in AA gas are better than the two we got now, but that's my personal opinion. Wiping down the tires, getting ready to go. Rick White. He's been a top runner in nostalgia racing on the left coast for a number of years. Was one of the top runners, if not the champion, in VRA, Good Guys Nostalgia Racing. Paul Schultz, Rick White. Pulling him up to the beams. Full stage for Paul. Three-stage lights lit. He's got to inch forward. They both go in deep. Rick White, hole shot. Schultz pulls up, goes up in smoke. 6:09 for Rick White. He is now the mark to hit at 213 miles an hour. Not quite the miles an hour we saw in the last pass. Paul Schultz spins him hard, only running 94 miles an hour with an 881. So far, Jim Young has high mile per hour at 244. Rick White, low ET at 609. So we see them knocking on the 5-second door, and that's going to happen. Now, if you like the sound and the smell of nitro, Friday night, right after we do the honoree presentations, we're going to fire up some of the nostalgia cackle cars so you get a taste of what's going to happen on Saturday night. We've got over 40 nostalgia cackle cars for you on Saturday, but you'll hear a couple of them here Friday night, right after we do the honoree presentations. So plan on sticking around Friday, because not only are you going to see meet and greet with the honorees, but you're going to see some of the best cackle cars around. Some new ones that have been built specifically to entertain those of you enthusiasts here. We're glad you could be here. The stands are full. We're glad to see that. Thank you for coming out to the 14th National Hot Rod Reunion presented by Holley, AAA, and our supporting sponsors, Holley Performance, AAA Insurance, Axalta Coatings, Dynamat, Good Vibrations Motorsports, and Hot Heads Research and Racing. Stop by their displays in the Oval area. Check it out. I know I walked through there and found some great stuff. I'm not going to tell my girlfriend what I bought, though, but we got stuff out there. And, you know, ladies, if you're looking for that gift for the hard-to-find dad this weekend, the Manufacturer's Midway is the place to go. You can find some great things. Now, if the seasoned parts are what you're looking for, the Swap Meet has got them for you. If they were not used and abused, you won't find them out there today. All right, more fuel ration. Adam Sorokin. Now, he's got the only canopy car in the category. Not only does this car run strong, it looks strong. It's an 04 Sterling chassis with a small 377 cubic inch Chevrolet motor. Adam Sorokin out of La Crescenta, California. Taking on Tim Cullinan out of Des Plaines, Illinois. He's got a TFX 429 big block in Tim's car here in the Jegs lane. Adam Sorokin, the smallest engine in the category. Remember, tell your friends if they couldn't be here, D3 TV on YouTube is showing this live right now. Cullinan, he does his burnout already. Sorokin moving up into the water box now. Sorokin's patriotic team with the red, white, and blue American flag uniforms. Adam Sorokin, if that name sounds familiar to you, Mike Sorokin, his dad, was one of the pioneers of the Top Fuel ranks. Unfortunately, Mike lost his life driving a Top Fuel car. Adam Sorokin finishing what his dad done. Adam has won the March Beat and the Hot Rod Reunion, and he's won here at the National Hot Rod Reunion as well. That little small block Chevy puts out lots of horsepower. And Tim Cullinan's got a problem. He is out of the car. They lost fire. The car is in the lane. They stepped out of the car. Sorokin's going to get a single. It's a qualifier, though, so they'll be back for more runs tomorrow. Adam Sorokin with the small block Chevy, the only small block Chevy in the field, the only one that we ever see in Nostalgia Top Fuel racing these days. But it is one of the strongest cars in the field. Adam Sorokin out of La Crescenta, California, driving the Champion Speed Shop car. Team based out of Northern California. Adam the Bruins looking down at the motor. They'll give Adam the high sign. He says, go for it. Adam in the only Canopy Nostalgia car. Aerodynamics help. Let's see what Adam does. 609 is the low ET so far. Adam digs in. He gets the power to the pavement. Uses up a little bit of real estate. Parts come off the car. He runs 582. 582, 228 miles an hour. He has got low ET by a bunch. 582, 228 miles an hour. Jim Young still has the mile per hour to beat at 244, but Adam Sorokin, 0.3 of a second faster than the number two qualifier. Well, 2/10 quicker than the number 2 qualifier. 0.3 quicker than the number 3 qualifier. So Sorokin gets the power to the pavement and takes his Top Fuel Dragster, the Champion Speed Shop car, to the finish line with a very respectable 582. But some of the heavy hitters, other heavy hitters. Hey, Roland Leong doing the super tuning. Now, the name sounds familiar to you. If you're not really familiar with it, Roland Leong in the series of Hawaiian race cars. Don Perdome was one of his drivers. He had funny cars. He had Top Fuel cars. He is a super tuner. He is working with Murphy on this machine. Tony Bartone, T-Bone, out of Long Island City, New York, in the 2016 McKinney chassis car. He's running a 417. He will be in the Budweiser lane. Jim Murphy here in the Jegs lane. These are two of the top runners in Nostalgia Top Fuel Racing. They have come all the way here just to compete at the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. All right, one of the honorees today on Tony Talk. You hear all those stereotypical accents? That's Tony. All right, Murphy and Bartone fired up. All right, your two top runners. Tony Bartone with 585. Boggs tuning on the Bartone car. He is one of our honorees for tomorrow night. Roland Leong. Roland Leong, a past honoree at the Hot Rod Reunion. Both still out there. Look out! Murphy gets out of shape, still gets there first. Bartone shuts off. 7:07 for Murphy on a wild ride. There's skid marks on the track and probably a few in his shorts from that one. Tony Bartone shuts off early. He was backing out of it before the 3:30 mark. So both of these guys don't have the ride or the runs they wanted this time, but they've got the data to figure it out for the next run. So they're running off track right now. They both cleared. They both stayed running, but a wild ride. Murphy does a masterful job of keeping it off the wall. He used up a lot of real estate on the way down. From the tower, we can see the skid marks as his tires just stayed spinning. He got it within a couple of feet of the wall in the Jegs lane, but kept it off the wall, kept it rubber side down and shiny side up, and that is the way to do it. We're moving on with more fuel action, and it looks like we got a funny car getting ready to go as well, following these two top fuel cars. And Brendan Murray out of San Jose, California. He's the parts peddler in the 2010 Rumen chassis. So Keith, who's down there taking photos today, built the chassis in this car for Brendan Murray. Brendan Murray, as I said, switched over to Hemi just a few years ago. Tyler Hilton from Cincinnati, Ohio, a 2012 Horton chassis car. He is the other Chevy in the category, running a 427 big block configuration. Now, up until just a few years ago, Brendan Murray also ran big block Chevys. He made the switch to Hemi. The Cincinnati racer's 25 years young. One of the youngest drivers here this weekend in the top fuel category. Grandson of Jim and Allison Lee, famous racers of the past. Tyler Hilton continuing on with the family tradition. He's out of Cincinnati, Ohio. 2012 Horton chassis. A big 427 Chevrolet engine, one of the largest engines in the category. The other Chevrolet in the category is a small block with 377, and that is your number one qualifier right now, Adam Sorokin. So the target is 582. Tyler Hilton's car not firing as they squirt in the alcohol. Murray waiting until they fire up. Crew feverishly working on this car. They're going to turn it over. Think he's fuel locked. They're getting him cranked up. Doing a little check here. When things like this go wrong right here at the water box, things get a little frantic. Time is of the essence now. He's got some brand new tires on the back of this dragster here for Tyler Hilton. They still have the stickers on them. They'll be gone by the time the burnout's over. But he's got the best tires he could get going right now. Last minute check. They're looking closely at the pump area. We're watching them here from the tower. Crewman pointing at something else. They're going to hook up the starter. We're going to try and fire it one more time. Squirt the alcohol in the hat. Spin it over. Now they switch over to the nitro. He's lit. Brendan Murray does the same thing. Running wild. Brendan Murray, left lane. Brendan used to help me in the tower at Bakersfield during the top fuel rounds. And I always told him, I said, I hope you run a couple of rounds when you stay out of the tower. He took that to heart. He hasn't been up in a long time. Brendan Murray stops short of the 330 mark. Hilton goes out to pass the 330. Trying to slow down. Brendan Murray, the used parts peddler. He has race parts. I bought a dual quad manifold from a number of years ago for my Chevy. He's got many vintage and hard to find racing parts. Brendan moving up quickly to the starting line. Tyler Hilton makes it back. And as I said, stickers are gone from the tire. Looking across the treads on the tire, though, burnout did not go evenly across that tire. Crew's doing their last minute check. They're happy. They're moving out of the way. Your final pair of top fuel drags. Well, no, we got another one coming up behind here. Got two more. They were in line late. Tyler Hilton, Brendan. It's a side-by-side run, and they both shut off at the halfway point. So Murray at the 1/8 goes 4.7. Tyler was running stronger at 4.6. They had 1.160 foot marks. All right, 1.160 foot mark for both vehicles. 2.8 seconds for Brendan at the 330, 2.9 for Tyler. Brendan shut off a little bit earlier. He was only at 4.7 at 112 miles an hour by the 8th. Tyler Hilton ran 125 at the 8th. They both shut off early. Now, that could be their strategy as well. That doesn't necessarily mean there was a problem. They know they've got more qualifying sessions, and these could have been checkout runs. You launched well. Both had good launches at 1.1 second the first 60 feet. We need Nostalgia Superstock and Gas Eliminator to the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock and Gas Eliminator to the lanes. Modified to the lanes. Modified to the lanes. We need you to the lanes. Modified. You are following Top Fuel. Modified. We need you to your lane, please. All right, Top Fuel fires up again. Dave Miller out of Cedar Hill, Missouri. He's a retired racer. Dave Search, the owner of the car. Right now, the bump spot is 9:58. Obviously, that's not going to hold. This is only the first round of qualifying and a lot of checkout going on. Some of the guys were ready to run it out the back door. Others were just getting some figures to get an idea of how the car is going to behave. Dave Miller getting ready to go here. Going to make a single. We've got another fueler following. He will also make a single. And it looks like we're going to have an exhibition run by the Crop Duster Fun Car. Mr. Ousley. Back it up. Miller comes out of Cedar Hill, Missouri. One of the senior members of the racing community here. At 60 plus years old, he says. Remember, D3 TV. Live streaming all the racing action throughout the week. Modified to the lanes. Modified to the lanes, please. Modified, you will follow Top Fuel. You should be in the lanes, ready to go. It's off from the hit. 499 reaction, 1.360 foot. He shuts off a little early, pops the chute, 852 at 91 miles an hour. So it was headed down track. Good straight run. And he is currently in the middle of the pack. Number 6 qualifier. The bubble, 9:58, Brendan Murray. An unusual position for Tony Bartone. T-Bone is not qualified. Of course, you saw him on that run. He shut off early. That won't hold. He won't keep that. Don't worry about that. He'll be back. Again, if you're trying to make a phone call but you can't find your phone, if you can describe your phone to me and tell me what the code is to unlock it, I'll give you back your phone. Come on up to the tower. All right, crew headed down track. They're going to meet him down there. We've got another machine. Now, this says license on it. A license run for a fuel car. And it's got something very unique, a real tall, flat windshield. All right, so it's got the letters LIC, which indicates most times that there's a license pass. Now, license passes for NHR encompass 6 passes, 2 60-foot, 2 half-track, and 2 full-on passes to see if you can handle the car at the speeds that the car is going to travel. Now, this says license on it. I don't know which pass this is, but if they shut off right after the Christmas tree, then you know it's one of the first passes. Modified, modified. You should be in the lanes. Modified to the lanes. Definitely a nitro car. That's a good burnout. He goes across the line. We don't have any information on the driver yet. Glad you could be part of the 14th annual Holley Hot Rod Reunion. Presented by AAA, the insurance company. Car insurance, home insurance, boat insurance. All right, just getting a license pass here. We'll see which one it is based on what they do. Could be his final pass. We're not sure. We don't have the information provided to us. But it's nitro, and it's a dragster. Julius Hughes is the driver out of Atlanta Speed Shop. Pulls up, pre-stage light lit. Digs in, good straight streak, shuts it off at the 60 foot. So that was one of the first passes, first license pass for that car. Modified, you should be pulling up in the lanes. Modified, you should be pulling up in the lanes. And we've got a bunch of cars coming up in the lanes. Modified. We need modifieds to pull up in the lane, please. Nostalgia Superstock, you will follow modified. Nostalgia Superstock, you will follow modified. All right, more racing action going to be happening. Watch it now. Frank and Deborah are here with the Crop Duster. The Owsleys. Nostalgia Funny Car. Think of a top fuel car with a lot shorter wheelbase. They run the 426 configuration style Hemi motors. He dusts the crop, he flies a plane. Dusts the crop. Very, very good to him. So that's what they call the funny car. Mark White doing the driving. All right, getting ready to go. The Crop Duster Funny Car. Old school funny car. Getting ready to go for you. We get ready to pull out the modified. Frank and Deborah Owsley. He is a crop duster by profession. They're at all the West Coast events with this car. They travel everywhere. Not based in California, they're based in the Midwest. And the Owsley's car runs through the lights. 632, 202 miles an hour. 632, 202 miles an hour. Pops the chutes, and he is gone. Modifieds, you should be suited up, ready to go. Modifieds, you're coming out now. Nostalgia Superstock, you will follow modified. Nostalgia Superstock, you will follow modified. All right, little track prep as we get ready. Modified, you'll be coming out next. Modified, you'll be coming out next. Nostalgia Superstock, you will follow modified. Nostalgia Superstock, you will follow modified. Well, we're glad you could be here for the 14th running of the National Hot Rod Reunion, Holley Hot Rod Reunion, presented by AAA Insurance. Support our sponsors, Holley Performance, AAA Insurance, Axalta Coatings, Dynamat, Good Vibrations Motorsports, and Hot Heads Research and Racing. Stop by their displays here in the Oval and take a look at some of the great products they've got. 2016 event souvenirs sold exclusively by the NHRA Motorsports Museum. Pick up this year's hat, T-shirt, pins, and decal. So much more down there. You know, prove that you were here for the 2016 running of the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Prove that you were here. Get the event T-shirt. The sunburn alone is not going to do it. And don't forget, Friday night, the Hot Rod Reunion honoree reception is right here at the track. You don't have to leave. You don't have to go anywhere. After racing concludes, we'll be all assembling at the big top in the middle of the oval for the presentations. Bob Fry is coming in to be the MC of that event, part of the event. And we're going to have that starting after the races tomorrow. VIP honoree reception going on right here at the track. You don't have to go far. We'll keep you posted on the actual start time as we need to gather up the Grand Marshal, Bill Bader Sr. We'll have honorees Ron and Steve Boggs, Austin Myers, Goob Tuller, Ed Renchansky, and Chip Woodall. The honoree reception is something you don't want to miss, because if you do, you'll miss out on some great stories. And Bob Fry always comes up with a good one or two. Plus, we're going to have a Cackle Fest, an introduction to what the Cackle Fest is going to be like on Saturday night. We're going to have a few Cackle cars firing up for you at the conclusion of the honoree presentations. Right now, we got a 57 Chevy taking on a Flying Falcon. 1961 Falcon of Dick Luzander. He's out of Philadelphia, West Virginia. 520 cubic inches worth of Ford power in the Falcon. Shay Smith out of Louisville. 57 Chevy wagon, 372 cubic inch small block. Looking like an old junior stocker of the early days of drag racing. Wagons always did well. Extra weight over the rear wheels. The sedan deliveries were probably the best. They finally had to outlaw them. John Deanna was one of the top runners in the junior stock class back in those days. RPM starting to come up. And 012 red for the Falcon. A double 03 for Shay Smith. A near perfect light. The Falcon leads the way to the stripe. Runs a 10:45 to an 11:09. Falcon ahead by 0.6 of a second. Long roof racer, the Nova wagon here on the right lane. Ryan Hanlon out of St. Louis, 67 Nova with a 400 small block. Billy Stewart out of Batavia, Ohio, 66 Chevelle, 327 small block in the Chevelle. Now the 327s back in those days were 350 or 360 horsepower. The L79 option was quite popular. The Nova pulls away with a better reaction time of 0.85. The wagon closing in, trying to catch him. He's got him. 11.26 to an 11.61. This is an 11.50 index for the wagon. It was an 11 index flat for Billy Stewart. Donnie Fuller out of Louisville, Kentucky with the Dart. His index, 1150. He's a D modified. Bill Kuber, also a D modified. 1150 index out of Mount Vernon, Indiana. They're looking for the elusive 1150 numbers. 61 Tempest with a 455 Pontiac power. The Dart pulls the wheels up. 1.5 to a 1.6 60-foot mark. 006 reaction for Kuber. Looking for the elusive 1150. He goes 1151, 1151. Both those with the angle. He's not losing. He's qualifying. He's looking for an 11-second run in the left lane, a 10-second run in the right lane. It gets a 10:07 to an 11:24. Breeden right there where he wants to be at an 07. 63 split window Corvette. Ed Beaumont out of Batavia, Ohio. 63 Corvette is an A modified, looking for a 10 flat. Al Markham looking for an 11 flat. The Cincinnati, Ohio 36 Chevrolet sedan. Humpback. Some of the cars had front, up in the air. 274 to a 407 reaction time. The big Chevy looking for an 11. The Corvette looking for a 10. At the finish line, 10:14 for Beaumont in the Corvette, 11:31 for Markham in the 36 Chevy. Fat fendered Chevy over here in the Budweiser lane, taking on the Nova. Troy Van Stone out of Springdale, Ohio. 64 Nova, the Deuce with a 406, looking for a 1250. He's an F modified. The fat fendered Chevy, 31 small, World War II for 1250. When the guys push the car. All right, Tyler Bohannon, a very accomplished driver. 18-year-old student, won stock Eliminator, went to his graduation, came home the following week, won comp here at this track. Now he's running the Corvette in modified. 67 Corvette, small block, 327. James Collins out of Seymour, Missouri. 63 Fairlane, riding high. An E modified with a 12-second index, taking on a B modified with a 1050 index. And Tyler opening the door, trying to get some of that tire smoke out of the cabin. Modified racers qualified. 1050 is what the number Tyler's looking for in the Corvette. 12-second is what James is looking for in the Fairlane. That is one high riding Fairlane. For the Deans of the Thunderbolt. Oh, and he rolls through the Deans, gets a red. Not going to be the run he wanted. 033 reaction for Tyler. He's set on stun. He's looking for a 1050. Runs 1073. James Collins kind of backed out of it. Not going to be the run he wanted at all at 1391. A little bit of mopping to do. We got another Corvette here taking on a Hudson. Yes, a very rare Hudson. Jody Blaylock Jr. out of Jefferson, Georgia. 47 Hudson, powered by a 493 cubic inch Mopar motor. Now Hudson, I guess if you go back far enough, could be considered a Mopar. It was part of American Motors, which American Motors became the Jeep. The Jeep became part of Chrysler. Therefore, a Hudson's a Mopar. Yeah. Corvette, Bob Klink out of Hamilton, Ohio. 65 Corvette, 427. He's an A modified in both classes, both lanes. They're looking for 10 flat. The Corvette on the run. He gets a 986, too quick. Jody Blaylock backed out of it and only does 14 seconds. NASCAR, with their 6-cylinder, they were beating the Hemis. Yes, they were, honestly. Check it out. Jody Blaylock Sr. out of Commerce, Georgia. 49 Hudson, 493 Mopar, taking on the Camaro here in the Jegs lane. Camaro is showing for 10 cars. The Hudson looking for an 11-second ET. 40 for the Camaro, a 10 saw. Thompson in the 70 Oldsmobile Cutlass F85. 461 Olds power against 406 Chevy. It's run what you run, but don't run quicker than the index. Red light start for the pickup truck, not an issue. This is a qualifier. We're just looking at ETs. They're both looking for 11-second runs, 11:04 and 11:18. So Kevin Thompson runs the better run, 11:18, 1/16 to an 11:8 Nova, 421 cubic inches with a Chevy Power. He's an A modified, looking for a 10-second run. Mike Van Hoos out of Ashland, Kentucky, looking for a 10:50. Chevelle picks the front end up in the air. 515 cubic inches worth of Chevy Power. He's looking for a 10:50. He gets a 10:52. Gregory was looking for a 10 flat. He gets a 10:09. The Kellison Kit car here in the right lane, taking on the Rat Rod style pickup truck over in the left lane. Robert Walker out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, 68 Kellison J6, 302 Chevy small block. Shane Gill out of Highland, Illinois, 46 Plymouth pickup truck with a 440 Chrysler motor. All right, moving up into the line. Now looking from the 10, does not look like he's spinning. They're on. Kellison heads towards the center line. We're looking at the streaks. He was out of shape right on the hit. Looking for a 10:50 and a 10-second. 10:29 to a 10:55. Both decent runs in the category. The Corvette coming up now. A little bit of smoke down there at the way past the finish line. Billy Moffitt out of Clinton, Tennessee with the 58 Corvette, taking on Neil Pohl out of Rochester, Kentucky of the 70 Malibu. Malibu is an E modified, looking for a 12-second ET, whereas Billy Moffitt's an A modified, an index. And Pohl runs a 12:20 on a 12-second. Maverick here in the right lane, Camaro left lane. Maverick heavily overlooked by a lot of people, but I'll tell you what, it is a great basis for a race car. Old style Mustang chassis. It's a very lightweight car. It's got a 501 cubic inch Ford motor in the 70 Maverick. That's Sam Yeater from Glenville, PA. Derek Adams out of Franklin, Kentucky in the 68 Camaro with a 383. You're looking at the Maverick, something underneath hanging. Not sure what they're doing. Car. Apart. That one in. Or the Maverick going to pick up the pace. Charles, Missouri. What index? Let's see. 9 to a 1 is driving the Jimmy Stocker, the F Nostalgia Stocker, Litchfield, Kentucky-based Jimmy Goer, and the Buick for 1250. Reaction time was Mike Hughes with an 0.56 to an 0.74. Hughes runs strong, looking for a 10. He runs a 10.11. Goer looking for a 12.50. He runs a 12.55. Both good runs. Donnie Wilson out of Cave City, Kentucky. 1150 index for his D stock machine. JT Fulkerson, also in a D stocker. They're looking for 1150s. He's out of Cox Creek, Kentucky. Retired deputy sheriff in the Chevelle. Hit 66 Chevelle with a 460. The Corvette with a 426. 049 in the red to an 043 green. They're both looking for 1150s. But the red light doesn't mean anything. This is qualifying. They're just looking for the ETs at the stripe. 1146, too quick for Wilson. 1162, too slow for JT. Barracuda here in the right lane. Jim Homer out of Woodstock, Georgia. 10 flat dial. He's a race car builder. It's a 68 Barracuda. Got a 426 Hemi. Jim Homer. C-Stock versus an A-Stock. The C-Stock car, the Plymouth Belvedere, looking for 11 flat to a 10 flat. And at the finish line, 10:08. Good run, 11:08. Two good runs for these guys, right where their indexes are. Long roof racer, the Plymouth Wagon, taking on the Chevelle. Dennis Dreppenbrock out of St. Charles, Missouri. It's a C-Stock, looking for an 11 index, a 64 Plymouth Wagon with a 440. Diana Bookout out of Decatur, Alabama, a 10-second. 498 cubic inch big block. Chevelle is moving. Looking for a 10. 10-17 to an 11-12. Good runs. Two log roof cars, two wagons. Jimmy Ray out of Atoka, Tennessee. 64 Chevelle wagon. Dials 975. Doug Duell out of Newburgh, Indiana. He's a car dealer. Got a 64 Fury. 540 cubic inches. It's an Indy wedge motor. $955 to a $991. Ron Tiller, E-Stock Dodge. All right. 440. Royals looking for an 1150. So the Dodge, the big Coronet, is going to be quicker. A second quicker. He runs 1064, 1155. Good run for Neil with the Dart. '64 Fairlane over the left lane, Thunderbolt style. D.W. Hopkins out of Saltillo, Mississippi. '64 Thunderbolt, 528. Says he's got a Shelby engine in there. Dale Wolford out of Hodgenville, Kentucky. Olds F85 with a 455 Oldsmobile motor. Thunderbolt pulls away 077 to a late 523 reaction. Ford looking for a 925. He's under by Wolford. Dodge and Plymouth getting ready to go. Bernie out of Bowling Green with the 63 Polara 426 motor. Tommy Sedlock out of Benton, Kentucky, the 64 Plymouth with a 540 wedge motor. Index is 13 flat for the Dodge. 975. It's an FX car. Bernie left way early. Tree couldn't even get activated. But he kind of rolled and is losing ground there. His 60 foot was 2 seconds. 1405 to a 992. 66 Chevy. Taking on the drop top Plymouth. Barry Camp out of Monroe, Georgia. He's running a AA FX car. 572 cubic inches for the 66 Chevy Biscayne. Larry Despain out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. He's running a stock Eliminator car. He's got a 10-second index. The Chevy is a 9-second index. That is a big, heavy Chevrolet to run 9 seconds. Let's see how he does. Lights begin to drop. A 1,360 foot mark. That big, heavy Chevy dug in. He's wiggling a little bit as he comes up on the finish line. 529. Ford Fury with a 426. You've got a E-Stock Eliminator in the Budweiser lane and a B-Stock in the Jegs lane. So the B-Stock's looking for a 10.5. The E-Stock looking for a 12-second run. The red near perfect 001 reaction time for Bob Durling in the Jegs lane. He runs a 1057 on a 1050, 1148 on a 12. So way under for John Gray. Runs too quick. Little Dodge Dart in a big old Ford. BFX car up against the B stock. 950 index for Ted Weiss in the 66 Ford Custom with a 427. Keith Bailey in the B stock Eliminator Dodge, going to try and stick it to him to be quicker with a car. It'll look custom, an unusual car to see at the drags, especially running quick. And he runs 975 on a 950 index, 1075 on a 1050 index for Keith Bailey. Another Dodge Dart comes up here in the right lane, and a Plymouth Sport Fury over in the left lane. In the Budweiser lane, the Plymouth, the Jegs lane, a Dodge. Wade Owens at a Cape Girardeau, Missouri, 1050 index of the B stock. Butch Cassidy, without the Sundance Kid, is a G stock. 030 reaction time for Cassidy. 309 late light for Wade Owens. Max Wedge motor runs 1076 on a 1050. 1304 on a 13 flat. Good run for Butch Cassidy. Bruce Samet out of Evansville, Indiana, 10-second index for an A stock. Danny Whitford with a 1050 index on a B stocker. Got Chevelle up against the Biscayne. Chevelle bunch life. 008 for Whitford. 8,000s away from perfect light. 034 red for Samet. Samet runs a 996, too quick. 1019, too quick. Way too quick. So they've learned to tune for the humidity and the heat. Now they're going too quick, so they got to slow it down a bit. Mike Moss out of Paducah, Kentucky. 66 Biscayne. It's an A stock looking for a 10-second run. He's going to take a single. Got a 427 stuck between the front 133 reaction, 1.460 foot mark. He's hit the loud pedal, and he's going strong. Comes up on the finish line lights, looking for the 10. He runs 1016, 133 miles an hour, and that is moving with such a big car. All right, Ron Weeks, you're up now with Gas Eliminator. That's the cars coming up.
Thank you, Bob. George Warren, Greenbrier, Tennessee. 428 Ford, 68 Mustang, George and Vicky. Gary Hensley, Cincinnati, Ohio, along with Ron Back with the 68 Camaro, 598 cubic inch Chevy, 598 cubic inch Chevrolet. Warren. George is underway. Gary Hensley, something going wrong there. Gary Hensley, Cincinnati, Ohio. George Warren, 967, 136.93. Demon. Install a Demon carburetor on your project car, race car. Turn it into an absolute demon on the street or track. From our street calibrated street demons, road and speed demon carburetors, all the way up to our race ready Mighty Demons. Our carburetors perform great out of the box. Visit us online at www.demoncarbs.com to view our full line of carburetors, carburetor tuning components. Demon Carbs. Supernatural performance. Wicked good looks. '68 Camaro, a 598 Chevy. Tom and Brian Moody. Jerry Wilson with a better reaction time. 879, 155.45. Mooney from Lakeville, Illinois. 898, 150.78. Tyler Allen, Manchester, Kentucky. 17 years of age. Ryan Holland, the crew chief. 582 Chevy, 63 Corvette, the wagon. Robert Aker, Canby, Indiana. 67 Nova wagon, 565 cubic inch Chevrolet. Ernie Barrett and Robert Aker with the Nova wagon. An 052 for Tyler Allen, the 17-year-old, and he goes an 822, 139.83. 916 for Aker at 115. Hornby, Ontario, Canada. 67 RT Dodge, 535. Dan Mullen, Reddick, Illinois. 69 Camaro. 969 for Perkins in the jegs.com lane. 137.51. All right. Dave Mullen, Lamont, Illinois, 37 Chevy Coupe, 427 Chevy, Lamont, Illinois. Roger McConnell, Mooresville, North Carolina, with a Ford powered Angler. Mighty Mullen. And Dave Mullen out of the gate with a good reaction time, an 036. An 036 reaction time, 850 for Dave. 158.69, 851 for Roger McConnell, and 153.77. Index is 850, so these guys are on it. They're on it. Jeff Cameron, Magnolia, Texas. 82 Cameron. Sam Patrick, Sandpoint, Michigan. Roofing contractor, retired, 69 years of age, 37 Chevy Coupe. John Lambert and Sam Patrick, a 406 Chevy in the 37 Chevy Coupe. Jeff Paul, 135.69. 10:07 for Patrick at 130.24. Gary Harris, Greenbrier, Tennessee, 427.65 Falcon. Joe and Gary Harris. Daryl Gray, Martinsville, Indiana, 67 Nova, along with Don Sutter, a 632 Chevy Big Block in the red Nova. And of course, again, we're in qualifying, so red light, whatever, don't mean that much. 954, 125.69, 11.25 on the Budweiser Lane Harris at 95.76. All right, Mike Ryan, Cottage Hills, Illinois, 434.66 Chevelle. Jason Mesimar of Hanson, Kentucky, 17-year-old student, a 412 cubic inch Chevrolet powered 70 Camaro. Pat Friels and driver 17-year-old Jason Mesimar. Nick and Tina. Jeff Thomas, Columbia, Kentucky, with the Sheriff's Department. Valerie Thomas and Jeff Thomas, 440 Chrysler powered, 68 Farrah. All right, Nick with a good 049 reaction time. 4.9. He goes through at 854, 157.67. 956 on the Sheriff at 138.91. Mike Bolina, the Chicago police officer, in the well-worn 56 Chevy. Chuck Owen, Aurora, Illinois, in a 572 cubic inch big block powered white 70. Bolina is off and running. Owens headed for the finish line. Owens, 9:14 for Owens at 148.23. 10:42 for the policeman at 127.07. Jonna Stafford. She is 19 years of age, from Washington, Indiana, in a 72 Vega with a 410 Chevy. Ed Stafford and Sam Scott with her. Guy Johnson, Stanfordville, New York, 73-year-old farmer in a Thames panel truck with a 355 Chevy. Bob Campbell and Guy Johnson of Stanfordville, New York, Thames panel truck. And the young lady with a better reaction time, she goes through at 970.19 in the Budweiser lane. Phil Stamp, 70 Chevy. Phil and Ben is 28 for a Ford Chevrolet. She red lights. Phil Stamps an 0.25 reaction time, a good reaction time. He has a time of 9:52 at 138.88. All right. Bob Mitchell, Cincinnati, Ohio, 69 Dart, 493 cubic inch Chrysler. Bill Van Kemper and Bob Mitchell, Winterboro, Kentucky, 72 Ford. flat index. And he goes an 885, bit quick. 149.35, 10.03 on Mitchell, a 134.08. A 49 Oldsmobile, if you will. A fastback Olds club sedan, 470 Olds for power. From your 540 Chevrolet for power. 540 Chevrolet. The Chevy is starting to hump now. And the Chevy is over the finish line first at 9. That can't be, but I guess it is. 982. All right. Gary Wilde, Batavia, Illinois, in the Copperhead Nova in the jet plane. 502. Dyersburg, Tennessee, 67,505 Bel Air. This is really close. All right, it is Wilde at 951, 137.98, a 951 on a 950, 960 for Kenny Pease. All right, now we have another Oldsmobile. This one is a 50 Olds. Chris and Jack Munzer of Armo, South Carolina. Sue Campbell, Rantoul, Illinois, and a 41 Willie. Sue and Roger Campbell, 555 cubic inch Chevrolet, powered Willies. And the Willies go through first at 930, 146.91. And that was by virtue of a much better reaction time. 913 on the big Olds. Keith Phillip, Alpharetta, Georgia. 58 custom 300 Ford with a 618 cubic inch Ford for power. James Reeves III, Eagleville, Tennessee. 53 All-State, Sears All-State with a 620 Chevy. George Brennan, or Greg Brennan, excuse me, Longwood, Florida, Chevy Deuce, the orange car. 283 Chevy, O.S. Brannon and Greg Brannon. Tom Strayer, Ken Ohio truck driver. 74 Vega, Mike Boyle, his crew chief. 406 Chevy, the Vega. And like we said, in qualifying, it doesn't matter if you're red light. 959. 139.26. 967 for the Longwood, Florida driver. All right, we got a Mustang. Almost looks like a Shelby Mustang. A California Special with a Windsor motor. 68 427 Mustang. Greg Hillier of Plainfield, Indiana in the Ford. Jack Small and Bob Cohen of Owensboro, Kentucky with a 509 Corvette. All right, the Corvette. 931 at 143.02. 10.03 on the Ford. George Zemecki, South Rockwood, Michigan in a 74 GTL Cruiser. 525 Alex Jones, Wheatland, Indiana, 377 Chevy, 67 Nova. And the 74 GTO from South Rockwood, Michigan. 854 on an 850 at 158.17, and it's qualifying right now, qualifying. 994, 123.01 for Alex Jones. All right, we have a Thunderbird in the Budweiser lane, and that would be Dan Hobbs of Haynesville, Kentucky, a professional sign painter in a 56 Thunderbird with a 575 Ford. Ronnie Egger, Mayfield, Kentucky, 57 Chevy Bel Air, 565 Chevy for power. Ford versus Chevrolet. 030 on the Chevy, an 061 on the Ford. The Chevrolet is going to be over the finish line first. 822, 159.02. 858 for Hobbs at 157.96. Corvette and a Pinto. Mel Grace, Potosi, Missouri, 358 Ford, 71 Pinto. John Tresh, Cicero, Indiana, 61,582 Corvette. Corvette on a 9 flat index. The Pinto on a 10 flat. The 901 for John Tresh. That's about as good as you're going to do. 150.97. 1025 for Mel Grace. 130.54. On the line in the Budweiser lane, it is, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Spence, Humboldt, Illinois, 48 Angler. Him and Pat Spence, 350 Chevy. John Boken, Belleville, Michigan, 65 GTO with a 540 Chevy for power. Brad and Terry are his crew. John Boken, Belleville, Michigan. Pontiac out of Michigan with a quicker index, but this is qualifying. He ran right on a 9 flat. On a 9 flat index. Looking strong. 146.59. 1022 for Humboldt, Illinois. Mike Spence. 1022. All right, we've got a Corvette Roadster. Scott Richardson. Barberville, Kentucky. A 509 Chevy 70 Corvette. Butch Steffens and Becky Heineman. Washington, Missouri, 41 Willys Coupe with a 672 cubic inch Chevy motor. Richardson, good light for him in the Roadster, an 033. Okay, and the Willys running on an 8 flat index, 806, 166.54. Scott Richardson on a 9 flat turns a 909. All right, we have a Buick Grand Sport, a 70 Buick, Huntsville, Asheville, Tennessee. 59-year-old maintenance man with a 55 Chevy with a 540 cubic inch Chevrolet for muscle. .1001 on a 10 flat index for Cagle. Out of Alabama, 133.14. 1029 for the Jegs.com lane. On the line right now, Charlie Butler, Batavia, Ohio, 61-year-old contractor, teamed up with Mitch Kelly on the 69 Camaro, a 496 Chevy. Charlie Butler. .223. Gonna have to get on that. And he is on a 10 flat index. He runs a 1017 at 132.69. Very Chevy Power Camaro, 850 on the Camaro in the Jegs lane, closest to the pits. Ooh, and the Duckworth's car goes away on him. Kerry Williams with a time of 8:50, right dead on. Another one dead on, 8:50 on an 8:50, 152.88. These guys are going to be something to deal with in eliminations if the times they've ran in the second qualifying heat hold up for them. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this whole thing is being streamed live. D3 TV. D3 TV. It's being streamed live. So if you got an iPad or whatever, you want to go back, get in the motorhome or whatever, you can follow everything. D3 TV. You probably already know that AAA offers great service, but did you know that they also offer great rates on auto insurance? With membership and insurance through AAA, you're not just a policyholder, you're a member, and members get more. Visit AAA.com and see how much you could save on insurance through AAA. AAA, so easy, so smart, so why not switch? Competition Eliminator, ladies and gentlemen. Competition Eliminator. Competition Eliminator, all-run field. Competition Eliminator is designed for front-engine dragsters, altered 79 and older funny cars, and left-steer street roadsters. Safety inspection by NHRA ET rules. 5 classes between 8 flat and 10 flat. Seconds, handicap starts, Pro 400 tree. Initial pairings will match cars of the same heads-up indexes or by closest indexes. Laddered pairings and payouts start when the field is reduced to 8. Brett Edwards, Lincoln, Illinois, Ford Roadster, 439 Chevy. Shane Ressler, Walcott, Indiana, 39-year-old insurance agent with a Hal Canode front-engine dragster with a 355 Chevy. Brett Edwards, Lincoln, Illinois, an 052 light, and a little bit of smoke there. 911 on a 9 flat for Edwards. 142.61, 854 on an 850 for Shane at 152.19. All right, beautiful street roadster. The purple, I believe it's a Chevy, 38 Chevy. That is Mike Odom of Davie, Florida. Joe Moore, Covington, Louisiana, in a 23 Ford altered with a 421 Chevy. Sonny Allen and Joe Moore of Covington, Louisiana. Phantoms are back. Okay. $150 a pair. Whoa. All right, and that beautiful purple street roadster, 34 Chevy, 064 light, 846, just a tad too quick. 846 with a dime, 154.81, 1096 for Joe Moore of Covington, Louisiana. All right, Nick Malone, Chicago, Illinois, 23 T. Aldered with a 408 Chevy. In the Budweiser lane, Kelly Friel's Key of Louisville, Kentucky, a 32-year-old housewife and a real estate agent. 33 Bantam, Pat Friel's the crew chief, 434 cubic inch GM engine in the Bantam Roadster. Nick Malone, Chicago. Yeller driver, of course, red lighted. The young lady, Louisville, Kentucky real estate agent. She goes through at 844, 152.28. 903 for Nick at 145.66. Geezer gassers to the lanes. Geezer gassers. Glenn Lever of Rochester, New York, in a Roman chassis car. He and Glenn and Ann out of New York. 462 Pontiac, the green car in the Jegs.com lane. Gary Williams, Mattoon, Illinois, with a 1999 S&W front engine car with a 355 Chevrolet for power. And again, the car in the Budweiser lane is running on a 950 index. Glenn from Rochester, New York, is running on an 8 flat index. New York looking good, 166.05, 972 for Williams. Stan Hunter, Nashville, Tennessee. Stan Hunter and John Baker, 32 Bantam with a 388 Chevy. He is a real estate appraiser. Shane Bowman, Indiana, Albany, Indiana. Shane and Lori Bowman, Albany, Indiana. Shane is a diesel technician. He is on an 850 and is on a 950 index. Stan Hunter. Pretty good light. Shane Bowman, 866 on an 850. Stan Hunter, 988 on a 950. All right, coming up next, Ken Theodox, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in a Scott Bogey car, 355 Chevy. All right, a Bogey Scott car from Louisiana in the Jegs lane. Tim Reese, Cleves, Ohio, along with Mike Osborne, with a 340 Chrysler powered Ridge Runner chassis. Tim Reese, an 024 light, a 9 flat index, and he goes 915, 139.57. 965 for Baton Rouge, Louisiana, at 133.58. The Illinois Outlaw, that beautiful Fiat. Bill and Kim Fusting, Waukegan, Illinois, a 377 cubic inch Chevy, powered 48 Fiat. Gordon DiBazzo Jr., Lockahachie, Florida, 66 front engine dragster with a 350 Chevrolet. Tony Granado, the crew chief. $850 index on the Fiat Coupe, 10 flat on the Lockahachie, Florida dragster. Waukegan, Illinois, hydraulic hose specialist. And he goes through at 842 on an 850, a little bit quick. 155.97. 1063 on a 10 flat index. And 119.02. Russell Schneider, Cordova, Tennessee, and Jack Thompson in the Jegs lane with a 23T altered with a 582 Chevy. The red car, Gary Lever, Kettering, Ohio. He and I assume his dad or his brother, Dan Lever, Kettering, Ohio, 23 Ford Roadster with a 460 Chevy. So about 100 cubic inches more in the Jegs lane. 8 flat in the Jegs lane. 850 index on the red car. Geezer Gassers should be in the lanes. Geezer Gassers. Okay, Russ Schneider with an 036 late. He goes through at 826 on an 8 flat index. 164.01. 862 for Gary Lever at 153.04. Dale Fiddler, Aurora, Illinois Carpenter in a 32 Bantam Roadster, the maroon car. He is going against Patrick Lamont. Pat and Mike Lamont, Lake Villa, Illinois. Shop owner, 23 T altered, 500 Chevy, 8 flat index for Pat Lamont, 950 for Dale Fiddler of Aurora, Illinois. All right. An 0.45 reaction time for Pat Lamont. And he ran a very quick 797, a bit too quick, at 163.81. Good run for Lamont. 960 for Fiddler. A 10th over, not bad. All right, Jamison Griffin and Jim Griffin. Owasso, Michigan, business owner, 31 years of age. The green 32 Bantam with a 350 Chevy. Mike Johnson, Marseilles, Illinois. And Mike Johnson, Marseilles, Illinois. 327 Chevy. 850 index in the Jegs lane, 8 flat in the Budweiser lane. We are simply into qualifying, neighbors. Marseilles, Illinois with an advantage out of the gate. Marseilles, Illinois on an 850 goes 873, 139.59. 8 flat for Jamison Griffin, and he goes at 1057, 123.97. All right, on the line right now, Bill Schiffler, Irwin, Pennsylvania, front engine dragster, Budweiser lane, 355 Chevy. Troy Wilson, Bloomington, Indiana, with a 372 Chevy powered Fiat. Jegs lane, 904 on a 9 flat at 149.60. 1059 on a 10 flat index for Schiffler in the Budweiser lane, 123.56. Dan Dishon of Logansport, Indiana, 27 Ford Roadster, 468 Chevy. Dan and Tina Gary Ryan, South San Francisco, California. 72 years of age, works for Penske Leasing. 33 Bantam with a 331 Chevy. Ellis Kaha and Gary Ryan from San Francisco, California. All right, the old boy from San Francisco with a great shot out of the gate, but then had to back off. 9 flat in the Budweiser Lane, 906 at 142.93. 993 for the visitors from California at 146.75. Jim Slovak, Lambertville, New Jersey, in a Don Tuttle front-engine dragster, Don Tuttle chassis front-engine dragster, with a 396 Chevy in the Jegs lane. John Schroeder, Warren, New Jersey, with a 422 Chevy FED. He is on an 8-flat index. Slovak of Lambertville, New Jersey, is on a 950. He is in the Jegs lane. All right. John Schroeder backing up cautiously. All right, Schroeder in the Budweiser lane on an 8-flat index. Slovak on a 950 index in the Jegs.com lane. Boy, these guys are in no hurry to stage. All right, Schroeder left before he should have, so subsequently no time for Schroeder. Slovak, 997 on a 950, 115.50. Coming up next, another Fiat, Scott Schiffler, Woodstock, Georgia, aircraft technician. Well, it's not, it's a 37 Fiat, 355 Chevy. Nathan Jones, Wheatland, Indiana, 19 years of age, along with Mark Wiltz, with a dragster. 9 flat index on the dragster, 10 flat on the Fiat. 10 flat on the Fiat. .409 Eliminator to the lanes, 409. Sportsman Exhibition to the lanes, Sportsman Exhibition to the lanes. A cleanup program following Sportsman Exhibition. A cleanup program. That means during the cleanup session. So we are calling 409 Eliminator to the lanes, as well as Sportsman Exhibition Warren Evans, the producer, director, CEO, CFO of D3 TV. D3 TV, screening all of this live. Bart Bowles, Slaughter's Kentucky mechanical engineer, along with Kent Preston. 565 Chevy in front of the FED firewall. Skeeter Wayne, Robards, Kentucky 34 Chevy Roadster. Claudia and Lucas, the crew, 355 Chevy. Skeeter Wayne, Robards, Kentucky. All right, 950 for Skeeter. 8 flat for Bart Bowles. Bart Bowles goes through first, of course, 835, 162. Skeeter Wayne close, 954, 134, 74. Skeeter Wayne. Tommy Cook of Columbia, Kentucky, technician in the Roadster with a 540 Chevrolet. Randy Cudiff and Tommy Cook, Columbia, Kentucky. 850 index, 8.50 index. And Tommy Cook goes 859, 156, 92. He's in the ball game. Geezer Gassers are next, my friends. Geezer Gassers. Greg Burge, Battelle, Mississippi. 38 Chevy Coupe with a 396 Chevy. Gary Weatherford and Greg Burge. Don Moyer, Mentor, Ohio. 40 Willies with, of all things, a 401 AMC motor. American Motors Corporation AMC motor. Alrighty, 1068 on a 1050 for Burge. 1120 on 11 flat for Moyer. On the line right now, Geezer Gasser action continues. Dan Tackett, Gulfport, Mississippi, 36 Chevy, the primered car, with a 522 Chevy. John Schweck, Dayton, Indiana, along with Chad Taylor, 37 Chevy Coupe. John is 72 years of age in the orange car. 355 Chevy for power. Running on a 1050 index, the pair. 1050, and John goes at 1068 at 124.61. 1219, 115.03 in the Budweiser lane. We've got Wayne Stein, Vermontville, Michigan. 40 Willys pickup with a 355 Chevy. Erwan Adderhold of Woodstock, Georgia, a pilot with a 51 Henry J with a 496 Chevy. Okay, and once again, a 10 flat index and a 1050. The Willys goes, or excuse me, the Henry J goes through at 1027, 129.82, 1057 for Wayne Stein at 124.62. Here is that absolutely drop-dead gorgeous Willys. The guy is an artist. He is an artist, and again, you know, it shows. Scott Mercer, Claremore, Oklahoma, 377 Chevy powered 40 Willys. Frankie Allen, Covington, Louisiana, 33 Willys. Frankie and Sonny Allen, Covington, Louisiana, 355 Chevy under the hood of the 33 Willys. Geezer Gassers here at the Hot Rod Reunion, ladies and gentlemen. And as we some of you, this is the class you like the best. All right, Frankie Allen goes through at 938 at 143.89, and Scott Mercer from Claremore, Oklahoma, still having gremlins. All right, The gold 55 Chevy Randy Stone, Westminster, South Carolina. 468 Chevy, 55 Chevy. Joe Bush, Laurel, Mississippi. A 40 Willys truck with a 327 Chevy. Dakota and Joe Bush, Laurel, Mississippi. All right, Randy Stone with an 029 light, and he goes through at 1068. 1068, 120.21. 1060 for Joe Bush of Laurel, Mississippi. Hey, is that bicycle with the wheelie bar and the high seat, is that thing for sale? We need to help our friend Van Hook this weekend. Get him. Well, nothing would surprise me with you. I mean, I don't know anybody but you that's ever rode a Cushman from Tennessee to California. You passed 80 or 90 cars on a bicycle? What was it? Downhill. Greg Porter, Greenville, South Carolina. Cassandra Hicks assisting Mr. Porter. 55 Chevy with a 331 cubic inch Chevrolet. The Willys. Bill Zeal, Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. 41 Willys with a 351 Ford. South 55 should be in it. Dennis Atkinson, the Tinker, is the crew chief. 383 Chevy and a 48 Ford Coupe. Randy Addington, Red Key, Indiana. 434 Chevy, 37 Chevy Coupe. Randy Addington, a D-gas Chevrolet Coupe. And Addington takes charge. Addington speed shot. All right, Addington, 1088, 120.13, 1245 for long out of Akron at 82. Look out, look out, look out. Look out, look out. Wow. Wow. Fires out.
All right, for those of you interested in what's going on, we haven't got any confirmation of anything the driver we do know has been transported for observation. We don't know any more than that at this point. We'll keep you informed once we know. We're getting things situated back there, see if we can get back to time trials in just a little bit. But right now, that's the only information we have for you, folks. Wish we had more. But at this point, the driver was transported to the hospital for observation as far as we know. That's all we know. She doesn't think I know that much, so we can talk about it. But right now, we're getting things cleaned up there. We'll try and get back to racing in just a little bit. I want to thank you for attending the 14th annual Holley Hot Rod Reunion presented by AAA Auto Insurance and Homeowners and more. To support your sponsors that are here today, Holley Performance, AAA Insurance, Axalta Coatings, Dynas Motorsports, and Hot Heads Research and Racing. Stop by in their display booths inside the vendor oval area. Shop at the Reunion vendors and support your local bowling green community during your stay here in this beautiful city. 2016 event souvenirs are sold exclusively by NHRA Motorsports Museum at their museum event tent. Pick up this year's hat, T-shirts, pins, decals, and much, much more. I've been taking a look at I got my eye on a few shirts over there now and some posters. At the large event souvenir tent, they got it all for you. Prove that you were here for this event. And check it out today. All right, we're getting things cleaned up down there, surveying the situation. They just rolled the car over onto its wheels, so we'll get it off track in just a little bit. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for coming out to the Holley Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck with Ron Weeks. We've been telling you what's hot, what's not, what's going on, what could be and should be in today's racing action. And don't forget, D3 is got it going on Yahoo. D3 TV. That's D3 TV on YouTube, your YouTube channel, NHRA D3 TV, or go to NHRADivision3.com, and you can see all the action as it happens. Live streaming video. And I went down to the Holley booth just a little while ago. I want to take a look at some of this great new stuff they've got that you might want to take a look at because it is easy. It's one of the easiest systems to hook up. From street easy to full race, Holley EFI systems cover everything from simple self-learning throttle body systems like the Sniper EFI, the Terminator Stealth, and the Terminator EFI all-out race systems like the Holley Dominator system. Breakthrough features include self-tuning strategies, handheld programmers, and striking touchscreens. Now, you talk about the self-tuning. That's the same thing the factories use on the factory EFI systems. So check it out. You can have factory-style EFI in your hot rod or daily driver. Hooker Headers, the winningest header in racing history, celebrates over 50 years of performance power. Hooker Headers feature tuned length primary tubes, high-quality welds, long transition connectors, machined flanges, and much, much more. From stock Camaros to NHRA Pro Stockers, Hooker has a header to make your classic or late model vehicle quicker, faster, and lighter. Hooker, when only the best will do. Everybody knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers a most complete line of systems for race or street. When you're looking for a throttle in a bottle, go with NOS, the leader in nitrous oxide injection. You know, and I've watched a lot of guys running nitrous over the years. You always see them purge before they make that run. I've always thought purging it out in front of the windshield out in the air was a waste. Run the purge line to the helmet. Make the driver happy. Well, I mean, what the heck? All right, attention out there. If you've got an easy up that's not properly secured or significantly secured, the wind is kicking up. Now, we don't have any word on the weather system coming through. We got this big batch of clear sky, but the wind is kicking up. That normally means it's coming this way. So if you've got an easy up, I'd suggest you take it down. If you got a small easy up, take it down. No easy ups left overnight. If you're in the car show area, in the race area, you've got an easy up, unless you've got it very significantly secured, you're going to see it fly away in just a little bit. So please secure it. YN Superchargers are the world's best bolt-on for full-time power. YN Superchargers deliver up to 50% more power every time you step on the gas. If you don't need something that radical, but still want horsepower, check out YN aluminum manifolds. They deliver low-end punch while maintaining top-end power. YN Superchargers and manifolds, your horsepower headquarters at Holley. All right, ladies and gentlemen, pending weather coming in, we've only got a few cars left to run. We're going to suspend racing today. We'll pick it up tomorrow, but because of the impending weather coming in and the cleanup we'd have to do, we'd never get you before the rain, and it looks like it's coming in. We've already got lightning, so please take your cars back to your pit area, secure things, get ready. The wind is coming in. The rain is probably going to be following it. But for safety's sake, we will conclude racing for the day. We will pick it up again tomorrow morning. Sorry for the inconvenience, guys. We do appreciate your cooperation. Thank you very much for being here. You know you're appreciated for that. This wouldn't be happening without you. But for safety's sake, we're shutting things down right now. We will pick things up again tomorrow morning. So please bear with us. We do appreciate your support. We thank you for your patience, and we'll be back tomorrow morning to do it all again. Thank you very much. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck, myself, and Ron Weeks, and all the guys here. And Warren here with D3 TV. We'll be streaming video tomorrow. Tell your friends all over the world they can watch the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion at Bowling Green tomorrow as it happens, live and in living color on their computer system. I'm Bob Beck. We'll talk to you more tomorrow as we shut things down for this evening. Thank you all. And don't forget, we're going to have presentations in the tent right here at the track tomorrow night. You don't have to drive anywhere. The honorees will be presented to you right here, and we'll have a small cackle fest after the presentations tomorrow night right here at the Big Top.